doing that was so important to Ukraine? Again, the evidence is clear. Mr. Giuliani's focus was to get investigations into President Trump's political rival to help the president's reelection. Now, we've walked through some of the timeline of Mr. Giuliani's actions and statements about Ukraine, but let's just line them up briefly because it makes the story so clear. April 2019. Vice President Biden officially announced his campaign for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. And a reminder, at the time of Biden's announcement and for months after, public polling, including from Fox News, showed that Biden would beat President Trump. The Fox News polling data is up on the chart. Right after President Biden announced his candidacy, and while Biden was beating President Trump in the polls, Mr. Giuliani said in a public interview with the New York Times that he was traveling to Ukraine to pursue investigations. He wanted to make sure that, quote, Biden will not get to Election Day without being investigated. The scheme was all about President Trump's reelection. This continued in June. Mr. Giuliani tweeted on June 21st and urged President Zelensky to pursue the investigation. The scheme continues even now. Mr. Giuliani has tweeted about Joe Biden over 65 times since September. And President Trump told you himself. He admitted on October 2nd, quote, we've been investigating on a personal basis through Rudy and others, lawyers, corruption in the 2016 election. Again, to review, President Trump used his personal agent for Ukraine. He's made this clear to U.S. officials and to the Ukrainians. The evidence shows President Trump and Rudy Giuliani were in constant contact during this period. President Trump directed him to pursue investigations. He told U.S. officials to work with Rudy. He told Ukrainians to work with Rudy. Rudy and his associates pressed Ukraine for investigations into the president's political rival. Giuliani said, quote, Biden will not get to Election Day without this being investigated. Keeping all this in mind, let's turn to the president's first official act, soliciting foreign interference. As we mentioned, in late 2018 and early 2019, Rudy Giuliani and his associates, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, were busy soliciting information from corrupt Ukrainians to help President Trump. They pursued a months-long campaign to dig up dirt on Biden. In late 2018 and early 2019, Parnas, Fruman, and Giuliani met extensively with two corrupt Ukrainian prosecutors, Yuri Lutsenko and Viktor Shokin, to gather information they believed would help President Trump. As you'll recall, Shokin was corrupt. George Kent described Shokin as, quote, a typical Ukrainian prosecutor who lived a lifestyle far in excess of his government salary, who never prosecuted anybody known for having committed a crime, and who covered up crimes that were known to have been committed. And remember, because Shokin was corrupt, Vice President Biden had urged his removal. This was in accordance with U.S. policy.
Zoe Lofgren, House impeachment manager, live on the Senate floor.
Blamed former Vice President for his dismissal by the Ukrainian parliament. He wanted to revive his political fortunes in Ukraine by assisting with Giuliani's effort. At the end of January, Giuliani, Parnas, and Fruman participated in a conference call with Shokin. He made allegations about Vice President Biden and Burisma. Shokin also falsely claimed that Ambassador Yovanovitch had improperly denied him a U.S. visa and that she was close to Vice President Biden. Also in January, Giuliani, Parnas, and Fruman met with Lutsenko in New York. They discussed investigations into Burisma and the Bidens and whether Ambassador Yovanovitch was, quote, loyal to President Trump. Lutsenko held a grudge against Ambassador Yovanovitch because she and the broader State Department were critical of Lutsenko's failures. They were critical of his failure to prosecute corruption in Ukraine. This was the motivation for Lutsenko to give Giuliani and his associates false information on Biden and Burisma. And here's the point. Lutsenko and Shokin had grudges against Biden and Ambassador Yovanovitch. Why? Because they were implementing U.S. policy to fight corruption in Ukraine. Now, Giuliani and his associates had motive to harm Biden, to help get President Trump reelected. They had motive to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch or anyone else who got in their way of their efforts to smear Biden. Giuliani admitted this. He told the New York Times that he spoke to President Trump about how Ambassador Yovanovitch frustrated efforts that could be politically helpful to President Trump. Giuliani admitted this was all to benefit President Trump. Documents give us evidence of this scheme. WhatsApp exchanges that Parnas recently gave to Congress make clear that in exchange for derogatory information about Biden, Lutsenko wanted Yovanovitch removed from her post in Kiev. Here's that WhatsApp report. For example, on March 22nd, Lutsenko wrote, quote, "It's just that if you don't make a decision about Madam, you are bringing into question all my allegations, including about B." Now, here B could either be Biden or Burisma or both, but M, Madam, is Ambassador Yovanovitch. In the March 22 text, Lutsenko implied that if Parnas wanted dirt on Biden, Burisma, he needed to do something about Ambassador Yovanovitch. Days later, on March 28, Parnas assured Lutsenko that his efforts were being recognized in the United States and that he'd be rewarded. Parnas wrote, quote, "I was asked personally to convey to you that America supports you and will not let you be harmed no matter how things look now. Soon, everything will turn around and we'll be on the right course. Just so you know, here people are talking about you as a true Ukrainian hero." Lutsenko responded with the dirt that President Trump wanted. He wrote, quote, "I have copies of payments from Burisma to Seneca, minutes after being reassured that America supports you and will not let you be harmed." Lutsenko claimed he had records of payments from Burisma to Rosemont Seneca Partners, a firm founded by Hunter Biden. This text message, along with others, show that Lutsenko was providing derogatory information on the Bidens in exchange for Parnas pushing for Ambassador Yovanovitch's removal. Now, in late March and throughout April 2019, the smear campaign against the Bidens and against Ambassador Yovanovitch entered a more public phase through a series of opinion pieces published in The Hill. The public airing of these allegations was orchestrated by Giuliani, Parnas, and Lutsenko. We know from records produced by Parnas that he played an important role in getting derogatory information from Lutsenko and his deputy to John Solomon, who wrote the opinion pieces in The Hill. According to the Hill articles, Ukrainian officials falsely claimed to have evidence of wrongdoing about the following. One, that Vice President Biden's efforts in 2015 to remove Shokin. Two, Hunter Biden's role as a Burisma board member. Three, Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election in favor of Hillary Clinton. Four, the misappropriation and transfer of Ukrainian funds abroad. This was what President Trump wanted from the Ukrainians. The same information Mr. Giuliani and his agents were scheming up with Ukraine to hurt Biden and in exchange to have Ambassador Yovanovitch removed. Now, Mr. Giuliani was very open about this, and here is a clip worth watching.
Let me tell you my interest in that. I got information about 3 or 4 months ago that a lot of the explanation for how this whole phony investigation started will be in the Ukraine. That there were a group of people in the Ukraine that were working to help Hillary Clinton and were colluding, really, with the Clinton campaign. And it stems around the ambassador and the embassy being used for political purposes. So I began getting some people that were coming forward and telling me about that. And then all of a sudden, they revealed this story about Burisma and Biden's son.
Okay, let me just explain to the audience. This is a big...
Well, Mr. Giuliani got laughed at on Fox News for advancing the crowdsourced conspiracy theory, but the clip shows that he had been making an effort to get derogatory information from the Ukrainians on behalf of his client, President Trump. My colleague, Ms. Demings, will now further detail how the scheme evolved.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Let me suggest that I understand the presentations will continue for a while, and I would suggest a dinner break at 6:30 for 30 minutes.
Without objection.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican, and presiding Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts. And next to present will be House Impeachment Manager Congresswoman Val Demings, Democrat from Florida, live on C-SPAN Radio.
Chief Justice Roberts, to the senators, and of course the counsel for the president. At this point, everything was going to plan. Mr. Giuliani was scheming with the corrupt Ukrainian prosecutors who were offering dirt on Biden that would help President Trump get reelected. They were pressing President Trump to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch, including publicly tarnishing her reputation through false and baseless claims. But then the president's scheme hit a roadblock. On April 21st, President Zelensky, then the anti-corruption candidate, won a landslide victory in Ukraine's presidential election. U.S. officials unanimously testified that President Zelensky's mandate to pursue reform would be good for our national security. However, it was potentially bad news for President Trump's scheme. Mr. Giuliani did not have a relationship with Zelensky. As a reformer, he would be less amenable to announcing the sham investigations. Zelensky would not want to get dragged into U.S. domestic politics. Additionally, the election of a new Ukrainian president raised concern that Lutsenko, with whom Mr. Giuliani had been plotting, would be replaced by a new Ukrainian prosecutor general. A new prosecutor general, especially one appointed by an anti-corruption regime, would likely be less willing to conduct sham investigations to please an American president. Mr. Giuliani decided to attack the issue from both sides. He pressed President Trump to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch, which would keep Lutsenko happy. He continued to work hard to get dirt on Biden, and he tried to get a meeting with Zelensky to secure the new Ukrainian leader's commitment to press the investigations. This strategy played out on April 23rd and 24th. First, on April 23rd, Parmas and Fruman were in Israel trying to arrange a meeting between Giuliani and the newly minted Ukrainian President Zelensky. On April 23rd, Giuliani left a voicemail message for Parnas. Let's play that voicemail. Well, I was going to say it would be difficult to hear, but I'm sure you cannot hear it at all. But let me tell you what it says. He says, "It's Rudy. When you get a chance, give me a call and bring me up to date, okay? I got a couple of things to tell you too." Parnas and Giuliani eventually spoke on that same day. We have the phone records that prove that. According to phone records, Parnas and Giuliani had a 1-minute, 50-second call. 15 minutes after they hung up, the records also show that Mr. Giuliani placed 3 short phone calls to the White House. Shortly thereafter, the White House called Giuliani back. Giuliani spoke with someone at the White House for 8 minutes and 28 seconds. I will just quickly note that at the time the Intelligence Committee issued its report in mid-December, we did not know whether that 8-minute, 28-second call was from the White House. We have since received information from a telecom company that it was indeed the White House. Now we don't have a recording of that call. Neither the White House nor Giuliani produced any information to Congress about what was discussed. Of course, the White House has refused, as you already know, to cooperate in any way. But even without the evidence that the White House is hiding, with the evidence we do have, these phone records prove that Mr. Giuliani was keeping President Trump informed about what was going on when he was trying to meet President Zelensky and get Ukraine to commit to the investigations. Now let's look at President Trump's decision to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch. Following the call between Mr. Giuliani and the White House on April 23rd, Parnas asked Giuliani for an update. And Parnas texted, and I quote, "Going to sleep, my brother. Please text me or call me if you have any news." Giuliani responded, "He fired her again." That was, of course, in reference to Ambassador Yovanovitch. Her removal would no doubt please the corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor, Lysenko, who offered derogatory information about Hunter Biden. It also eliminated a potential obstacle identified by Giuliani. Parnas responded, and I quote, "I pray it happens this time. I'll call you tomorrow, my brother." And it did, because we know that the very next day, on April 24th, Ambassador Yovanovitch received 2 frantic phone calls from Ambassador Carol Perez at the State Department. The second call came at 1 a.m. According to Ambassador Yovanovitch, as you can see from the slide on the screen, the Director General of the Foreign Service told her, and I quote, "There was a lot of concern for me that I needed to be on the next plane to Washington." Yovanovitch recalled, and I was like, "What? What happened?" And Perez said, "I don't know, but this is about your security. You need to come home immediately. You need to come home on the next plane." Yovanovitch asked what Perez meant by, quote, "physical security." Perez didn't get that impression, but repeated that Yovanovitch needed, and I quote, "to come back immediately." This was no coincidence. Mr. Giuliani and his agents conspired to meet President Zelensky. They conspired for Ambassador Yovanovitch to be removed. And within hours of Mr. Giuliani saying he prayed Ambassador Yovanovitch would get fired, Ambassador Yovanovitch got a frantic phone call to get on the next plane. And that same day, on April 24th, Giuliani appeared on Fox and Friends and promoted the false conspiracy theories about Ukraine and Vice President Biden that were all part of his agreement. Let's look and listen to what he said.
I ask you to keep your eye on Ukraine, because in Ukraine, a lot of the dirty work was done in digging up the information. American officials we used, Ukrainian officials we used, that's like collusion with the Ukrainians, and, or actually in this case, conspiracy with the Ukrainians. I think you'd get some interesting information about Joe Biden from Ukraine, about his son, Hunter Biden, about a company he was on the board of for years, which may be one of the most crooked companies in Ukraine, Ukrainian-Russian company. Not a Ukrainian, big difference there. Yanukovych, the guy they tossed out and Manafort got in all the trouble with, the guy who owns it worked for Yanukovych, pulled $10 billion out of the Ukraine, has been a fugitive, was a fugitive when Biden's kid first went to work there. And Biden bragged about the fact that he got the prosecutor general fired. Prosecutor general was investigating his son, and then the investigation went south.
Ambassador Yovanovitch was never provided justification for her removal. She was an anti-corruption crusader, a highly respected diplomat, and she had been recently asked to extend her stay in Ukraine. While American ambassadors serve at the pleasure of the president, we do understand that. I am sure you would all agree that the manner and circumstances surrounding the ambassador's removal were unusual and raised questions of motive.
House Impeachment Manager Congresswoman Val Demings.
Every witness who testified confirmed that there was no factual basis to the accusations Lysenko lodged against Ambassador Yovanovitch. Undersecretary of State David Hale, the most senior career diplomat at the State Department, testified that Marie Yovanovitch was an outstanding ambassador and should have been permitted to remain in Kyiv. Even more significant, several witnesses testified that President Trump's decision to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch undercut U.S. national security objectives in Ukraine during a critical time. Dr. Hill, for example, explained that many of the key U.S. policies towards Ukraine were being implemented by the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. And then suddenly, quote, we had just then lost the leadership. This created what Hill labeled, and I quote, a period of uncertainty as to how our government was going to execute U.S. policy. George Kent testified that the ouster of Ambassador Yovanovitch, quote, hampered U.S. efforts to establish rapport with the new Zelensky administration in Ukraine. So why did President Trump remove a distinguished career public servant, an anti-corruption crusader, and a top diplomat in the State Department? Well, we know why. The answer is simple. President Trump removed Ambassador Yovanovitch because she was in the way. She was in the way of the sham investigations that he so desperately wanted. Investigations that would hurt former Vice President Biden and undermine the Mueller investigation into Russia election interference. Investigations that would help him cheat in the 2020 elections. Rudy Giuliani admitted that he personally told President Trump about his concern that Ambassador Yovanovitch was an obstacle to securing Ukrainian cooperation on the two bogus investigations they solicited from Ukraine. And Rudy Giuliani confirmed that President Trump decided to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch based on the bogus claim that she was obstructing his scheme to secure Ukraine's cooperation. Indeed, Mr. Giuliani was explicit about this when he told the New Yorker last month. He said, and I quote, "I believe that I needed Yovanovitch out of the way. She was going to make the investigations difficult for everybody." So let's recap. Mr. Giuliani and his agents, on behalf of President Trump, the United States president, worked with corrupt Ukrainians to get dirt on President Trump's political opponent. Mr. Giuliani said this in press interviews. He texted about it with his agents, and he repeatedly called the White House. Following the election of a new Ukrainian leader committed to fighting corruption, President Trump removed Ambassador Yovanovitch, an anti-corruption crusader. And Mr. Giuliani told us why: to get her out of the way for the investigations to move forward. That's how far President Trump was willing to go to get his investigations, to smear a highly respected, dedicated Foreign Service officer who had served this country unselfishly for his own selfish political interests. And I think that's disgraceful. Even with the removal of Ambassador Yovanovitch, President Zelensky's election victory threw a wrench into the president's scheme. That's because Lysenko was reportedly going to be replaced. And after Mr. Giuliani told the New York Times on May 9th that he intended to travel to Ukraine on behalf of President Trump in order to, and I quote, meddle in an investigation, Ukrainian officials publicly pushed back. Now, please hear what I said. Ukrainian officials publicly pushed back on the suggestions of corruptions proposed by Mr. Giuliani, who was working on behalf of the U.S. president. Well, Mr. Giuliani canceled his trip on May 10th and claimed on Fox News that President Zelensky was surrounded by, and I quote, enemies of President Trump. Let's listen.
So I've decided, Sharon, I'm not going to go to the Ukraine.
You're not going to go?
I'm not going to go because I think I'm walking into a group of people that are enemies of the president.
It appears Giuliani's statement influenced President Trump's view of Ukraine as well. And at an Oval Office meeting on May 23rd, U.S. officials learned of Giuliani's influence. Ambassador Volker testified that President Trump, quote, didn't believe the positive assessment government officials gave the new Ukrainian president. Instead, President Trump told them that Giuliani, quote, knows all of these things, and said that President Zelensky had some bad people around him. At this point, the scheme had stalled. Mr. Giuliani and the president knew that they were going to have trouble with President Zelensky fulfilling his corrupt demand for investigations that would benefit President Trump's re-election campaign. That brings us to the next phase of this scheme. Although his corrupt scheme was in trouble due to the unexpected results of the Ukrainian election, the election which yielded an anti-corruption reformer, President Trump doubled down on his scheme to solicit investigations for his personal benefit. On May 19th, or in May of 2019, with a gap in American leadership in Ukraine after Ambassador Yovanovitch was removed, President Trump enlisted U.S. officials to help to do his political work. The scheme grew from false allegations by disgruntled, corrupt Ukrainian prosecutors to a plot by the President of the United States to extort the new Ukrainian president into announcing his political investigations. During the May 23rd Oval Office meeting, President Trump directed Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and Secretary Perry to work with Mr. Giuliani on Ukraine. Giuliani had made clear he was pursuing investigations for President Trump in a personal capacity. He said that publicly on numerous instances. And he was only working for the president in a personal capacity and not on foreign policy. Yet, President Trump still told White House officials that they had to work with Mr. Giuliani to get anywhere on Ukraine. We heard significant testimony on this point. For example, Ambassador Volker recalled that at the Oval Office meeting on May 23rd, President Trump directed the U.S. officials to talk to Rudy. Ambassador Sondland testified that President Trump directed them to talk to Rudy, and that in that moment, the U.S. diplomats saw the writing on the wall and concluded, quote, that if we did not talk to Rudy, nothing would move forward on Ukraine. Pay attention to Ambassador Sondland's testimony.
In response to our persistent efforts in that meeting to change his views, President Trump directed us to, quote, talk with Rudy. We understood that talk with Rudy meant talk with Mr. Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer. Let me say again, we weren't happy with the president's directive to talk with Rudy. We did not want to involve Mr. Giuliani. I believe then, as I do now, that the men and women of the State Department, not the president's personal lawyer, should take responsibility for Ukraine matters. Nonetheless, based on the president's direction, we were faced with a choice. We could abandon the efforts to schedule the White House phone call and a White House visit between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, which was unquestionably in our foreign policy interest, or we could do as President Trump had directed and talk with Rudy. We chose the latter course, not because we liked it, but because it was the only constructive path open to us.
And just like that, U.S. officials charged with advancing U.S. foreign policy, U.S. officials who were supposed to act in our country's interests, were directed to instead advance President Trump's personal interests. From that point on, they worked with the president's personal agent on political investigations to benefit the president's re-election.
House impeachment manager Congresswoman Val Demings.
Their work on President Trump's behalf to solicit foreign interference in our elections continued throughout all of June. For instance, on June 21st, Mr. Giuliani tweeted that President Zelensky had not yet publicly committed on 2 politically motivated investigations designed to benefit President Trump. And when Mr. Giuliani's public efforts and his tweets didn't move President Zelensky to announce the investigations, he used U.S. diplomats as directed by President Trump. This is important. After Giuliani canceled his trip to Ukraine in May and commented that President-elect Zelensky had enemies of President Trump around him, Giuliani had minimal access to the new Ukrainian leader's inner circle. His primary Ukraine connection was Prosecutor General Lysenko, and he had already been informed that he would be removed as soon as the new parliament convened. So President Trump gave him U.S. diplomats and directed them to work with Mr. Giuliani on his scheme. As you heard, President Trump told Ambassadors Sondland and Volker to talk with Rudy and work with Rudy on Ukraine. And what did that mean? Well, Mr. Giuliani tried to use Ambassadors Sondland and Volker to gain access to President Zelensky and his inner circle through their official State Department channels and make clear to President Zelensky that he had to announce the investigations. On June 27th, Ambassador Sondland brought Ambassador Taylor up to speed on Ukraine, since Ambassador Taylor had just arrived in country a few weeks beforehand. Ambassador Sondland explained that President Zelensky needed to make clear that he was not standing in the way of the investigations that President Trump wanted. That President Zelensky needed to make clear that he was not standing in the way of the investigations that President Trump wanted. And here is his testimony.
On June 27th, Ambassador Sondland told me during a phone conversation that President Zelensky needed to make clear to President Trump that he, President Zelensky, was not standing in the way of investigations.
Ambassador Taylor relayed this conversation to one of his deputies, U.S. diplomat David Holmes, who testified that he understood the investigations to mean the Burisma Biden investigations that Mr. Giuliani and his associates had been speaking about publicly. Let's listen to Mr. Holmes.
On June 27th, Ambassador Sondland told Ambassador Taylor in a phone conversation, the gist of which Ambassador Taylor shared with me at the time, that President Zelensky needed to make clear to President Trump that President Zelensky was not standing in the way of, quote, investigations. I understood that this meant the Biden Burisma investigations that Mr. Giuliani and his associates had been speaking about in the media since March.
Even with the addition of President Trump's political appointees to aid Mr. Giuliani's efforts, President Zelensky did not announce the investigations. As Mr. Giuliani's June 21st tweet shows, the Ukrainian president was resisting President Trump's pressure. So what happened? Well, that brings us to the president's next official act, turning up the pressure by conditioning an official White House meeting on Ukraine announcing his political investigations. Senators, I know we have covered a lot of ground, but as we have shown, there is overwhelming and uncontradicted evidence of the president's scheme to solicit foreign interference in this year's presidential election. Now let me say this also. Each time that we remind this body of the president's scheme to cheat to win, some of his defenders say that we are only concerned about winning the next election, that Democrats are only doing this to win the next election, but you know better. Because this trial is much bigger than any one election, and it's much bigger than any one president. This moment is about the American people. This moment is about ensuring that every voter, whether a maid or a janitor, whether a nurse, a teacher, or a truck driver, whether a doctor or a mechanic, that their vote matters, and that American elections are decided by the American people. President Trump acted corruptly. He abused the power of his office by ordering U.S. diplomats to work with his political agent to solicit 2 politically motivated investigations by Ukraine. The investigations were designed solely to help his personal interests, not our national interests. Neither investigation solicited by President Trump had anything to do with promoting U.S. foreign policy or U.S. national security. Indeed, as we will discuss later, both investigations and the president's broader scheme to secure Ukraine's interference was a threat. It was a threat. It was a threat to our national security.
House Impeachment Manager Val Demings, Senate trial live on C-SPAN Radio.
The person who stood to benefit from the abuse of office and solicitation of these investigations was Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States. A violation of public trust, a failure to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. But when it came down to choosing between the national interests of the country and his own personal interests, his re-election, President Trump chose himself.
Congresswoman Demings, House Impeachment Manager, taking her seat live from the Senate floor. Impeachment trial of President Trump on C-SPAN Radio. Next up is another impeachment manager, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat from New York.
Mr. Chief Justice, to the distinguished members of the Senate, Council, to the President, all those who are assembled here today. Earlier this morning, I was on my way to the office and I ran into a fellow New Yorker who just happens to work here in Washington, D.C. And he said to me, "Congressman, have you heard the latest outrage?" And I wasn't really sure what he was talking about, so to be honest, I thought to myself, well, the president is now back in town. What has Donald Trump done now? And so I said to him, "What outrage are you talking about?" And he paused for a moment, and then he said to me, "Someone voted against Derek Jeter on his Hall of Fame ballot." Life is all about perspective. And I understand that as House managers, certainly we hope we can subpoena John Bolton, subpoena Mick Mulvaney, but perhaps we can all agree to subpoena the Baseball Hall of Fame to try to figure out who out of 397 individuals, one person, voted against Derek Jeter. I was thinking about that as I prepared to rise today, because what's more American than baseball and apple pie? What's more American than baseball and apple pie? Or perhaps the one thing that falls into that category is the sanctity and continuity of the United States Constitution. And House managers, we're here in this august body because we believe it's necessary to defend our democracy. Some of you may agree with us at the end of the day, and others most likely will not. But we do want to thank you for your courtesy and for your patience in extending to us the opportunity to present our case with dignity to you and to the American people during this solemn constitutional moment. I want to speak for just some time on the second official act that President Trump used to corruptly abuse his power, which was the withholding of an Oval Office meeting with the President of Ukraine. As discussed yesterday, quid pro quo is a Latin term, this for that. President Trump refused to schedule that Oval Office meeting until the Ukrainian leader announced the phony political investigations that he demanded on July 25th. He knew President Zelensky needed the meeting to bolster his standing. He knew that Ukraine is a fragile democracy. He knew that Mr. Zelensky needed the meeting to show Vladimir Putin that he had the support of Donald Trump. But President Trump exploited that desperation for his own political benefit. This for that. Did a quid pro quo exist? The answer is yes. Let's listen to Ambassador Sondland on this point.
I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes.
Did President Trump abuse his power and commit an impeachable offense? The answer is yes. The phony political investigations that President Trump demanded from Ukraine were part of a scheme to sabotage a political rival, Joe Biden, and cheat in the 2020 election. No national interest was served. The president used his awesome power to help himself and not the American people. He must be held accountable. The president's defenders may argue, as Mick Mulvaney tried to do, that quid pro quo arrangements are a common aspect of U.S. foreign policy. Nonsense. There are situations where official United States acts, like head of state meetings or the provision of foreign assistance, are used to advance the national interests of the United States. That is not what happened here. Here, President Trump sought to advance his own personal political interests, facilitated by Rudolph Giuliani, the human hand grenade. Let's walk through the overwhelming evidence of how President Trump withheld an official White House meeting that was vitally important to Ukraine as part of a corrupt scheme to convince President Zelensky to announce two phony political investigations. First, the Oval Office meeting President Trump corruptly withheld constitutes an official act. President Trump chose to withhold this meeting for a reason. It was not some run-of-the-mill meeting. It was one of the most powerful tools he could wield in his role as a leader of the free world. It would have demonstrated U.S. support for Ukraine's newly elected leader at a critical time. Ukraine is under relentless attack by Russian-backed separatists in Crimea and in the East. Ukraine desperately needed an Oval Office meeting, and President Trump knew it. Second, President Trump withheld that Oval Office meeting to increase pressure on Ukraine to assist his re-election campaign by announcing 2 phony investigations. As my colleagues have detailed extensively throughout the day, this is a classic quid pro quo. Third, multiple administration officials, including the president's own hand-picked supporters and appointees, confirmed that a corrupt exchange was being sought. Finally, contemporaneous documentation makes clear that the president corruptly abused his power to advance the scheme to try and cheat in the 2020 election. This for that. Let's explore whether the granting or denial of an official Oval Office meeting constitutes an official act. As we discussed earlier today, an abuse of power occurs when the president exercises his official power to obtain a corrupt personal benefit while ignoring or injuring the national interest. Pursuant to the Constitution and more than 200 years of tradition, as president, Donald Trump is America's head of state and chief diplomat. Article 2 grants the president wide latitude to conduct diplomacy and specifically receive ambassadors and other public ministers. The president decides which head of state meetings best advance the national interest and which foreign leaders are deserving of an official reception in the Oval Office.
House Impeachment Manager Hakeem Jeffries.
Perhaps one of the most prestigious non-religious venues in the world. In diplomacy, perception matters. Meetings between heads of state are make-or-break moments that can determine the trajectory of global events. And a meeting with the President of the United States in the Oval Office is unquestionably monumental, particularly for a fragile democracy like Ukraine. The Oval Office is where foreign leaders facing challenges at home, like a war with Russia, go in pursuit of a strong and public demonstration of American support. That is especially true in this particular case. The decision to grant or withhold an Oval Office meeting to President Zelensky had profound consequences for the national security interests of both Ukraine and the United States. To understand the full context of President Trump's corrupt demands to the Ukrainian leader, it's important to consider the geopolitical context that all of you are very familiar with confronting the Ukrainian people. Ukraine is at war with Russia. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea by force. The United States and other European countries rallied to Ukraine's defense, providing economic assistance, diplomatic support, and later, with strong advocacy from this body, lethal aid. This support meant Russia faced consequences for its aggression. Here is Ambassador Yovanovitch's testimony explaining just how important the United States is to Ukraine.
The U.S. Relationship for Ukraine is the single most important relationship. And so I think that President Zelensky, any president, would, do what they could to lean in on a favor request. I'm not saying that that's a yes. I'm saying they would try to lean in and see what they could do.
Fair to say that a president of Ukraine that is so dependent on the United States would do just about anything within his power to please the president of the United States, if he could?
If he could. I mean, I'm sure there are limits, and I understand there were a lot of discussions in the Ukrainian government about all of this. But yeah, I mean, we are an important relationship on the security side and on the political side. And so the president of Ukraine, one of the most important functions that individual has is to make sure the relationship with the U.S. is rock solid.
But it isn't just the relationship itself. It was a public meeting in the White House that would show U.S. support for Ukraine. A meeting with the President of the United States in the Oval Office is one of the most forceful diplomatic signals of support that the United States can send. Veteran diplomat George Kent testified to this.
New leaders, particularly countries that are trying to have good footing in the international arena, see a meeting with the U.S. President in the Oval Office at the White House as the ultimate sign of endorsement and support from the United States.
President Zelensky was a newly elected leader. He was swept into office on a pledge to end pervasive corruption. He also had a mandate to negotiate an end to the war with Russia. To achieve both goals, he needed strong U.S. support, particularly from President Trump, which Zelensky sought in the form of a White House meeting. David Holmes, political counselor to the embassy in Kyiv, described the particular importance of a White House visit to Ukraine in the context of its war with Russia.
C-SPAN Radio, WCSP-FM, Washington.
It is important to understand that a White House visit was critical to President Zelensky. President Zelensky needed to show U.S. support at the highest levels in order to demonstrate to Russian President Putin that he had U.S. backing, as well as to advance his ambitious anti-corruption reform agenda at home.
In other words, Ukraine knew that Russia was watching carefully. That was particularly true in the spring of 2019, when Donald Trump launched the scheme at the center of the abuse of power charge. During this time period, Vladimir Putin was preparing for peace negotiations with the new Ukrainian leader. Putin could choose to escalate, or he could choose to de-escalate Russian aggression. And influencing his decision was an assessment of whether President Trump had Ukraine's back.
The Russians, as I said at my deposition, would love to see the humiliation of President Zelensky at the hands of the Americans.
An Oval Office meeting would have sent a strong signal of support that President Trump had Ukraine's back. The absence of such a meeting could be devastating. Indeed, Ukraine made very clear to the United States just how important a White House meeting between the two heads of state was for its fragile democracy. At the deposition, as the one on the screen reveals, of Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the director for Ukraine on the National Security Council, he recalled that following President Zelensky's inauguration, at every single meeting with Ukrainian officials, they asked their American counterparts about the status of an Oval Office meeting between the two presidents. Initially, the Ukrainians had reason to be optimistic. that a White House meeting would be promptly scheduled. On April 21st, during President Zelensky's first call with President Trump, the new Ukrainian leader asked about a White House visit 3 times. As part of that brief congratulatory call, President Trump himself did extend an invitation. Ukraine's dependence on the United States and its desperate need for a White House meeting created an unequal power dynamic between the two presidents. As Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified, it is that unequal power dynamic that turned any subsequent request for a favor from the president into a demand.
Now, Colonel, you've described this as a demand, this favor that the president asked. What is it about the relationship between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine that leads you to conclude that when the President of the United States asks a favor like this, it's really a demand?
Chairman, the culture I come from, the military culture, when a senior asks you to do something, even if it's polite and pleasant, it's not to be taken as a request. It's to be taken as an order. In this case, the power disparity between the two leaders, my impression is that in order to get the White House meeting, President Zelensky would have to deliver these investigations.
Ambassador Gordon Sondland, Trump appointee, also acknowledged the importance of this power disparity and how it made President Zelensky eager to satisfy President Trump's wishes.
Holmes then said that he heard President Trump ask, quote, "Is he," meaning Zelensky, "going to do the investigation?" To which you replied, "He's going to do it." And then you added that President Zelensky will do anything that you, meaning President Trump, ask him to. Do you recall that?
I probably said something to that effect because I remember the meeting. President Zelensky was very solicitous is not a good word. He was just very willing to work with the United States and was being very amicable. And so putting it in Trump speak by saying he loves your ass, he'll do whatever you want, meant that he would really work with us on a whole host of issues.
He was not only willing, he was very eager, right?
That's fair.
Because Ukraine depends on the United States as its most significant ally. Isn't that correct?
One of its most, absolutely.
In other words, any request President Trump made to Ukraine would be difficult to refuse. So when President Trump asked Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden, as well as the wild conspiracy theory about the 2016 election, those were absolutely interpreted by President Zelensky and his staff as a demand. And that is where the White House meeting enters into the equation. When Ukraine did not immediately cave to Rudy Giuliani in the spring and announced the phony investigations, President Trump ratcheted up the pressure. As leverage, he chose the White House meeting he dangled during his April 21st call, precisely because President Trump knew how important the meeting was to Ukraine. Following their visit to Kyiv for the new Ukrainian leader's inauguration, Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and Secretary Perry met with President Trump, and each of them encouraged the president to schedule the meeting. Here is what Ambassador Sondland had to say.
We advised the president of the strategic importance of Ukraine and the value of strengthening the relationship with President Zelensky. To support this reformer, we asked the White House for 2 things. First, a working phone call between Presidents Trump and Zelensky and second, a working Oval Office visit. In our view, both were vital to cementing the U.S.-Ukraine relationship, demonstrating support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression, and advancing broader U.S. foreign policy interests.
So even though this meeting was critical to both Ukraine and America, President Trump ignored all of his policy advisors and expressed reluctance to meet with the new Ukrainian president. He refused to schedule an actual date. He claimed that Ukraine tried to take me down in 2016 and directed that the 3 U.S. officials, quote, talk to Rudy. And even though on May 29th, the president signed a letter reiterating his earlier invitation for President Zelensky to visit the White House, he still did not specify a date. But then President Trump went further. He met with Ukraine's adversary, Ukraine's enemy, our enemy. President Trump met with Russia.
House Impeachment Manager Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
Didn't go unnoticed. Ukrainian officials became concerned when President Trump scheduled that face-to-face meeting with Vladimir Putin at the G20 summit in Japan on June 28th. Mr. Holmes testified on this particular point and the troubling signal that meeting sent to our friend, to our ally, Ukraine.
Also on June 28th, while President Trump was still not moving forward on a meeting with President Zelensky, he met with Russian President Putin at the G20 summit in Osaka, Japan, sending a further signal of lack of support to Ukraine.
Now let's discuss how exactly President Trump used the withholding of the White House meeting to pressure Ukraine for his phony investigations, his quid pro quo scheme. It's important to understand that the pressure exerted on Ukraine by delaying the White House meeting didn't just occur right before the July 25th call. That pressure existed during the entire scheme, and it continues to this day. We know this from the efforts of administration officials to secure the meeting and from the Ukrainians continuously trying to lock down a date. For example, even after President Trump expressed reluctance about Ukraine on May 23rd, his administration officials continued working to secure a White House meeting. On July 10th, for instance, they raised it again when Mr. Yermak and Ukraine's national security advisor met with John Bolton at the White House.
And then we knew that the Ukrainians would have on their agenda inevitably the question about a meeting. And so as we get through the main discussion, we're going into that wrap-up phase. The Ukrainians, Mr. Danylyuk, starts to ask about a White House meeting, and Ambassador Bolton was trying to parry this back.
As you've seen, President Zelensky didn't just raise the Oval Office meeting on his April 21st call. He raised the meeting on July 21st, 5th call with President Trump again. President Zelensky said on the July 25th call, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C." After the July 25th call, the Ukrainians continued to press for the meeting, but that meeting never happened. Only on September 25th, after the House announced its investigation into the president's misconduct as it relates to Ukraine, and the existence of a whistleblower complaint became public, did President Trump and President Zelensky meet face-to-face for the first time. That meeting was on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York. it was dominated by public release of the July 25th call record that had occurred the day before. It was a far cry from the strong demonstration of support that would have been achieved by an Oval Office meeting. Even President Zelensky recognized that a face-to-face talk on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly was not the same as an official Oval Office meeting. Sitting next to President Trump in New York, he again raised a White House meeting. Here is what President Zelensky said.
And I want to thank you for invitation to Washington. You invited me. But I think, I'm sorry, but I think you forgot to tell me the date. But I think in the nearest future.
President Trump was not just withholding a small thing. The Oval Office meeting was a big deal. Ukraine remains at war with Russia. It desperately needs our support. And as a result, the pressure on Ukraine not to upset President Trump, who still refuses to meet with President Zelensky in the Oval Office to this day, continues. David Holmes testified that the Ukrainian government wants an Oval Office meeting even after the release of the security assistance, and that our own United States national security objectives would also benefit from such a meeting.
Although the hold on the security assistance may have been lifted, there were still things they wanted that they weren't getting, including a meeting with the president in the Oval Office. Whether the hold, the security assistance hold continued or not, Ukrainians understood that that's something the president wanted, and they still wanted important things from the president. So I think that continues to this day. I think they're being very careful. They still need us now going forward. In fact, right now, President Zelensky is trying to arrange a summit meeting with President Putin in the coming weeks, to his first face-to-face meeting with him to try to advance the peace process. He needs our support. He needs President Putin to understand that America supports Zelensky at the highest levels. So this doesn't end with the lifting of the security assistance hold. Ukraine still needs us, and as I said, still fighting this war this very day.
Now, let's evaluate how exactly President Trump made clear to Ukraine that a White House meeting was conditioned on Ukraine announcing 2 phony political investigations that would help with President Trump's re-election in 2020, help him cheat and corrupt our democracy. By the end of May, it was clear that President Trump's pressure campaign to solicit foreign election interference wasn't working. President Zelensky had been elected and was rebuffing Mr. Giuliani's overtures. Even when President Trump directed his official staff to work with Mr. Giuliani in an effort to get President Zelensky to announce the 2 phony political investigations, that didn't work. So President Trump apparently realized that he had to increase the pressure. That's when he explicitly made clear to Ukraine that it would not get the desperately sought after Oval Office meeting unless President Zelensky publicly announced the phony investigations that President Trump sought. On July 2nd, 2019, Ambassador Volker personally communicated the need for investigations directly to President Zelensky during a meeting in Toronto.
After weeks of reassuring the Ukrainians that it was just a scheduling issue, I decided to tell President Zelensky that we had a problem with the information reaching President Trump from Mayor Giuliani. I did so in a bilateral meeting at a conference on Ukrainian economic reform in Toronto on July 2nd, 2019, where I led the U.S. delegation. I suggested that he call President Trump directly in order to renew their personal relationship and to assure President Trump that he was committed to investigating and fighting corruption, things on which President Zelensky had based his presidential campaign. I was convinced that getting the two presidents to talk with each other would overcome the negative perception of Ukraine that President Trump still harbored.
After Ambassador Volker instructed President Zelensky in Toronto on what to do, he updated Ambassador Taylor on his actions. He told Ambassador Taylor that he had counseled the Ukrainian president on how to, quote, prepare for the phone call with President Trump. He also told Ambassador Taylor that he advised Zelensky that President Trump would like to hear about the investigations. In addition to Ambassador Volker's direct outreach to President Zelensky, Ambassador Sondland continued to apply pressure as well. During two White House meetings that took place on July 10th with Ukrainian officials. The first meeting included National Security Advisor John Bolton, Dr. Fiona Hill, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, Secretary Rick Perry, Ambassador Volker, as well as Bolton's Ukrainian counterpart and Ukrainian presidential aide, Andriy Yermak.
Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, a House impeachment manager, live on the Senate floor on C-SPAN Radio.
Discussion on Ukraine's national security reform plans. Ambassador Sondland broached the subject of the phony political investigations. Fiona Hill, who attended the meeting, recalled that Ambassador Sondland blurted out the following in that meeting with the Ukrainians. Well, we have an agreement with the Chief of Staff for a meeting if these investigations in the energy sector start. That's code for Burisma, which is code for the Bidens. Ambassador Volker also recalled that Ambassador Sondland raised the issue of the 2016 election and Burisma investigations. Ambassador Volker found Ambassador Sondland's comments in that meeting to be inappropriate.
I participated in the July 10th meeting between National Security Advisor Bolton and then Ukrainian Chairman of the National Security and Defense Council, Alex Danylyuk. As I remember, the meeting was essentially over when Ambassador Sondland made a general comment about investigations. I think all of us thought it was inappropriate.
The exchange underscores that by early July, President Trump's demands for investigations had come to totally dominate almost every aspect of U.S. foreign policy toward Ukraine. Securing a Ukrainian commitment to do the investigations was a major priority of senior U.S. diplomats as directed by President Donald John Trump. The July 10th meetings also confirmed that the scheme to pressure Ukraine into opening investigations was not a rogue operation, but one blessed by senior administration officials at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As Ambassador Sondland testified, everyone was in the loop. Mr. Majority Leader, based on your statement that we should break at around 6:30, I ask your indulgence. This may be a natural breaking point in connection with my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader?
I ask consent that we have a break for 30 minutes.
Without objection, so ordered.
Majority Leader in the Senate Mitch McConnell and presiding Chief Justice John Roberts.
And when the Senate comes back in session for the impeachment trial, C-SPAN 2 will be back live. In the meantime, we want to get your reaction. We'll hear from the senators as they react to today's testimony as well. Numbers are on the screen, divided by political affiliation. 202-748-8920 for Democrats, 748-8921 for Republicans. All others, 8922 is the extension for you to dial. And you can also text a message if you can't get through on the phone lines, 202-748-8003. Tim in Ridgewood, New York, Democrat. Have you been listening today? And if so, what'd you hear?
C-SPAN Radio simulcasting C-SPAN 2 television during this break.
Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I have been listening.
And Tim, I apologize. We're going to put you on hold. Senator Braun from Indiana.
Watched the three versions in the House. We've seen this before, so I think that they believe that by repackaging it, remarketing it, we'll find something different, and I haven't seen it. So.
Well, it's interesting you said you're marketing it. Senator Kennedy said last night he was learning a lot of new things. Do you get the sense among your fellow senators?
I think it would, and that could be, but if you've been paying attention to it in detail along the way, I didn't see one thing in terms of their visual aids that wouldn't have been up on the screen during the hearings in the House. Did you guys? I have not. I think that the big thing I want to see that's new is the defense's case, and I think that all of this you got to kind of put on hold until you see what they're going to do with theirs, and clearly we won't see that until Saturday. So.
What is it possibly could we see new witnesses?
So then it boils down to, in my mind, was there a quid pro quo? And, I don't think that's what they're trying to prove here. But when you look at the components of it, the aid was eventually released, correct? And the investigation was never held. The meeting was held, even though it wasn't at the Oval Office, it was, at the UN. And the idea of pressure. And the one fact witness, which would be the president of Ukraine, said he wasn't unduly pressured. So when you're doing this in the context of an impeachment inquiry and now has turned into an impeachment and a trial, we're left with a decision, does it warrant the death sentence, which Nikki Haley tabbed it, in terms of removing somebody from office. And I don't think that case has been made. And it won't be made unless, there's something else that comes up, and I don't see where that's going to happen.
Thank you.
Senators Barrasso, Ernst, and Scott.
You just heard from Senator Braun. He was outside the Senate chamber, and Barrasso, Ernst, and Scott are actually downstairs near the Senate subway. Senator Joni Ernst first, Republican from Iowa.
This has been a very interesting few days that we have had on the floor of the Senate. And I'm going to start the discussion this evening because there are some interesting points that have been brought up that really resonate with me as a veteran and as someone who has special interests in Ukraine. Now, in 1989, as a young woman, I attended an agricultural exchange in Ukraine, 1989, while it was part of the former Soviet Union. Now, because of that exchange, I do have some interesting thoughts about Ukraine and how they wanted to be a free and independent nation at that time. And of course, a couple years after that, they did become a free and independent nation. What I find very interesting now is that the House managers are very, very centered on the fact that Russia was invading Ukraine and military funding to Ukraine. When did Russia roll their tanks into Crimea? That was 2014. Obama administration. How did the Obama administration react to that invasion of Ukraine? They reacted by sending blankets. Blankets don't throw lead downrange. This administration, President Trump, provided lethal aid to the Ukrainian people. Actually allowed them an opportunity to defend themselves. The House Democrats, these House managers, did nothing of the sort to provide that assistance to Ukraine, and yet now they are on their high horse about President Trump not doing enough for Ukraine. This administration has done more than the previous administration did when Crimea was being invaded. I have very strong thoughts about that. So, as we're being lectured by the House managers about how they are such great friends to Ukraine, got a little information. This year's National Defense Authorization Act, the conference report, which included lethal aid to Ukraine, House Manager Nadler voted no. Last year's National Defense Authorization Act, which included lethal aid to Ukraine, House Managers Lofgren, Jeffries, and Nadler voted no. This year's omnibus, which included defense spending, lethal aid to Ukraine, no. Garcia and Nadler didn't vote. So 4 of the House managers have voted against lethal aid to Ukraine. And they can sit there and lecture about this president not doing enough for Ukraine. This president has done more than they have, and he has done more than the previous administration did. Thank you.
That's Senator Joni Ernst. Next up, Senator John Barrasso, Republican, Wyoming.
Seems like Groundhog's Day in the Senate, from what we heard from the managers yesterday, the day before. It is the same thing day after day after day. It does seem that after about an hour and a half, they start repeating themselves, as if you could impeach by just kind of repeating the same thing by repetition. We are ready for the president's team to put their defense on. The president didn't have a chance to do that in the House. We have heard plenty from the House now. They say that they've had overwhelming evidence. They said it 11 times in their opening documents. Today, Representative Nadler said there is a mountain of evidence. I am ready to hear from the president's defense. There's a lot of discussion of do we need witnesses or not. This is a very serious issue. The serious thing for the country, taking a president and removing him or her from office. We've never done it in the entire history of the United States. It's not about one witness or another. There is an amount of evidence that the Democrats say they have, which is overwhelming, convincing, rock solid, a mountain of evidence. They've been a couple of days now of opening arguments. It's time for the president to get to have his defense presented, and it's time for the Senate to ask our questions and then make a decision on final judgment, a decision of do we need more information or have we heard enough. There are 4 members of the Senate who are running against the president. Voting is starting in a few days. From Schiff's opening arguments, it sure sounded like me as if he was saying the voters cannot be trusted. He was saying the voters couldn't be trusted in 2016 and the voters can't be trusted in 2020, and he's the one that ought to determine who the President of the United States is. It is time for the voters to speak. They're going to start speaking in 9 or 10 days in Iowa, and the whole country will have a chance to make its decision in November. I say I have a lot more confidence in the voters of the United States to make the right decision for our country.
Next is Senator Tim Scott, Republican, South Carolina. This is live.
Clear what's happening, and this old saying that says that if you say it often enough, it must be true. And the good news is the Democrats have literally bought into that premise that if you just say it often enough, it must be true. And we've heard the same story. Rinse it, recycle it, and repeat it. Rinse it, recycle it, and repeat it. And what is that story? The story is that the President of the United States has no responsibility whatsoever to look for injustice, corruption, anywhere, even in the 2016 election. And it is a sad day in our nation when, in fact, our Democratic House managers are simply telling the same story over and over again with actual no basis in fact.
That is the big challenge that we're facing right now, is how often we're hearing the same stories. On Tuesday all day, we heard the same stories, the same videos. on Wednesday all day, the same stories, the same video. Manager shifts started this morning by saying, I'm sorry, we're going to do some of the same things, just in a different context. And again, same stories, same videos all over again to be able to go through it. So our challenge is we want to be able to get to the full story. Apparently, they're going to take 3 full days to be able to walk through this. I was trying to take notes today on how many half-truths we were getting, that they were telling part of the story but not telling the other part of the story, where they would talk through the phone call and start talking about the phone call but conveniently leave the sentence out before or the sentence out after. And so I think my frustration is the American people are getting half the story at this point.
Senator James Lankford, Republican, Oklahoma.
Verb 1817 that says the first one that comes along seems right until they're cross-examined. And I'm looking forward in the days ahead for the first time to finally hearing both sides of the story all the way through September, October, November, December. All it was one side of the story. Now we've heard one side of the story. Apparently we're going to hear it all day again tomorrow, the same things all over again. And then finally we'll get to the other part of the story, and I look forward to getting a chance to be able to hear that.
If you want to find out about what the Obama administration did about Ukraine lethal aid, do you have any questions about the Trump administration's temporary hold on Ukraine aid?
I don't, because it was a temporary hold, and the president did release that. And please understand, too, the aid, what was being held is for the next fiscal year. So being able to direct that money to Ukraine, they are able to use that lethal aid to push back against the Russians in a meaningful manner, which is something the Obama administration never granted for the Ukrainian people.
There were 8
Senator Ernst
in Ukraine, and I was one of them, the weekend that the Russian helicopters landed to take over Crimea. We were supposed to go to eastern Ukraine that Saturday. Freedom fighters were killed that Friday night, and they felt it wasn't safe for the senators to go to Donetsk in eastern Ukraine. They took us out of the country. There are a group of us have been following this very closely, trying to get lethal aid to Ukraine from that day 5 years ago, continued to be stonewalled by the Obama administration in spite of action by Congress. And all they sent were night vision goggles, blankets, and meals ready to eat. It is President Trump who has provided the lethal aid to the people of Ukraine that is so critical to them. I went with John McCain and Tom Cotton to Dnipropetrovsk in eastern Ukraine at one point. We've met with freedom fighters there, and a number of their colleagues have lost their lives. We know personally the people there and their faces and how important it is to them and has been to them the aid that the United States through President Trump has brought forward that continued to be blocked by President Obama.
Senator John Barrasso.
Was in Ukraine February of 2019, and I can tell you I was out on the front lines in Donetsk and was able to meet with the commanding general there, and we went into that old Cold War era bunker and got a briefing on all of the wonderful abilities that the United States has been able to provide to Ukraine to give them at least a fighting chance to push back against the Russians. But one thing before we close, I am very encouraged to hear the type of support coming from the House Democrats on how they believe that we need to provide lethal aid ongoing to Ukraine and make sure our own military members in Europe are outfitted properly. I am excited that all of these members are going to be supporting our United States military men and women as we bring up defense spending, whether that's the new Space Force, whether it's autonomous vehicles, AI, and hypersonics, all of those things we need to push back against Russia. I am glad to know that they are going to be supporting and that they've publicly stated.
Senator Joni Ernst, along with other Republican senators, speaking with reporters one floor below, 2 floors below the Senate chamber. And it looks like Jay Sekulow, the president's attorney, also now coming up.
Senator Schumer, yesterday as well, Congressman Schiff used this famous quote from Alexander Hamilton about what they said was about impeachment. It wasn't about impeachment. It was a letter regarding policy disputes between Hamilton and Washington 5 years after the Constitution was adopted. 5 years after the period of time when any of this was going on. So they're not only taking the wrong law, they're taking the wrong quotes from the Founding Fathers. Let me say this. One of the things I said day before yesterday was that
the heart of the Constitution is what controls this. It would be really appropriate if they cited the right provisions and what the founders were actually talking about before making slides and presentations that are used on multiple times that are not only inapplicable, but completely out of place, especially when you're dealing with something like this. So now I'll take a couple of questions.
How is this shaping your case from what you heard in there today?
Look, anytime a good lawyer listens to the other side's arguments and you respond accordingly, we will build our, as I said before, we will refute their case and we will present our case. Next question.
Mr. Seklow, you personally appear in an email signing off on behalf of Donald Trump.
Yes.
On the attorneys for Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman
to John Dowd.
To John Dowd.
Yeah, it's called the professional responsibility and ethics. That's how you do it. Next question.
Well, no.
Yes.
Have the House managers informed you that they're going to run late tonight and go possibly?
I mean, I'm hearing that it could go. I heard to 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if that's true or not. Next question.
Jay, understanding y'all don't make the Senate rules. Would it have been helpful for y'all to present y'all's case if y'all could do a tick for tack instead of waiting 3 days?
It's just not the way it's done. I mean, it's in a Supreme Court argument. It's one side goes for 30 minutes, the next side goes for 30 minutes, and then there's sometimes occasionally they'll allow for you can have rebuttal if you reserve time. We did that kind of in the motions. You saw more of that. But once the proceedings start for that party, in this case the managers, they get, under the rules that were adopted, the resolution adopted by the Senate, they get 24 hours over 3 session days. So there's no I know people are looking for objections, and there's not. That's just not the way it works.
Is there any new evidence or any new witnesses that you plan to introduce?
Excuse me?
Is there any new evidence or any new witnesses that you want to introduce, since Republicans have the majority and can do that?
Well, I'm not talking. I just said we're not talking about witnesses right now. No, I mean, well, if we thought witnesses were not necessary, we would not bring witnesses ourselves unless we thought that there was a need for witnesses. If the other side were to get witnesses, we would have a series of witnesses. But we are nowhere near that process yet. Next question.
How important is your defense is putting the Bidens on trial and not President Trump?
Well, I mean, what I don't understand is for the last 5 hours, it's been a lot about Joe Biden and Burisma. They kind of opened the door for that response. So we'll determine as a defense team the appropriate way to do it.
Let's do one more.
Yep, one more.
Are you conceding that Trump knows Lev Parnas since you signed?
No, let me be crystal clear. Lawyers, when another lawyer asks you about representation, it doesn't mean your client knows the person or doesn't know the person. It's a question of, under the Code of Professional Responsibility, have you respond. You know what was significant in that email? Nothing. It was a response that you give as a lawyer when another lawyer asks you about a matter. Because John Dowd, remember, represented the president. That's why you have representation issues that you make sure comply with ethics. So that's the end of that question. I'm going to take one more because that was a repeat. I'm sorry. Well, that's already been, those motions have been tabled as for, documents and witnesses. So here, let me tell you, can I give you how I think this is going to, the time frame here? Without giving you exacts, because I don't know how long everybody's going to go. What's going to happen is, remember, there'll be another day of this tomorrow. I'm assuming they'll go, pretty long. I have no idea, but they'll get 24 hours. Then we will go. We will take our period of time, of which I cannot tell you how long that case will be. We will take the appropriate time to respond and present our case. Then remember, there are 16 hours of questioning. So that, I suspect, will take place over a day and a half or two, followed by then arguments on the motion regarding witnesses, which I believe is 4 hours, 2 hours each side. So we're going to get to know each other very well over the next week, I suspect. All right, very good. Thank you, everybody.
Jay Sekulow is the president's attorney, part of the legal team, speaking with reporters live outside the Senate chamber, a couple of floors below, in an area known as the Senate subway. You can hear the beeping in the background. And this is C-SPAN Radio. The Senate is in a dinner recess for the impeachment trial, scheduled to be back at 7 p.m. Eastern, but the past couple of days, the recesses have run a little bit late, so it could be a little bit beyond that. And the House impeachment managers came into today with officially 16 hours and 42 minutes left to present their case, and they have spent about 5 hours today. So they're down to under 12 hours. We expect them back, and we'll continue our live coverage when that happens. During this break, we bring you Washington Today.
You've now heard hundreds of hours of deposition and live testimony from the House, condensed into an abbreviated narrative of the facts. We will now show you these facts and many others and how they are interwoven. You will see some of these facts and videos, therefore, in a new context, in a new light, in the light of what else we know and why it compels a finding of guilt and conviction.
One of the House impeachment managers, Congressman Adam Schiff, on this second day for Democrats to lay out their case to remove the president from office. This is an impeachment update edition of Washington Today for this Thursday, January 23rd. I'm Steve Scully. With Republicans on Capitol Hill trying to poke holes into the Democratic arguments, including this from Representative Elise Stefanik of New York.
I think the fact that they chose professors to speak to millions of Americans, they are not in touch with the viewpoints of millions of Americans. So I think it helps the president's case that the Democrats continue to put up anti-Trump professors as their key witnesses.
And one of the president's lead attorneys is Jay Sekulow.
You know, we've got something very different than what you're hearing up here. You're hearing, video clips of testimony. We've got lawyers that are going to be put forward when our side of the case goes that represents multiple schools of thought on what is and is not an impeachable offense. But they have one thing in common, that the actions alleged and the actions of the president do not reach that level.
Also ahead, while he is serving as a juror, Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey has another role in the Senate, especially important during the long days in this trial.
The tradition of the Senate candy desk goes back to the 1970s. I think the first senator who took on this responsibility was a California senator, but years and years ago, decades ago, this responsibility shifted to the place where it belongs, and that is to a Pennsylvania senator, because Pennsylvania is clearly the confectionery capital of the world.
The story shaping Washington today, it's all ahead on C-SPAN Radio. We begin once again in the U.S. Senate, where Democrats sharpening their case for removing President Trump from office, kicking off the second day of opening arguments in the Senate impeachment trial by zeroing in on the first of those two charges, abuse of power. This followed yesterday's arguments in which Democrats laying out a broad but detailed chronology of what they claim was a pressure campaign on the newly elected Ukrainian president by Donald Trump. We'll have highlights in just a moment, but first, Senate reaction to the arguments. Hawaii Democrat Mazie Hirano during a break in the trial.
When Jason Crow said during his presentation that as a veteran, having fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, what it felt like to search for scrap metal to fortify their vehicles because they didn't have those kinds of protections, or to watch Ambassador Taylor on video saying that when he went to eastern Ukraine and talked to the commander who was fighting the Russians there, and the commander thanking him for the American aid, and Ambassador Taylor knowing full well that aid had been held up, who of us would not feel like, what? He said he felt badly. I'm sure he felt worse than badly because our country did not keep our word. So the human dimension of what the president did is something we should not forget. And yes, we've all heard that our colleagues are saying, well, why don't we have new evidence, which, by the way, we spent 12 hours or 13 hours on Tuesday. They spent shutting down. So that's total hypocrisy on their part, or that they're getting restless. Most of us get restless when we are presented with information we don't want to hear. Right? And they don't want to hear what the president did. And if they were to ask themselves, there's just a simple question of, is it okay for the president to have shaken down the president of another country, a very vulnerable country, who needed our support and almost $400 million in taxpayer money so his troops can fight against Russian aggression? And the president used our taxpayer money to bribe that president. Just ask themselves that question. They don't want to face that. And so they're squirming. Why? Because the truth hurts.
Earlier this week, the Washington Post reported that some Democrats were floating the idea of agreeing to testimony by either Hunter or Joe Biden in exchange for former National Security Advisor John Bolton. With more on that, here is Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Senator Graham, does it give you pause that Fiona Hill, former National Security Council official, had basically testified that this Ukraine meddling theory that you're exploring is essentially Russian disinformation. I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, so about the Russian misinformation, that's something we should all be concerned about. When Rudy's running around in the Ukraine and people are providing, hey, let me tell you what they did, everything should go through the Intel Committee because the Russians are trying to blame the Ukrainians and everybody else. I get that. This idea that the servers in the Ukraine, I don't buy that for a bit. CrowdStrike, that's got internet lore to it. It was the Russians who hacked into the DNC. Now, as to Manafort, there's stuff coming out of the Ukraine about his business dealings. I don't know if they were setting him up. But as to the Bidens, I can promise you, no one has looked at whether or not there was a conflict of interest, and no one has taken the time to explain how Hunter Biden got rich in the Ukraine and his father didn't know anything about it. Nobody has looked at whether or not when the prosecutor was fired, the next prosecutor refused, dropped the case on Burisma. Somebody needs to look at it. As much as I like Joe Biden, if it were Lindsey Graham or Mike Pence or Donald Trump, you would be looking.
Is Joe Biden corrupt?
No, I don't think Joe Biden's corrupt, but I don't think he's beyond being looked at. Here's what I would say. How many members of the body, children, are on foreign boards receiving this kind of money? I mean, if you look at the money they took from Burisma, Kerry's stepson, Hunter Biden, they gave donations to a fund in Delaware on behalf of Bo. I love Joe Biden, but I can tell you, I'm not going to sit on the sidelines and just watch the Trumps be looked at. I didn't ask for this. I will tell you that Joe Biden's one of the finest men I know, but he's got to explain this. Somebody needs to look at this. How did Hunter Biden get $1.5 billion to invest when he'd been in business for 60 days from China?
But Democrats are shooting down the idea of Joe Biden or Hunter Biden testifying. Here is the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer.
Senator, you said you want to hear from the relevant witnesses. Lindsey Graham came to this microphone and said, we've got to hear from Joe Biden. I don't think he's corrupt, but at least we need to get to the bottom of it. Why not?
The bottom line is the key issues here are, number one, why was the aid withheld? Who withheld it? And two, who suggested holding back, which we know who did, the president, on all of the information. Joe Biden has not any relationship. The Republican strategy is to divert. They can't answer the questions. They can't answer the facts. They can't answer the House managers who have done a superb job. So every day it's a new shiny object. One day let's focus on Jerry Nadler. One day let's focus on no new evidence. One day let's focus on Joe Biden. None of them have any relevance to the charges against the president.
The president spent much of the day at the White House. Tonight he is in Miami for a Republican Party fundraiser. Another story from the impeachment trial, though, includes the president's comments yesterday in Davos on his former national security advisor, John Bolton, and whether or not he should testify in the trial. Here's what he said before departing the World Economic Forum in Switzerland.
I would rather interview Bolton. I would rather interview a lot of people. The problem with John is that it's a national security problem. You know, you can't have somebody who's at national security. And if you think about it, John, he knows some of my thoughts. He knows what I think about leaders. What happens if he reveals what I think about a certain leader and it's not very positive and then I have to deal on behalf of the country? It's going to be very hard. It's going to make the job very hard.
Those comments by the president bringing this response from Democratic Senator Tom Udall of New Mexico.
President Trump, as Leader Schumer has said, is over in Davos. Number one, what he's doing in Davos, which I find outrageous, is he's playing with the jury intimidation. He said, there in Davos at the camera, he says, don't call Bolton as a witness. He said it could hurt our national security. I think that's a very, very dangerous road to go down, to say that Congress cannot handle the national security issues. Obviously, Bolton has a lot to say in public just about what went on in the meetings, but we can handle the national security part in our secure facilities, and I think we're willing to do that. The other thing that I found was really upsetting in terms of President Trump's behavior over in Davos was he and this is his quote, honestly, we have all the material and we don't, he says, honestly, we have all the material and they don't have the material. Here he is gloating over the fact that he has the documents. He's not turned them over to Congress. He's violated that special relationship, Article 1, Article 2, where Congress is supposed to be able to subpoena documents and to do oversight. And here he is gloating in it while he's sitting over in Davos. So it's beyond belief that the President of the United States would even go to Davos in the middle of an impeachment trial and then make statements like that to intimidate the jury and to gloat over the fact that he has not turned documents over.
And during a Q&A with White House reporters, the president's principal deputy spokesperson, Hogan Gidley, responding.
The president's comments that they say he was bragging in Davos about how you have all the material, Democrats don't have any material, essentially accusing him of bragging about obstructing Congress. Why would he do that?
He wasn't. That's a ridiculous allegation. What the president was clearly saying was that the evidence is all on our side. We'll get a chance to present our case in the days ahead, and you'll all see it.
He said we have the material, though.
All the evidence, all the material, the evidence to prove the president has done nothing wrong and get a complete and total exoneration.
And now to the Senate floor and the House impeachment managers. As we said earlier, this is day 2 of what will be 3 days of arguments, an attempt to sway a handful of GOP senators, as well as the general public, that President Trump should be removed from office. Jerry Nadler is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee.
Since President George Washington took office in 1789, no president has abused his power in this way. Let me say that again. No president has ever used his office to compel a foreign nation to help him cheat in our elections. Prior presidents would be shocked to the core by such conduct, and rightly so. Now, because President Trump has largely failed to convince the country that his conduct was remotely acceptable, he has adopted a fallback position. He argues that even if we disapprove of his misconduct, we cannot remove him for it. Frankly, that argument is itself terrifying. It confirms that this president sees no limits on his power or on his ability to use his public office for private gain. And of course, the president also believes that he can use his power to cover up his crimes. That leads me to the second article of impeachment, which charges that the president categorically, indiscriminately, and unlawfully obstructed our inquiry, the congressional inquiry into his conduct. This presidential stonewalling of Congress is unprecedented in the 238-year history of our constitutional republic. It puts even President Nixon to shame. Taken together, the articles and the evidence conclusively establish that President Trump has placed his own personal political interests first. He has placed them above our national security, above our free and fair elections, and above our system of checks and balances. This conduct is not America first. It is Donald Trump first. Donald Trump swore an oath to faithfully execute the laws. That means putting the nation's interests above his own. And the president has repeatedly, flagrantly violated his oath.
That from the Senate floor, and one of the impeachment managers in the House, Congressman Jerry Nadler of New York. Also taking the lead among those impeachment managers is California Congressman Adam Schiff. He is the chair of the House Intelligence Committee.
We ask about, okay, what's the national security implication of what the president did? How much more clear can it be that he's not only pushing Russian propaganda, he's not only misleading Americans about who interfered in the last election, that he's not only doing the Kremlin a favor, but that he's withholding aid from a nation at war. The Russians not only got him to deflect blame from their interference in our democracy, but they got him to withhold military aid. Now, of course, there was this convergence of interest between the Kremlin and the president. The president wasn't pushing Kremlin talking points just to do Vladimir Putin a favor. He was doing it because it helped him. Because it helped him. Because it could get these talking points for him in his re-election campaign.
WCSP-FM, Washington.
He would sacrifice our ally and our own security. But nothing struck me more from Representative Garcia's presentation than that quote from Vladimir Putin from November of this past year, so just a couple months ago. Thank God, Putin said, thank God nobody is accusing us anymore of interfering in U.S. elections. Now they're accusing Ukraine. Thank God, Putin says. Well, you got to give Donald Trump credit for this. He has made a religious man out of Vladimir Putin. But I don't think we really want Vladimir Putin, our adversary, to be thanking God for the President of the United States. Because they don't wish us well. They don't wish us well. They are a wounded animal. They are a declining power, but like any wounded animal, they are a dangerous animal. Their worldview is completely antithetical to ours. We do not want them thanking God for our president and what he is pushing out. We don't want them thanking God for withholding money from our ally, although we can understand why they may. And to me, that's what stuck out from that presentation.
That from Congressman Adam Schiff of California. Now, the Democrats will wrap up their arguments tomorrow, and then the president's lawyers will have 24 hours over 3 days to put forth the president's defense. During one of the Senate breaks, his attorney, Jay Sekulow.
So, first of all, again, we're now on day 2. Hopefully will be the end of day 2 before too long. We're hearing the same things over and over. That's the way they're going to do the case. I will assure you this. We will be putting on a vigorous defense of both fact and rebutting what they've said. Our job here is to defend both the president, the office of the presidency, and the Constitution. We're going to do that. I see nothing that has changed in the last now day and a half of their 2.5 days that we've been going here. And we're going to begin our robust case when the Senate says it's time to start and move forward. I'll answer some questions.
Are you going to go short on Saturday?
Go ahead.
Are you going to go short on Saturday?
The Senate sets the rules on how we go, so we'll see how that goes.
Do you want to save it for the weekday? Do you plan to use up all 24 hours of the time that you've been...
You know, I said this yesterday. Here's the thing. We're going to use a sufficient amount of time to not only defend our case and point out the inconsistencies of their case, but we're going to do it in an appropriate manner. We're not going to try to run the clock out. We're going to do it what we think is our legal team thinks is appropriate to present our case. We'll make that determination. We're still in their process. We'll make that determination after.
Will the White House use documents that they refuse to turn over to the House?
I'm not going to look. The White House will use and we will use appropriate documents that will be admissible for what this record is. That's the way we're going to. I'm not going to respond to anything particular. Yes.
What do you make of the fact that four of the president's allies, some players in this trial, Lindsey Graham, Alan Dershowitz, even the Attorney General, have made statements to the effect of abuse of power is impeachable? You know,
we've got something very different than what you're hearing up here. You're hearing, video clips of testimony. We've got lawyers that are going to be put forward when our side of the case goes that represents multiple schools of thought on what is and is not an impeachable offense. But they have one thing in common, that the actions alleged and the actions of the president do not reach that level, no matter which school of thought you're on. And we're not afraid to put out both of those schools of thought, because our position is you still have to meet basic fundamental constitutional obligations, and they haven't. Next.
How much work do you think you have to convince that room? How much more work do you think you have ahead to try and convince that room, or is it already over and done with you?
Look, I told you, I said this yesterday, we're prepared for any contingency that may arise. The case has a long way to go. Remember this. This is the second day of their case. They get another day. Then we get our time. Then could be 2 days of questions. And then more voting. So we may be at this for a little bit.
Jay Sekulow is one of the lead attorneys defending the president during this Senate trial. Meanwhile, one of Donald Trump's fiercest critics is Republican Bill Kristol, and this new ad taking aim at President Trump.
Mike Pence doesn't brag about sexually assaulting women.
Grab him by the I can do anything.
Mike Pence doesn't pressure foreign governments into investigating his political rivals.
Ukraine should start an investigation into the Bidens.
Mike Pence doesn't mock and make fun of people with handicaps.
You got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. Oh.
Donald Trump is being impeached. It's time for President Pence. At least it's an improvement.
And by the way, at PresidentPence.com, you will see this banner, quote, "Dump Donald Trump, get Mike Pence." Mike Pence is a bland, boring, completely typical, ordinary conservative Republican from Indiana, and if the Senate does its duty, they'll make him the next president of the United States. Meanwhile, the conservative organization, the Lincoln Project, led by lawyer George Conway, who, by the way, is the husband to White House counselor Kellyanne Conway, releasing an ad that sets their sights on Senator Susan Collins of Maine, just days before the senator will cast her vote on the articles of impeachment. Here is what that ad sounds like.
Senator Susan Collins, you aren't doing the job we elected you to do. While Mainers and the American people demand evidence, witnesses, and answers to Trump's corrupt Ukraine scheme, you keep covering for Trump. Oh, sure, you certainly talk a good game. You're concerned, troubled, worried. But one thing you're not? Independent. Madam Senator, this time a finger wag will not cut it. You're a senator, so act like it. You work for Maine, not Mitch McConnell, because Maine demands independence from our leaders. It's something we had with Olympia Snowe and Bill Cohen. Don't embarrass their legacy by protecting corruption. You aren't there to suborn corruption and loyalty to a political party. That's not the Maine way. That's the Trump way. Mainers demand independence, Senator Collins. We want a fair trial in the Senate and honest leadership. So either do your job, Susan Collins, or Maine will find someone who will.
That ad from the Lincoln Project. Meanwhile, Republican House members have been listening into the Senate trial. Here are New York Representatives Elise Stefanik and Lee Zeldin, two strong defenders of President Trump.
I wanted to address some of the video clips that were played. First of all, I think the fact that they chose professors to speak to millions of Americans, they are not in touch with the viewpoints of millions of Americans. So I think it helps the president's case that the Democrats continue to put up anti-Trump professors as their key witnesses. Additionally, I want to address Fiona Hill's testimony. What was not shown was the response and the questions from the Republican House intelligence members who voted in support of a report acknowledging Russian interference in the 2016 election, and also our proposals about how to combat any foreign interference in future elections. So that is the excerpt that was not shown. I anticipate we will continue to set the record straight, and with that, we will open it up to questions.
Congressman, Senator Graham was down here earlier and said that there's only evidence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. There was no evidence that Ukraine did. So you said it was House managers, but it's also one of the president's most defenders.
Again, at risk of repeating myself, every single example I just gave, is there a single example there that you would refute? Yeah, I mean, any member of the media. Did Charlie not write? I mean, well, if we had Ken Vogel's story from Politico, we could go point by point. There are a lot of people in the media here. Does anyone want to say that Charlie didn't write his op-ed going after Trump? Does any member of the media here want to say that Avakov never made his statements going after Trump? Does anyone want to suggest here that Chalupa did not work with the Ukrainian embassy? Is there any member of the media here who wants to suggest that the Black Ledger wasn't used to take down a Trump campaign official? Would you?
what Trump mentioned on his call with Zelensky was this theory about the server being in Ukraine. So you're talking about other things the Ukrainians may have done, but that's not what he said. He brought up the server being in Ukraine. So are you...
A few things. First off, when I give you an example of fact-checking...
Isn't that what he mentioned?
Fact-checking the president, what was said on the floor of the Senate just now. When they say that the president only became concerned about corruption in Ukraine, when Vice President Biden started running, that's ignoring the fact that, for example, you had testimony from former Special Envoy to Ukraine, Kurt Volker, who said that in September of 2017, President Trump was speaking about his concern about corruption with Ukraine. So we're talking about specific examples that exist. And again, no one is able to refute. I mean, you guys, there's a lot of smart reporters here. You guys do, I'm sure, a lot of homework on all of this. And we gave a whole lot of different examples of Ukrainians interfering in the 2016 election.
From earlier today on Capitol Hill, Lee Zeldin, Republican of New York, and his colleague, Representative Elise Stefanik. Now, at the center of this trial is the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts. On the Washington Journal, Bloomberg's court reporter Greg Storr talking about the job of presiding in the Senate, which is a new role for Chief Justice Roberts.
And John Roberts has never presided over a trial. Explain.
That's right, yeah. So actually, Sonia Sotomayor is the only justice who's ever been a trial judge. And John Roberts spent his career, he was briefly a federal appeals court judge. Before that, he was an appellate lawyer. So he's very comfortable with making arguments about, big constitutional issues. And he's certainly very comfortable in going back to his chambers and writing an opinion over the course of several months. But it will be a new experience for him to be up presiding over something and having to potentially make decisions in very short order.
From the Washington Journal, heard every morning here on C-SPAN Radio. You're listening to Washington Today. In addition to his responsibilities serving as a juror in the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump, Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania has another responsibility. He is joining us on Capitol Hill. Senator, what is that duty?
Well, Steve, that duty is the very important duty of being the custodian of the Senate candy desk.
And what's the history of that? When did that start?
Well, it's interesting. I think that the tradition of the Senate candy desk goes back to the 1970s. I think the first senator who took on this responsibility was a California senator, but years and years ago, decades ago, this responsibility shifted to the place where it belongs, and that is to a Pennsylvania senator, because Pennsylvania is clearly the confectionery capital of the world, and certainly of the United States. And so, for some years now, actually decades, with occasional brief interruption, this has been the domain of a Pennsylvania senator, and I'm proud to carry on this tradition.
Where is the desk, and over the last couple of days, how often have senators been coming over?
Well, the location of the desk is very strategic, and the assignment of desks to senators is done by the choice of the senators. So we all get to pick our desk on the floor in order of seniority. Now, I've been around long enough that I could pick a desk quite close to the front, but I choose to have the desk that is most convenient to the doors that are most frequently used for entering the Senate floor. And so I have the desk in the back row on the aisle, closest to the door that senators use when they come off the elevator. And it's a very popular place to stop and get a quick bite, especially on these days during the impeachment when we have these extended periods of time, very brief meal breaks. I think dinner break was about 20 minutes the last couple of nights. So I've gotten quite a number of visitors.
So what is it stocked with? I would assume Hershey chocolate is among the items.
Well, that is correct, but I have to tell you, we have probably over 100 candy makers across Pennsylvania, from the eastern edge to the western edge of the state and everywhere in between. We've got wonderful candies of all kinds, chocolates and others, and so that diversity is reflected in the draw, I should say. and people really seem to enjoy it.
Well, let's talk about the last couple of days, some long sessions into the evening hours, earlier in this week into the early morning hours. How often do you have to restock the desk?
It looks like it's running about once a day that we restock.
And can you share a secret in terms of who is over there the most often?
Oh, I'm not sure that I want to do that, but I will say I caught one of my colleagues actually grabbing multiple handfuls, putting them in his desk drawer so that he could then allocate them to neighboring senators. And I just told him, listen, this might be a very serious infraction, and we might have to litigate this on the Senate floor at some point.
And finally, Senator Toomey, what is the most popular candy item?
Well, I don't want to hazard a guess on that. I haven't very carefully done the inventory to determine which one gets depleted most quickly, but I can say that we run out of everything periodically.
Senator Pat Toomey, Republican from Pennsylvania, our conversation with him as he is doing extra duty during the impeachment trial. And you've been listening to Washington Today. The full program is available as a podcast. You can find it at cspan.org or on the free C-SPAN radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Well, the impeachment trial in the U.S. Senate is now back from its dinner recess, and we return to our live coverage. Chief Justice of the United States John Roberts presiding.
Mr. Chief Justice.
Majority Leader is recognized.
I've consulted with Congressman Schiff, and it looks like roughly 10:30 tonight, so we may need a short break somewhere between now and 10:30.
Thank you. It's the Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. And up first to speak will be Hakeem Jeffries, House Impeachment Manager, Democratic Congressman from New York.
The Senate, Counsel to the President, my colleagues, the American people. The second official act that President Trump used to corruptly abuse his power was the withholding of an Oval Office meeting with the President of Ukraine. Before we took the break, we started walking through the overwhelming evidence about how President Trump withheld this official White House meeting that was vitally important to Ukraine as part of a corrupt scheme to convince President Zelensky to announce 2 phony political investigations. These investigations were entirely unrelated to any official U.S. policy and solely benefited President Trump. We talked about why withholding the meeting was so significant to our ally, Ukraine. Ukraine is a fragile democracy under relentless attack from Russian-backed separatists in the east. U.S. support is vitally important to Ukraine in that war. They desperately need our support. They desperately need our assistance. Because of this vast power disparity, President Trump had immense power over Ukraine, and President Trump knew it. So when President Trump asked for a favor on a July 25th call, he knew that President Zelensky would feel incredible pressure to do exactly what President Trump wanted. President Trump used his agents, both his administration appointees and his personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani, to make clear to Ukraine, even in early July, that much needed White House meeting that they requested would only occur if they announced these phony political investigations. Now, to be clear, as Ambassador Sondland testified, everyone was in the loop. That includes Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. Even ahead of the July 25th call, Ambassador Sondland was in close, repeated contact with these officials. His mission? Schedule a telephone conversation during which the new Ukrainian leader would personally commit to do the phony investigations sought by President Trump in order to unlock a meeting in the Oval Office. This for that. A quid pro quo. Now, this isn't just based on the testimony of witnesses. It is corroborated by texts and emails as well. Let's look at some of that evidence now. On July 13th, for example, Ambassador Sondland emailed National Security Council official Timothy Morrison and made the case for President Trump to call the Ukrainian leader prior to the parliamentary elections scheduled for July 21st. In that email, as the highlighted text shows, Ambassador Sondland said the sole purpose of the call was to assure President Trump that investigations will be allowed to move forward. In other words, to get the Oval Office meeting, President Zelensky had to move forward on the phony political investigations, part of the scheme to cheat in the 2020 presidential campaign. This for that. On July 19th, Ambassador Sondland spoke directly with President Zelensky. He spoke directly with President Zelensky to prepare him for a call with President Trump. Ambassador Sondland coached President Zelensky to use key phrases and reassure President Trump of Ukraine's intention to bend to President Trump's will with respect to the phony investigations that President Trump sought. Ambassador Sondland told Kurt Volker that he gave the Ukrainian leader a full briefing. He's got it. That's what Sondland told Volker. In response, Volker texted, most important is for Zelensky to say that he will help with the investigations. That same day, Ambassador Sondland emailed top administration officials, including Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney, Secretary Pompeo, and Secretary Perry, to summarize his conversation with Zelensky. In that email, Ambassador Sondland said Zelensky is, quote, prepared to receive POTUS's call. Will assure him, meaning POTUS, that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will turn over every stone. Both Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney and Secretary Perry responded to the email, noting that the head of state call would be scheduled. Secretary Perry wrote, Mick just confirmed the call being set up for tomorrow by NSC, the National Security Council. And Mulvaney responded, I asked NSC to set it up for tomorrow. Neither Mulvaney nor Secretary Perry took issue with the fact that Sondland coached Zelensky to yield to President Trump's pressure campaign. But instead, they took steps to connect the two leaders. Everyone was in the loop. They were aware that during the July 20th call, President Trump intended to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election and press the Ukrainian leader to announce investigations into former Vice President Biden and the CrowdStrike conspiracy theory. There was no focus on advancing America's foreign policy or national security objectives. The only priority was President Trump's corrupt demand for phony investigations in exchange for an Oval Office meeting. This for that. Here's Ambassador Sondland's testimony confirming this scheme.
Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. Everyone was informed via email on July 19th, days before the presidential call. As I communicated to the team, I told President Zelensky in advance that assurances to run a fully transparent investigation and turn over every stone were necessary in his call with President Trump.
In his call with President Trump. Now we come to July 25th, the morning of the infamous phone call, the culmination of a months-long campaign to engineer a corrupt quid pro quo. That morning, before the call took place, President Trump provided guidance to Sondland. On the morning of July 25th, he told him that President Zelensky should be prepared to announce the investigations in exchange for the White House meeting. After Sondland's call with President Trump on the morning of July 25th, Sondland urgently tried to reach Kurt Volker. When he could not reach Ambassador Volker by phone, he sent a text that said, "Call ASAP," and he left a message. Volker testified that he indeed received that message, which involved the following content. Quote, "President Zelensky should be clear, convincing, forthright with President Trump about his commitment to fighting corruption, investigating what happened in the past." That refers to the Russian-inspired fake, phony, and false conspiracy theory about Ukraine having been involved in interfering in our 2016 elections. And if he does that, President Trump was prepared to be reassured that he would say yes. Come on, let's get this date for this visit scheduled. Ambassador Volker then conveyed that message approximately 30 minutes before the Trump-Zelensky call to Zelensky's top aide, Andrei Yermak.
House Impeachment Manager Congressman Hakeem Jeffries live on the Senate floor.
See on the slide, Ambassador Volker texts Yermak, Zelensky's guy, and says, assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate / get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, the White House meeting would get scheduled. This for that. So President Trump talks to Ambassador Sondland. Sondland talks to Ambassador Volker. Volker talks to President Zelensky's aide Yermak. And then the July 25th call occurs. When Ambassador Sondland testified, he agreed with this sequence, indicating it certainly makes sense. Here is what Sondland had to say.
But the sequence certainly makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does.
You talked to President Trump. You told Kurt Volker to call you. You left a message for Kurt Volker. Kurt Volker sent this text message to Andrei Yermak to prepare President Zelensky. And then President Trump had a phone call where President Zelensky spoke very similar to what was in this text message, right?
Right.
And you would agree that the message in this that is expressed here is that President Zelensky needs to convince Trump that he will do the investigations in order to nail down the date for a visit to Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Indeed, on the July 25th call, when President Trump asked for a favor, President Zelensky was ready with the magic words. He said, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I want to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and will work on the investigation." This for that. Read the transcript, President Trump says. We have read the transcript, and it is damning evidence of a corrupt quid pro quo. The evidence against Donald Trump is hiding in plain sight. During our presentation, we've walked through the serious issues presented in the plain reading of the July 25th call, but now you can see the entire context of how this corrupt parade of horribles unfolded. The quid pro quo was discussed in text messages, emails, voicemails, calls, and meetings amongst top administration officials and top Ukrainian officials. Indeed, President Trump's message was delivered to either President Zelensky or his top aides on 4 different occasions in the month of July. 4 different occasions. On July 2nd in Toronto. On July 10th at the White House. On July 19th during a call between Zelensky and Ambassador Sondland. And then on July 25th before the call with the 2 leaders. So before that fateful call on July 25th, President Zelensky understood exactly what needed to be done. A quid pro quo. The evidence of President Trump's grave misconduct does not end with that July 25th call. From that point onward, President Zelensky was on notice that it was President Trump himself who demanded those 2 phony political investigations. After the July 25th call, the Ukrainians followed up with President Trump's direction and began to coordinate with Rudolph Giuliani, the president's political bagman. Acting on the president's orders, U.S. diplomats, including Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Volker, worked with Mr. Giuliani to continue pressuring Ukraine to announce the phony investigations that President Trump sought in exchange for that Oval Office meeting. This is corruption and abuse of power in its purest form. Over the next 2 weeks, Mr. Giuliani directed Ambassadors Sondland and Volker to negotiate a public statement from President Zelensky announcing the investigations that President Trump corruptly demanded. Here is how Ambassador Sondland described this August timeframe.
Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election. Mr. Giuliani expressed those requests directly to the Ukrainians, and Mr. Giuliani also expressed those requests directly to us. We all understood that these prerequisites for the White House call and the White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements.
Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent described the pursuit of President Trump's corrupt demands as, quote, infecting U.S. engagement with Ukraine. Here is his full testimony.
In mid-August, it became clear to me that Giuliani's efforts to gin up politically motivated investigations were now infecting U.S. engagement with Ukraine, leveraging President Zelensky's desire for a White House meeting.
In short, U.S. diplomats responsible for Ukraine policy understood that Giuliani had de facto control over whether the Oval Office meeting would be scheduled and under what circumstances. Mr. Giuliani had been given that level of authority by President Trump, and it was infecting official U.S. policy toward Ukraine. To shake loose the White House meeting, top Ukrainian officials knew that they had to meet with Mr. Giuliani, who John Bolton described as a human hand grenade, who was going to blow everybody up. So on August 2nd, Mr. Giuliani met with Mr. Yermak, President Zelensky's top aide, in Madrid. Giuliani in Madrid meeting with Zelensky's top aide on August 2nd. Mr. Giuliani made clear in that meeting that President Trump needed more private assurances that Ukraine would pursue the investigations. Mr. Giuliani made clear that President Trump needed a public statement. According to Ambassador Sondland, and this is very important, President Trump did not require that Ukraine actually conduct the investigations in order to secure that White House meeting. The Ukrainian government only needed to announce the investigations because they were phony and they were simply designed to cheat in the 2020 election, solicit foreign interference, and corrupt our democracy to the benefit of President Trump.
House Impeachment Manager Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Senate trial live on C-SPAN Radio.
So the goal was not the investigations themselves, but the corrupt political benefit that President Trump would receive as a result of these announcements. He also wanted to shake this Russia thing and instead blame Ukraine with the fairy tale that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election. The facts didn't matter to President Trump. He only cared about the personal political benefit of these sought-after investigative announcements. Over the next few weeks, Ambassadors Sondland and Volker worked with Mr. Yermak to draft the public statement for President Zelensky to issue. Ambassador Volker was also in frequent contact with Rudy Giuliani regarding the content of that statement. Now, Rudy Giuliani, of course, is not a Secretary of State. He's not an ambassador. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. He was working in the political, personal interests of President Trump, interacting with Ukrainian officials. On August 9th, Ambassador Volker texted Mr. Giuliani and requested a call to update him on the progress of the negotiations for the statement and discuss the content of what it should include. Volker said that Yermak had, quote, mentioned Z, President Zelensky, making a statement. He suggested that he and Mr. Giuliani get on the phone to make sure I advise Zelensky correctly as to what he should be saying. Later that afternoon, Ambassador Sondland suggested to Ambassador Volker that they obtain a draft statement from the Ukrainian government to avoid misunderstandings. Or in other words, make sure that President Trump's political objectives were met. Ambassador Sondland also reiterated that President Trump would not be satisfied by a vague statement. The Ukrainian leader needed to commit to the phony investigations in explicit terms in order to secure the sought-after Oval Office meeting. This for that. Call records subpoenaed by the House show multiple communications between Ambassador Sondland and Mr. Giuliani on the one hand, and numbers associated with the Office of Management and Budget and the White House on the other. On August 8th, around the time of direct communications between Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Yermak, Mr. Giuliani communicated repeatedly with the White House, sending or receiving 6 text messages and completing several calls. Most notably, late in the evening on August 8th, Mr. Giuliani called the White House in a highly distinctive pattern. At 8:53 p.m., Giuliani texted a White House number. At 10:09, a number identified only as -1 in the White House call records called Mr. Giuliani 5 times in rapid succession. 2 minutes later, Mr. Giuliani attempted to return the call, trying an Office of Management and Budget number, then the White House Situation Room, then the White House switchboard. At 10:28, 16 minutes after Mr. Giuliani tried to call the White House back frantically, Situation Room, Office of Management and Budget, Switchboard. 16 minutes after Mr. Giuliani tried to call the White House back, Giuliani and the -1 number connected for 4 minutes and 6 seconds. We should be clear. We do not know what Mr. Giuliani said or even who he talked to. We do not know who was on the other end of that mysterious call with the -1. President Trump refused to produce documents and ordered key witnesses not to testify, hiding part of the truth from the American people. He obstructed our congressional investigation. But we do know that Rudolph Giuliani frantically called the White House late into the night. We do know that he talked to someone at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And we know that Mr. Giuliani likely talked about the drug deal that John Bolton characterized. Over the next few days, President Zelensky's aide, Mr. Yermak, exchanged drafts of the public statement with Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, who consulted on these drafts with Mr. Giuliani. The Ukrainian officials appeared to finally relent. They agreed to Mr. Giuliani's specific language about the phony political investigations in exchange for the Oval Office meeting. On August 10th, Yermak texted Volker that the Ukrainians were willing to make the requested statements, but only if they received a date for the White House meeting first. Mr. Yermak texted, quote, "I think it's possible to make this declaration and mention all these things." Yermak, again, is Zelensky's top guy. He later wrote, "The statement would come out after we receive a confirmation of a date for the White House visit." Ambassador Volker counter-proposed. They would iron out the statement in private, use that to get the date for the meeting in the Oval Office, and then President Zelensky would make the public statement. This for that. Mr. Yermak countered, "Once we have a date, we will call for a press briefing announcing upcoming visit and outlining vision for the reboot of the U.S.-Ukraine relationship, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling and investigations." That was a specific reference to President Trump's corrupt demands. 2 days later, Mr. Yermak sent the draft statement, but the statement did not reference Burisma or the 2016 election. As soon as Mr. Yermak sent the statement, what did Ambassadors Sondland and Volker do? They sought a call with Rudolph Giuliani to see if the statement would suffice. They needed to check in with Mr. Giuliani, who was leading the charge to lock down the corrupt quid pro quo. Let's listen to Ambassador Volker.
This is the first draft of that from Mr. Yermak after the conversations that we had.
And it does not mention Burisma or the 2016 election interference, correct?
It does not.
And you testified in your deposition that you and Ambassador Sondland and Mayor Giuliani had a conversation about this draft after you received it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Mr. Giuliani said that if the statement did not include Burisma and 2016 election, it would not have any credibility. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Giuliani, acting on behalf of President Trump, made clear that the statement from the Ukrainians had to target Vice President Biden, for the reasons outlined earlier today. And it had to mention the conspiracy theory about Ukraine interfering in the 2016 election.
House Impeachment Manager Hakeem Jeffries, live on the Senate floor.
After Mr. Giuliani conveyed this on the telephone call, Ambassadors Volker and Sondland texted Mr. Yermak and requested a call to convey that message. Ambassador Volker says, "Hey, Andre, we spoke with Rudy. When is good to call you?" And Ambassador Sondland makes clear the urgency, texting, "Important. Do you have 5 minutes?" Now, Ambassador Volker made clear to Mr. Yermak that the statement needed the two key items Mr. Giuliani required for the president. Here's Ambassador Volker's testimony to that effect.
Hi, Andre. Good talking. Following his text with insert at the end for the two key items, we will work on official request.
And then you'll see the highlighted portion of the next text. The other is identical to your previous one, and then it just adds including these involving Burisma in the 2016 elections. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that was what Mr. Giuliani insisted on adding to the statement?
That's what he said would be necessary for that to be credible.
And the Ukrainians ultimately did not issue this statement. Is that right?
That is correct.
And President Zelensky ultimately did not get the Oval Office meeting either, did he?
Not yet.
President Zelensky is still waiting for that Oval Office meeting. Ronald Reagan, in a speech that he delivered in 1987 at the foot of the Berlin Wall, in the midst of the Cold War, said to the world, "East and West do not mistrust each other because we are armed. We are armed because we mistrust each other. And our differences are not about weapons, but about liberty." The Trump-Ukraine scandal is certainly about weapons. It's about the unlawful withholding of $391 million in security aid. It's about a withheld, sought-after Oval Office meeting. It's about trying to cheat in the 2020 election. It's about corrupting our democracy. It's about undermining America's national security. It's about a stunning abuse of power. It's about obstruction of Congress. It's about the need for us here in this great chamber to have a fair trial with witnesses and evidence. It's about a corrupt quid pro quo. But perhaps above all else, it's about liberty. Because in America, for all of us, what keeps us free from tyranny is the sacred principle that in this great country, no one is above the law.
Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat from New York, House Impeachment Manager. This is live coverage from the Senate impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. The House managers have just under 12 hours or so left to give their presentation. They can use all that time today and tomorrow. Next is another impeachment manager coming up, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, Democrat from Texas.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, President's Counsel, we reviewed the mountain of evidence that proves the President's officials act in his scheme. The corrupt bargain of a White House meeting in exchange for Ukraine announcing sham political investigations. You heard from each relevant witness with first-hand knowledge of the President's corrupt scheme. Sondland, Taylor, Volker, Hill, and Vindman, that there was a corrupt deal, an Oval Office meeting for investigations, quid pro quo, this for that. You also saw inescapable documentary proof that clearly proves a corrupt quid pro quo. The evidence is consistent, corroborated. It comes from in many forms, from many individuals who are lifelong public servants with no motivation to lie. In short, the evidence is overwhelming. Given how much we have gone through, let's review some of those career public servants' testimony who state clearly that they too believed it was a quid pro quo, a this for that. Because it is really powerful to hear directly from them. So let's watch Ambassador Taylor.
By mid-July, it was becoming clear to me that the meeting President Zelensky wanted was conditioned on the investigations of Burisma and alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. It was also clear that this condition was driven by the irregular policy channel I had come to understand was guided by Mr. Giuliani.
It was clear these were conditions driven by irregular policies. And we know this too because Ambassador Sondland said so at the July 10 meeting. Dr. Fiona Hill described the scene in Ambassador Bolton's office where the quid pro quo was made clear. Let's watch.
The Ukrainians, Mr. Danylyuk, starts to ask about a White House meeting, and Ambassador Bolton was trying to parry this back. Although he's the National Security Advisor, he's not in charge of scheduling the meeting. We have input recommending the meetings, and this goes through a whole process. So it's not Ambassador Bolton's role to start pulling out the schedule and start saying, right, well, we're going to look and see if this Tuesday in this month is going to work with this. And he does not, as a matter of course, like to discuss the details of these meetings. He likes to leave them to, the appropriate staff for this. So this was already going to be an uncomfortable issue. As Ambassador Bolton was trying to move that part of the discussion away, I think he was going to try to deflect it onto another wrap-up topic, Ambassador Sondland leaned in basically to say, well, we have an agreement that there will be a meeting if specific investigations are put underway. And that's when I saw Ambassador Bolton stiffen. I was sitting behind him in the chair, and I saw him sit back slightly like this. He'd been more moving forward like I am to the table. And for me, that was an unmistakable body language, and it caught my attention. And then he looked up to the clock and, at his watch or towards his wrist in any case. Again, I was sitting behind him, and basically he said, well, it's been really great to see you. I'm afraid I've got another meeting.
Ambassador Bolton stiffened. Quite a description. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's testimony is consistent with Dr. Hill's recollection of the July 10 meeting. And it was made clear that the deal for the White House meeting was investigations. Let's watch Lieutenant Colonel Vindman.
I want to move now to that July 10th meeting that you referenced, Colonel Vindman. What exactly did Ambassador Sondland say when the Ukrainian officials raised the idea of a White House meeting?
As I recall, he referred to specific investigations that Ukrainians would have to deliver in order to get these meetings.
Lieutenant Vindman, first-hand knowledge. They would have to deliver in order to get these meetings. It was also clear that this wasn't about general investigations about corruption. This was about corruption. It wasn't about corruption at all. Ambassador Sondland directed everyone, including the Ukrainian officials, to reconvene in the war room where he discussed the arrangement he had reached with Mr. Mulvaney in more detail. And he made clear that it was about specific investigations that would benefit President Trump personally. Here's Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testifying where he explains that Ambassador Sondland referred to the Bidens, Burisma, and the 2016 election, which had nothing to do with national security policy. Let's watch.
Were the investigations, the specific investigations that Ambassador Sondland referenced in the larger meeting, also discussed in the Wardroom meeting?
They were.
And what did Ambassador Sondland say?
Ambassador Sondland referred to investigations into the Bidens, Burisma in 2016.
How did you respond, if at all?
I said that this request to conduct these meetings was inappropriate. These investigations was inappropriate and had nothing to do with national security policy.
Nothing to do with national security policy. That's about sums it up, doesn't it? It has nothing to do with national security policy. President Trump's scheme was for his personal interest, not national security. And his testimony, once again, is corroborated. Dr. Hill joined the Wardroom conversation later and also recalled the discussion of investigations in a White House meeting, and that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said, quote, "This is inappropriate. We're the National Security Council. We cannot be involved in this." Here's her testimony.
And so when I came in, Gordon Sondland was basically saying, well, look, we have a deal here that there will be a meeting. I have a deal here with Chief of Staff Mulvaney. There will be a meeting if the Ukrainians open up or announce these investigations into 2016 in Burisma. And I cut it off immediately there. Because by this point, having heard Mr. Giuliani over and over again on the television and all of the issues that he was asserting, by this point it was clear that Burisma was code for the Bidens, because Giuliani was laying it out there. I could see why Colonel Vindman was alarmed. And he said, this is inappropriate. We're the National Security Council. We can't be involved in this.
And what's more, as Ambassador Sondland told us, everyone was in the loop. Meaning it became clear that President Trump was directing this. And Dr. Hill, who at one point confronted Gordon Sondland over this arrangement, further reached the conclusion that he was acting on the president's orders and coordinating with other senior officials. He had made this clear. He was briefing the president on all this. Here's Dr. Hill's testimony. Let's watch.
So I was upset with him that he wasn't fully telling us about all of the meetings that he was having. And he said to me, but I'm briefing the president. I'm briefing Chief of Staff Mulvaney. I'm briefing Secretary Pompeo, and I've talked to Ambassador Bolton. Who else do I have to deal with? And the point is we have a robust interagency process that deals with Ukraine. It includes Mr. Holmes. It includes Ambassador Taylor as the chargé in Ukraine. It includes a whole load of other people. But it struck me yesterday when you put up on the screen Ambassador Sondland's emails and who was on these emails, and he said, these are the people who need to know, that he was absolutely right. Because he was being involved in a domestic political errand. And we were being involved in national security foreign policy, and those two things had just diverged.
Video clip played in the U.S. Senate. This is the impeachment trial of President Trump, live on C-SPAN Radio, WCSP-FM, Washington. Presenting now is impeachment manager Sylvia Garcia.
So the evidence is very clear. The White House meeting would only be scheduled if Ukraine announced the investigations that everyone, including the Ukrainians, understood to be purely political efforts to benefit the president. The only way to come to a different conclusion is to ignore the evidence. One additional way you can tell that this conduct is truly corrupt and not U.S. foreign policy, as usual, is that these officials These lifetime career public servants didn't just testify about this in impeachment proceedings. They contemporaneously reported this conduct in real time. Their reactions illustrate that this was not the kind of thing that both parties do when they have the White House. This was something different, something corrupt, something insidious, to use Ambassador Sondland's characterization in later testimony. The officials who instinctively recoiled from the corrupt deal that Sondland blurted out were distinguished, patriotic public servants. Let's go through some specific examples of that evidence. After the July 10 meeting we just talked about, where Ambassador Sondland made clear the agreement that the White House meetings were conditioned on the investigations, Dr. Hill consulted with Ambassador Bolton and told him what she had heard. Ambassador Bolton gave her, as she put it, very specific instruction to report this conduct in real time, and she did. Here is her testimony. Let's watch.
A specific instruction was that I had to go to the lawyers, to John Eisenberg, our senior counsel for the National Security Council, to basically say, you tell Eisenberg, Ambassador Bolton told me, that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
Again, investigations for a meeting. The quid pro quo. Consistent with Dr. Hill's recounting, after both the July 10 meeting and the July 25 call, Lieutenant Vindman reported that he had learned to the lawyers. Here he is discussing that later interaction. Let's see it.
And you went immediately and you reported it, didn't you?
I did.
Why?
Because that was my duty.
Vindman said he reported this conduct again because that was his duty. He acted as he did out of a sense of duty. And as a Purple Heart veteran with confidence in America, he would be protected for doing this right thing, even if it angered the President of the United States. His father, who fled the Soviet Union to come to this country, worried about his son fulfilling that duty. Here was Colonel Vindman's message to his father. Let's listen.
Dad, my sitting here today in the U.S. Capitol talking to our elected officials is proof that you made the right decision 40 years ago to leave the Soviet Union and come here to the United States of America in search of a better life for our family. Do not worry, I'll be fine for telling the truth.
You realized when you came forward out of sense of duty that you were putting yourself in direct opposition to the most powerful person in the world. Do you realize that, sir?
I knew I was assuming a lot of risk.
And I'm struck by that word, don't worry, that phrase, do not worry, you addressed to your dad. Was your dad a warrior?
He did serve. It was a different military, though.
And he would have worried if you were putting yourself up against the President of the United States. Is that right?
He deeply worried about it because in his context, there was the ultimate risk.
And why do you have confidence that you can do that and tell your dad not to worry?
Congressman, because this is America. This is the country I've served and defended, that all of my brothers have served, and here, right matters.
Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Imagine he had to tell his father, do not worry, I'll be fine for telling the truth. It was his duty because in America, right matters. President Trump has suggested that all of the witnesses are never Trumpers. That couldn't be further from the truth. As we just saw, these U.S. officials are brave public servants. It is wrong, just flat wrong, to suggest that we're doing anything other than testifying out of a sense of duty, as Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified. But it wasn't just U.S. officials whose reactions show us that this was wrong. It is also clear how corrupt this scheme was because Ukraine resisted it. President Zelensky was elected as a reformer. His first few months in office, he lived up to this promise. Here is Ambassador Taylor testifying on this point. Let's see it.
But once I arrived in Kyiv, I discovered a weird combination of encouraging, confusing, and ultimately alarming circumstances. First, the encouraging. President Zelensky was reforming Ukraine in a hurry. He appointed reformist ministers and supported long-stalled anti-corruption legislation. He took quick executive action, including opening Ukraine's high anti-corruption court. With a new parliamentary majority stemming from snap elections, President Zelensky changed the Ukrainian constitution to remove absolute immunity from Rada deputies, the source of raw corruption for 2 decades. The excitement in Kyiv was palpable. This time could be different, a new Ukraine finally breaking from its corrupt post-Soviet past.
So we know that President Zelensky was a reformer, fighting corruption, fighting for reform, and he got started early as soon as he was sworn in. We know that President Zelensky's agenda was in our U.S. national interest. In fact, every witness testified that President Zelensky deserved America's support, and that they told President Trump that. So keeping that in mind, it is extremely telling what President Zelensky and his aides were saying behind closed doors. They were concerned about being dragged into President Trump's scheme. They recognized the political peril of going along with the president's corrupt scheme. We know that from the case for many reasons. But let's look at some of the evidence showing that now.
House Manager Sylvia Garcia, live coverage, WCSP from Washington.
First, the Ukrainians made their concerns clear directly to U.S. officials. On July 20, just days ahead of the July 25 call, Ambassador Taylor spoke with President Zelensky's national security advisor. He then conveyed to Ambassador Sondland and Volker that the Ukrainian leader, quote, did not want to be used as a pawn in a U.S. re-election campaign. Here's Ambassador Taylor explaining what he understood that to mean. Let's watch.
What did you understand it to mean when that Zelensky had concerns about being an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics?
Mr. Daniluk understood that these investigations were pursuant to Mr. Giuliani's request to develop information, to find information about Burisma and the Bidens. This was very well known in public. Mr. Giuliani had made this point clear in several instances in the beginning, in the springtime, and Mr. Daniluk was aware that that was a problem.
And would you agree that because President Zelensky is worried about this, they understood at least that there was some pressure for them to pursue these investigations? Is that fair?
Mr. Daniluk indicated that President Zelensky certainly understood it, that he did not want to get involved in these type of activities.
As the slide shows, on July 21, Ambassador Taylor relayed the same message to Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, making clear, quote, President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument in Washington domestic politics. But Ambassador Sondland did not back down. Instead, Ambassador Sondland reinforced the importance that President Zelensky reassure President Trump of his commitment to the investigations. He said, quote, absolutely, but we need to get the conversation started and the relationship built, irrespective of the pretext. I am worried about the alternative. The pretext that Ambassador Sondland referred to was President Trump's requirement that Ukraine announce investigations that would benefit him personally and politically. He wanted help in cheating. And it wasn't just Ambassador Taylor. Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, too, testified that Ukraine was, quote, very uncomfortable when the issue of investigations was raised during the negotiations of the statement in August of 2019. As the slide shows, Mr. Kent said, quote, I had a conversation with Sergei Taylor in which he indicated that Special Representative Volker had been engaging with Andriy Yermak, that the President and his private attorney, Rudy Giuliani, were interested in the initiation of investigations, and that Yermak was very uncomfortable when this was raised with him, and suggested that if that were the case, if that were really the position of the United States, it should be done officially and put in writing. And I told Bill Taylor that's wrong, and we shouldn't be doing that as a matter of U.S. policy. And when asked, what did he say? Mr. Kent said, quote, he said he agreed with me. Now, what's also important to note is this. Why? Ukraine made this clear. If the U.S. was asking them for investigations, especially investigations that made them uncomfortable, they should be done officially and put in writing. Mr. Kent's testimony shows that. He said, quote, Yermak was very uncomfortable when this was raised with him and suggested if that were the case, if that were really the position of the United States, it should be done officially and put in writing. And this wasn't the only time. On August 13, Mr. Yermak asked Ambassador Volker, quote, whether any request had ever been made by the United States to investigate election interference in 2016. Now, this makes sense. Normally, if something is actually about official U.S. policy, the President would go through official U.S. channels. But as we've seen here, he didn't. His personal attorney made this. This wasn't about foreign policy. It was something that would benefit President Trump personally. The administration officials made this clear, too. There were undisputed testimony that the investigations were not part of U.S. policy. In fact, they diverged with the U.S. national security and our nation's values. And the Department of Justice has made this crystal clear in public statements. They have never been asked officially to do any of these investigations. And that's how we know this is so very wrong. Even Ukraine, a struggling new country, knew this was wrong. And they stood up to President Trump and said so. Yermak, and remember he was Zelensky's chief aide, was basically saying, you want an investigation? Please send us a formal request from DOJ. Show us you're willing to stand behind the legitimacy of what you're asking. But Ambassador Volker was unable to provide that information. And that's why, even though the White House meeting was so critical to Ukraine, even though Ukraine needed it so desperately, they still wouldn't make the statement with the key additions. President Trump's political investigations, which were solely to help his reelection and had nothing to do with foreign policy. President Zelensky tried different ways to resist the pressure of becoming a pawn in U.S. politics. Even though the Oval Office meeting was important, Zelensky repeatedly tried to find a way around committing to the investigations that President Trump demanded, or at the very least, schedule it before taking any official action. This is what you saw in the negotiation over the statement in August. And this is why even President Trump's second official act, withholding the White House meeting, was not enough to make Ukraine do his dirty work. Senators, we're coming to the end of the section of the presentation regarding the withholding of the White House meeting. So I want to just quickly remind us one last time about the central points that we have covered. President Trump exercised his official power when he withheld an Oval Office meeting that was critical to Ukraine. And he did this for only one reason, and one reason only. President Trump conditioned that Oval Office meeting on Ukraine, announcing investigations that would help him politically. This had nothing to do with official U.S. policy. President Trump directed U.S. officials who were supposed to work for the American people, to work instead with his personal agent, Rudy Giuliani, and focus only on his personal political interests. Acting on behalf of the President and with the President's full knowledge, Mr. Giuliani worked with those U.S. officials to carry out the President's scheme. They pressured the Ukrainian government to ask as a personal opposition research firm for President Trump. They tried to use a foreign government to dig up dirt on his client's rival, former Vice President Biden, an American citizen. And so President Trump could win his election. And they made clear that Ukraine would not get the official U.S. government support that it so desperately needed. Support that the President's national security team conveyed was necessary to advance our own national security objectives unless President Zelensky announced the sham investigations. Remember that an abuse of power occurs when the President corruptly exercises official power to obtain a personal benefit in a way that ignores or injures the national interest. Senators, that is exactly what happened here. By withholding a White House meeting, President Trump used official power to corruptly pressure Ukraine. Indeed, the entire quid pro quo, the this for that, the entire campaign to use the Oval Office meeting as some kind of asset for the President's reelection campaign was corrupt. Officials knew this. Ukrainians knew this too. And I think deep down, we all know it. And I think the American people know it. Senators, I ask you this one question. Is that not an abuse of power? Was it okay? If it's not an abuse of power, then what is? Is it okay to withhold official acts from a foreign country until that foreign country assists your reelection effort? If any other public official did that, he or she would be held accountable. I know that if one of us did that, we would be held accountable. The only way to hold this president accountable is right here in this trial. Otherwise, you would be telling Ukraine and the world that it's okay for the president to use our Oval Office and this country's prestige and power for himself instead of for the American people. If we allow this gross abuse of power to continue, this president would have free rein to abuse his control of U.S. foreign policy for personal interests. And so would any other future president. And then this president and all presidents become above the law. A president could take the powers of the greatest office in this land and use those powers not for the country, not for the American people, but for him or herself. I ask you to make sure this does not happen, because in this country, no one is above the law. Nadie se está encima de la ley. Now I yield to Ms. Demings.
Sylvia Garcia, Democratic Congresswoman from Texas, also served as a municipal court judge.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, the House managers have requested a 5-minute break.
So ordered. Senate is in recess.
All right, we're going to try to get some phone calls in and get your reaction to what's happening. 5 minutes. The Senate will come back abruptly. We will go back live as soon as that happens. Let's hear from Christine in Apple Valley, California on our Republican line. Hi, Christine.
Hi, how are you?
What have you heard today?
What I've heard today, yes, I think this is a 3-ring circus. Okay, the whole impeachment deal. I voted for Trump. Okay, I admit he has some issues. Other than that, I think this is a railroad from the get-go, like I tell my neighbor. They've been trying to get him out since he got into office. I think we're wasting the taxpayers' time. I think we're wasting everybody's time. Let him finish out his term. If he gets the next election, great. If he doesn't, oh well. But I think we're wasting everybody's time with this impeachment trial.
What do you think about the call for witnesses?
I'm up and down on that. Okay, I've been following politics too long. I've been a Republican too long. And you know what? This isn't working. But I will tell you, the Hamilton stuff with the Democrats that needs to cut. They're wasting a lot of time.
That's Christine in Apple Valley, California. Up next is Frank down in Birmingham, Alabama, Democrats line. Frank, what's your reaction?
My reaction is one of the greatest statements I just heard when Garcia played the tape of the military man who read the letter. And the 3 words was that America has to be right. She can't sell herself to North Korea. She can't sell herself to China. She can't even sell herself, as Trump has done, to Russia. If this kind of carrying on is going on. Now, again, Adam Schiff was so delineated and so unequivocally clear until Lindsey Graham himself in the hallways, and I'm glad you guys got it, had to tell Adam Schiff he did a great job. And they have done a great job of proving, again, unequivocally, there's quid pro quo. I mean, again, the letters, how can American citizens act like they're blind as all this information is being delineated unequivocally to the public? Anybody that's paying any sense, if you blind, ignorant, and crippled and crazy, then it's just no hope for me and like myself. I was a gang member, incarcerated, and I got saved, been on 700 Club with Pat Robinson and them, and got my life changed. But the way that these people are acting now on the other side over there, under In God We Trust, swear before God, will sit in that deliberating, most powerful body, second to the president himself, the Senate. And the senators themselves will sit up there and then come out and talk and give interviews to you guys. And let me say this to Senator Scott of South Carolina. You from the state that where the first bullets was launched in the Civil War. And for a black man to stand in there and to be complicit to this is absolutely ridiculous and is mind-boggling, and I do not understand. And as a reformed convict, it really makes me want to go back and break laws. Because if the president of the United States can break laws, why can't I?
Frank, what have you been doing since you've been out of the gangs and out of prison?
I got appointed out of gangs. I started dealing with gangs in Birmingham. The mayor, first black mayor of Birmingham appointed me as a gang liaison to deal with the gang problem. President Clinton has honored me. I've been with Obama, and so I've led marches against gangs. And matter of fact, I did the largest gun buyback, and with Abraham Woods, president at CLC, first gun buyback in America, where we was able to get 411 guns in 1 hour off the street. No one has beat that record. So I unequivocally has given my life to the system. I got a pardon. I ran for mayor twice. I was the first African American in my district, District 2, to run against a white person and get in a runoff with all my criminal history. That's how committed I've been to this flag, to this anthem, and to this country. But now I kneel at the anthem, and I will not sing it, because what 45 has done has just demoralized me. And this man I was arrested 33 times before I was 19 years old. This guy's more criminal than me. And I am ashamed of my crime. And thank God they forgave me, and people forgave me too. But with this president and those that are backing him, it is absolutely ridiculous, and it's an insult to any person that's been incarcerated that had to go before a jury, where a jury could not have the evidence. Like these senators, they had evidence, they look at the evidence, and then they sit in there and hear evidence. I mean, no one in America gets this kind of trial.
So, Frank, what about the argument that the House should have called these witnesses, subpoenaed these witnesses, taken their time a little bit more?
Again, the president would not allow them to go. He said he's going to institute executive privilege to keep those individuals from testifying. They did everything again. Let me just say this, too, going back to myself. A lot of crimes that I committed, I admitted I was guilty and just went on and did what happened, what was due me. The president, whatever he thought he was doing, if he absolutely didn't think he was wrong, what was done was wrong. So a good person would just come forth and say, I was wrong in what I was trying to do. I seen this country was moving towards corruption. I feel that Biden and his son might have been part of it. So come on over to the White House. And if you and like another thing that really stirred me in Garcia's dissertation, when she said the Ukrainian president wanted the Department of Justice to investigate it and give him notification that they would handle it, he would be willing to be complicit, and that never happened.
All right, Frank in Birmingham, thanks for calling in. Derek, you've heard what the House managers have had to say. You heard what Frank in Birmingham had to say. What's your reaction?
My reaction is it was a railroad in the Congress. That now that we're in the Senate, it's a fair trial, whether the Democrats are complaining or not. The president has done more for this country than presidents before him, and us Republicans stand united. Go Trump.
It's Derek in Runge, Texas. This is Kurt in Cheyenne, Wyoming, Independent Line.
Hey, good evening. Look, just from not the previous caller, the one that was previous to Trumper there, I just want to say to him in Birmingham, don't give up hope, brother. You keep going. I can relate to him. I don't have my voting rights right now because of a felon. That's on me. Shame on me. I did 4 years of counseling, and I changed my life around. People can change. But right now, I just have to say that, one of the reasons I called on the independent line is that I don't like to be pigeonholed as either a Democrat or a Republican. I really, truly feel this society of ours is, if we don't wake up, people, we have to wake up and pick up ourselves up out of our silos and listen to the other side. I just have to say, I called my senator. I know it fell on deaf ears in the red state of Wyoming, which is sad. Sad. I get disdain watching Barrasso stand up by McConnell in meetings. It's terrible. Listen, I listened to all of the impeachment hearings thanks to C-SPAN. I've been off on medical leave for a while, and I heard truly all of the testimony that was done in the House Intel and Judiciary committees. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that the only thing only question out there, truly, if you got Bolton to confirm the testimony of Fiona Hill and what he told her, that is done. This rogue, look, Donald Trump acted in a manner to do nothing but further his own personal advancement. That's all Donald Trump has ever been interested in, his own personal advancement. He got into the office, I think, truly was astounded that he did it and looked inward and said, oh, my God, what the hell have I gotten myself into?
That's Kurt and Cheyenne. We're going to leave it there. Kurt, the House impeachment managers have used up 13 hours and 1 minute. They have 10 hours and 59 minutes that they can still use. It's been said that they'll go till about 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, and then they'll pick it back up beginning at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And, of course, it'll all be live on cspan 2. Mitch McConnell is returning to the Senate floor, so they will be coming in shortly. But in the meantime, let's hear from Stephen in Minneapolis, Democrat. Hi, Stephen.
Hi. It's amazing what I'm hearing. The Democrats are presenting a solid case with limited information. They have not been able to receive the documents nor be able to talk to the witnesses. And they still have a very strong case. What I'm hearing from the Senate right now of the Republicans is just pontification of arbitrary things. They don't care about the facts. They are in lockstep. Their comments are all the same. It makes me fearful of what is happening to the government.
That was Stephen in Minneapolis. Now, the House impeachment managers, the Democrats, have 24 hours. They have about 11 left. Then the Trump defense team gets 24 hours. Then the senators get 16 hours to ask questions. After that, there's a 4-hour debate on whether documents and witnesses should be included in this phase of the trial. All live on cspan 2. Kyle, Elizabeth, New Jersey, Republican. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I'm not quite sure yet that this is a foregone conclusion in the Senate. We do have a couple of middle-right senators there, Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, who haven't made up their minds quite yet. And I'll admit I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. He wasn't my initial choice. But I've come to view this from a different standpoint, and I don't find that the abuse of power or obstruction of Congress charges really do fit. This, from my point of view, would set a terrible precedent in terms of holding the presidential office captive almost as a pet to Congress and limit its power, questioning every decision the president is able to make. Checks and balances are there for a reason, and I'm a strong federalist, and I believe in the checks and balances of government, but this is overblown, and I think after all of this time, our Congress needs to get back to work, and I'm just not satisfied with the Democrats' argument up to this point.
Michelle in Lansing, Michigan, Independent. If I cut you off, Michelle, that's because the Senate has come back in. Go ahead.
Yes, I believe that this is just purely a witch hunt, and Pelosi says she speaks for the people. She don't speak for me. This is crap. And as far as that goes, it's a waste of our taxpayer dollars. You know, we pay for what? The same thing over and over and over again. They're not saying anything different. I'm really a Trump supporter, and he'll serve 4 more years if I have anything to do about it.
That's
People
Michelle in Lansing, and this is Chris in Oneida, New York, Democrat. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, man? First, I want to thank you, you guys at C-SPAN. You are the last bastion of unequivocal and unbiased news feed on this subject. I'm a student of political philosophy and science, and I see this, and it's extremely concerning to see that the Republican Party is choosing to be blind. I can't believe the fact that they just don't see the facts here. I have to just go with my heart and think that there's something else going on there, that they're scared for their political careers or something like that. But the Democrats are performing fantastically. I wish that they would speak with a little more bravado and moral authority, because the precedent that we're setting with this, if this goes the wrong way, this kicks the doors open for corruption in this country. I mean, it brings it right out in the open. the one beautiful thing about Trump is that you have to say this man is brazen about his political corruption. I mean, when he moved out of Syria, or when he moved off the Kurdish border, he said, "Oh, I'm just moving to take the oil. I'm going to take the oil." For Lord's sake, the stuff that is going on in this country right now is worrying me considerably.
That's Chris in Oneida, New York, and this is a text from Sean in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. I can understand Democrats believing this. If I didn't pay attention, I would demand Trump be removed. However, I have paid attention and see right through the politicians' lies. Josh, Yuba City, California. Very quickly, what are your comments?
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked by this whole thing because it blows my mind that the people are not rising up or just at least seeing through it and speaking out. Donald Trump apparently was convinced that there was corruption, right? And he asked Ukraine to help him out with it. And now everything the Democrats are saying is there's no proof of that, there's no proof of that he was doing it for his own gain. But if you look clearly at it, there's every reason to look into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and what they were doing. And the very fact that none of the Democrats are even beginning to talk about that or even think about that shows that they're biased and they're not in this for a fair fight.
Josh, how is it that you've been able to watch so much of this?
Because it's important to me, me and a whole lot of anonymous patriots out there. We research and we dig and we try to find the truth because it's important to us. It's all about your priorities,
Thank you, sir. Heather, Edmond, Oklahoma, Republican line. Hi, Heather.
Hi. I just wanted to say I completely agree with what Josh said, but another thing is that Frank, who called in earlier, any American that kneels for the national anthem should be ashamed of themselves. But all of this, I feel like, is a huge waste of time. They keep saying the same thing over and over and over again, and we're not getting anywhere with it. No evidence of any corruption. And also just the fact that there was corruption in Ukraine. They've been known for it for years and years, and the fact that he wanted to look into that, I feel like that's completely legitimate.
Heather, you live in a university city, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And what's it like to discuss politics in that city?
It's pretty red over here. There are very few Democrats, so I just went to California recently, and that was quite an ordeal. But everybody's on Trump's side on this over here where we are.
Are you shy about bringing up your political points of view?
Absolutely not. I welcome it.
All right. Let's hear from Pam in Chicago, Democrat. Hi, Pam.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I did like what Senator Ted Cruz had to say, and that what I would like to see, if they bring any witnesses, is the prosecutor from Ukraine. I think that would be a good witness. So let's see what he has to say. But Senator Ted Cruz put forth a very good argument yesterday at the very end, and I am a Democrat, but I am really interested in what was going on with, then Vice President Biden, and, even what's the whole basis of being able to make that request to begin with. So I heard the talk today about it was legal for Vice President Biden to make that request, but I'd like to learn more about that.
What kind of work do you do in Chicago, Pam?
I'm a librarian, and I substitute teach.
All right. Thanks for calling in. Connie, Marshall, Wisconsin, Independent Line. Connie, go ahead.
Hi. I'm concerned about how most people just take other people's words, like the...
Connie, we're all listening.
Okay.
You know what? You gotta turn down your TV and don't look at your TV. Just talk on the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I hope that we can get these people in for witnesses and just see what's going on. A trial is not a trial without witnesses.
And the House is back, or the Senate is back in session.
Majority Leader is recognized.
If I may, one brief announcement. In the morning, there will be a coronavirus briefing for all members at at 10:30. Senator Alexander and Senator Murray are involved in that. The location will be emailed to your office.
Chief Justice Roberts, Senators, and Counsel for the President.
House Manager Val Demings.
We have now been through the first two official acts by the President, but neither of those official acts got the President what he wanted, help in his re-election campaign. So he turned to another official act to turn up the pressure even more, withholding nearly $400 million of vital military assistance to Ukraine in exchange for the investigations. Withholding military assistance to Ukraine made the original abuse of power, soliciting foreign interference in our elections, that much worse. But it was also in and of itself an abuse of power. And not only that, it violated the law. It was illegal. The Government Accountability Office, a nonpartisan independent agency, concluded that President Trump's hold on the security assistance clearly violated the Impoundment Control Act, a law that Congress enacted to curb President Nixon's own abuse of power. Now, President Trump may not like it, but once a law is passed, the President cannot change that law without coming back to us, the Congress. And President Trump did not just break the law, he jeopardized our national security. Because Ukraine's national security is our national security. How? Because a free and democratic Ukraine is a shield against Russian aggression in Europe. That has been one of America's most important foreign policy and national security goals since World War II. Freedom, liberty, democracy, those values keep us safe. Let us now explain how President Trump's improper withholding of military assistance was clearly done to pressure Ukraine to announce the two baseless investigations, a gross abuse of power. First, we will briefly describe how important the military aid was to Ukraine's defense against Russian aggression, which affects our security. Second, we will explain how President Trump used the power of his office to freeze military aid to Ukraine in a way meant to conceal it from Congress. And third, we will present the overwhelming evidence that President Trump ordered the hold for a corrupt purpose, to pressure Ukraine to announce two investigations that would personally benefit his own re-election effort. Let us start with the importance of the aid to the United States national security. The United States has supported Ukraine since it secured independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. Our support was critical to convince Ukraine to forego its pursuit of a nuclear arsenal in 1994. We promised them that we would defend them if necessary. But our support became truly vital in 2014 when Ukraine revolted against its Russian-friendly president, Viktor Yanukovych. Ukrainian citizens rose up in protest, demanding democratic reforms and an end to corruption. The protests, rightly known as the Revolution of Dignity, removed the pro-Kremlin president. Russia responded by using its own military forces and proxies in Ukraine to invade Ukraine. This was the first effort to redraw European boundaries by military force since World War II. The war was devastating to Ukraine and remains so today. Approximately 7% of Ukraine's territory is now occupied by Russia. Approximately 15,000 people have been killed as a result of the conflict, and over 1.4 million people have been displaced. In response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the United States and our allies imposed sanctions on Russian individuals and entities and agreed to provide billions of dollars in assistance to support Ukrainian sovereignty and democratic development. We understood immediately, Democrats and Republicans alike, that Ukraine's safety and security was directly tied to our safety and security. With this goal in mind, since 2014, the United States has delivered roughly $1.5 billion in security assistance and another $1.5 billion in other assistance to our ally, Ukraine. Our allies in Europe have provided approximately $18 billion in loans and grants since 2014. As we have explained, the U.S. assistance comes partially from the Department of Defense, which provides important military support. It comes partially from the State Department, which helps Ukraine purchase military services or equipment manufactured by American companies in the United States. Ambassador Taylor explained how security assistance counters Russian aggression and can help shorten the war in the East. Here is his testimony.
Mr. Chairman, the security assistance that we provide, it takes many forms. One of the components of that, the security assistance that we provide, it takes many forms. One of the components of that assistance is counter battery radar. Another component are sniper weapons. These weapons and this assistance it allows the Ukrainian military to deter further incursions by the Russians against Ukrainian territory. If that further incursion, further aggression were to take place, more Ukrainians would die. So it is a deterrent effect that these weapons provide. It's also the ability, it gives the Ukrainians the ability to negotiate from a position of a little more strength when they negotiate an end to the war in Donbass, negotiating with the Russians. This also is a way that would reduce the number of Ukrainians who would die.
Congress imposed certain conditions on the DOD assistance. Those conditions require DOD to hold half of the money in reserve. To release all of the funds, DOD, in coordination with the State Department, must conduct a review and certify to Congress that Ukraine has done enough to fight corruption. Now, President Trump may argue that the conditions imposed by Congress are similar to the hold he placed on aid to Ukraine. As Mick Mulvaney said, and I quote, "We do this all the time." But let us be very clear. These types of conditions, which are often included in appropriation bills, are designed to promote official U.S. policy, not the policy of one individual or one president. This is exactly the type of permissible condition on aid that Vice President Biden was implementing when he required that Ukraine fire its corrupt prosecutor general before getting a loan guarantee. Prior to 2019, the Trump administration provided security assistance to Ukraine without incident, even under the previous Ukrainian administration of President Petro Poroshenko, which suffered from serious corruption. President Trump allowed $510 million in 2017 and $559 million in 2018 to flow unimpeded to Ukraine. But in the summer of 2019, without any explanation, President Trump abruptly withheld the security assistance to Ukraine. So what had changed by July of 2019? Congress had appropriated the funds. President Trump had signed it into law. The Department of Defense had certified that Ukraine was meeting the required anti-corruption reforms. In fact, DOD had begun to spend the funds. So what happened? Well, in April, two critical things happened. First, Joe Biden publicly announced his campaign for president. Second, the Mueller investigation concluded that Russia interfered in the 2016 U.S. elections to assist the Trump campaign, and that the Trump campaign had extensive contacts with Russians and even took advantage of some of the Russian efforts. The evidence shows that the only logical reason, and we deal in what's reasonable. President Trump withheld the aid. It was to undermine these threats to his political future. As we have discussed, security assistance to Ukraine has broad bipartisan support from Congress, as well as every agency within the president's own administration. And let us be clear about something. The money mattered to Ukraine. It mattered to Ukraine. Witness testimony revealed that this money was 10% of Ukraine's defense budget. 10%. Now imagine if President Trump just decided, without cause or explanation, to hold 10% of our own defense budget. That would have a dramatic impact on our military. And it certainly did to Ukraine, our ally. Keep in mind, too, that President Trump had to sign the bill into law, which he did in September of 2018. At no time during the congressional debate or passage of the bill did the White House express any concerns about the funding or the program itself. I want you to see the slide before us. President Trump signs bill authorizing aid to Ukraine for fiscal year 2019. On June 18, President Trump's own Department of Defense certified that Ukraine had met all of the anti-corruption requirements necessary to receive aid. And you know what? The Department of Defense announced that the money was on its way, just as we, the United States of America, had promised. Senators, our word must continue to mean something. Our word must continue to mean something powerful in the world. So let us make certain that America continues to live up to its promise.
House Manager Val Demings, former police chief, live coverage on C-SPAN Radio.
Mr. Chief Justice and Senators, thank you so much for the attention that you have given to our presentation throughout this day. It's a long day. You're here without your cell phones or any access to other information. It's not easy, but you're paying attention, and the country and the managers thank you for that. Now, we've just gone through the importance of the security assistance to Ukraine, to our national security, and the clear consensus among Congress, the executive, and the President's agencies and advisors that the aid should be released to Ukraine. In fact, by June 18th, after having certified that Ukraine had met all the anti-corruption reform requirements to receive the aid, DoD announced its intention to provide the $250 million in security assistance to Ukraine. This brings us to the second part of this section of our argument. Soon after that June 18th press release, President Trump quickly moved to stop the aid from flowing. He did this with no explanation, against the clear consensus of his advisors and his agencies, and against our nation's security interests. And he was so determined to do it in order to pressure Ukraine to do his political dirty work that he was willing to violate the law, something his own officials were well aware of and worried about. How do we know the president ordered the hold? Well, first, there's no real dispute that the president ordered the hold. The hold on security assistance to Ukraine was a unilateral official act by the president. Immediately after the DoD's June 18th press release announcing the $250 million in security assistance funds for Ukraine, President Trump started asking questions about the funding programs. Laura Cooper from DoD and Mark Sandy from OMB testified about this sudden interest in Ukraine security assistance, something that Cooper called unusual. We, of course, have received no documents from OMB and DoD because of the president's obstruction. Why did the president want to hide these documents? We don't know. But thanks to Freedom of Information lawsuits and hard-working reporters, we know a little from the documents that we do have. For instance, we know that the day after the DoD press release, the president asked for information about the Ukraine aid. On June 19th, Michael Duffy, the Associate Director for National Security Programs at OMB, sent an email to Elaine McCusker, the DoD controller, with an article by the Washington Examiner reporting that, quote, Pentagon to send $250 million in weapons to Ukraine. In Duffy's email, he asked McCusker the following general question. The president has asked about this funding release, and I've been tasked to follow up with someone over there to get more detail. Do you have any insight on this funding? It seems that on June 19, Robert Blair, Mick Mulvaney's deputy, called acting OMB Director Russell Vought to discuss the Ukraine security assistance. He told him, we need to hold it up. That's right. The hold was actually directed impulsively, without any policy or agency review, as soon as President Trump apparently learned about it from press reports. And we know what was on the president's mind about Ukraine that day because President Trump gave a phone interview with Sean Hannity on Fox News. During the interview, he mentioned the so-called CrowdStrike conspiracy theory that blames Ukraine rather than Russia for interfering in the 2016 election. Remember that President Trump raised the CrowdStrike theory a month later during his July 25th call with President Zelensky. And of course, as has been said many times, that theory has been completely refuted by U.S. intelligence agencies as well as the president's own hand-picked senior advisors. The New York Times also reported that on June 27th, Mick Mulvaney sent Blair an email. Mulvaney wrote, "I'm just trying to tie up some loose ends. Did we ever find out about the money for Ukraine and whether we can hold it back?" What was Blair's response to Mulvaney? That it was possible to hold the security assistance, but Blair warned, expect Congress to become unhinged. Now, Blair, who'd previously worked for Congress, knew that Congress would be unhinged because there was overwhelming bipartisan support for Ukraine. Congress had already authorized the release of the funds. DOD had already told Congress and the world that it was going to spend the $250 million on Ukraine security assistance, and it had already started to do so. Mark Sandy, the senior career official at OMB responsible for this type of aid, couldn't recall any other time in his 12-year career at OMB when a hold had been placed on security assistance after a congressional notification was made. Later, if the President's counsel starts listing other times that aid has been held, ask yourself 3 questions. 1, had Congress already cleared the money to be released? 2, was there a significant geopolitical development in that country? And 3, did the GAO determine that the hold was illegal, in part because Congress was not notified? Here, the money had been cleared. There was nothing new or important in Ukraine to disrupt the aid, just that a true anti-corruption reformer was elected. The hold was illegal. From Freedom of Information releases and press reports, we know about just a few of the many documents being hidden from you about how the hold began. Given President Trump's obstruction, with the facts that have come to light through Freedom of Information Act lawsuits and news reporting, you may assume the documents that are being withheld would probably incriminate the president. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have provided them? If he had a legitimate executive privilege claim, he could follow the rules and make each claim. Instead, he just said no to everything. By mid-July, the president had put a hold on all the money. Jennifer Williams, special advisor to Vice President Pence for Europe, learned about the hold on July 3. She said it came out of the blue and hadn't previously been discussed by OMB or the National Security Council. The hold was never discussed with any policy experts in any of the relevant agencies. Now, that's remarkable. President Trump ordered a hold on congressionally appropriated funds without the benefit of any interagency deliberation, consultation, or advice. The evidence shows the president's hold was an impulsive decision unrelated to any American policy. On July 12th, Robert Blair, Mulvaney's deputy, emailed Duffy at OMB. He said, quote, "The president is directing a hold on military support funding for Ukraine." This is according to Sandy, the career officer at OMB, who got a copy of the email. Now, we don't have a copy of the email because of the president's obstruction. But here's what we do know from Mr. Sandy's description of the email, as well as testimony from other witnesses. The hold was not part of a larger review of foreign aid. We do know it was not the result of a policy debate about what was best for America, and it came out of the blue. We now know why it was done: to turn the screws on Ukraine, to provide political help for the president. The hold was immediately suspect simply because of its timing. Duffy later asked Blair about the reasons for the hold. Blair gave no explanation. Instead, he said, quote, "We need to let the hold take place and then revisit the issue with the president." Blair either didn't know the reason or wouldn't share the real reason because it was corrupt. It sure would be nice to know what Blair knew about the reason for the hold and what Duffy knew. We could ask them the question if you authorize a subpoena. Now, we had hoped, as we said, that the Senate would authorize subpoenas before our arguments were made, we thought it would have been helpful. But we know that you'll have another opportunity to call witnesses, to require documents, and we hope that your decision will be informed by the arguments we're making to you over these days, and that you will, in fact, get the full story. Well, we do know, actually, the reason why the president did what he did. We know the president held the money. It wasn't because of any policy reason to benefit America or any concern about corruption in Ukraine or any desire for more burden sharing from other countries. It was because the president was upset that Ukraine was not announcing the investigations that he wanted, because he wanted to ramp up the pressure to force them to do it. From the very beginning, it was clear the hold was not in America's national interest. Those within the U.S. government responsible for Ukraine's security and for shaping and implementing U.S. foreign policy were caught off guard by the president's decision.
House Manager Zoe Lofgren, live coverage, WCSB from Washington.
Support for the aid and against the hold was unanimous, forceful, and unwavering. The president can call Ukraine policy experts unelected bureaucrats all he wants, but those are officers charged with implementing his official policy, developed by the president himself, which was also a product of congressional action. Anyway, it wasn't just the career officers. President Trump's own politically appointed senior officials, his cabinet members, also opposed the hold. Why? Because it was against our national interest. But the president wasn't persuaded by arguments about national interest. Why? Because the hold had nothing to do with the national interest. It had to do with the interests of just one person, Donald J. Trump. The demand for Ukraine to announce these investigations was not a policy decision, but a personal decision by the president to benefit his own personal interests. At an NSC-led meeting on July 8th, OMB announced that President Trump had directed a hold on Ukraine security assistance. The news shocked meeting participants. Ambassador Taylor testified that he and others on the call sat in astonishment when they learned about the hold. He immediately realized one of the key pillars of our strong support for Ukraine was threatened. David Holmes, political counselor at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, testified he was shocked and thought the hold was extremely significant because it undermined what he understood to be long-standing U.S. policy in Ukraine. And Catherine Croft, the State Department's special advisor for Ukraine, testified that the announcement blew up the meeting. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent said there was great confusion among the rest of us because we didn't understand why that had happened. He explained, since there was unanimity about this security assistance to Ukraine, that it was in our national interest, it just surprised all of us. The policy consensus at this and later NSC meetings was clear. With the exception of OMB, which was following the direction of the president, everyone supported lifting the hold, all the way up to number 2 officials at the agencies, the political appointees of President Trump. There was unanimous agreement that the hold was ill-advised and the aid should be released. Tim Morrison, National Security Advisor to John Bolton, understood that the most senior appointed officials were all supportive of the continued disbursement of the aid. On August 15th, at the President's Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, members of the President's cabinet all represented to Ambassador Bolton that they were prepared to tell the President they endorsed the swift release and disbursement of the funding. The President ignored his advisor's recommendation to lift the hold. He provided no credible explanation for it, not from the day the hold was made until the day it was lifted. Witness after witness, including Hale, Vindman, Croft, Holmes, Kent, Cooper, Sandy, testified they weren't given any reason for the hold while it was in place. Croft said the only reason given was that the order came at the direction of the president. Mr. Holmes confirmed the order had come from the president without further explanation. Kent testified too. I don't recall any coherent explanation. Ambassador Sondland agreed. I was never given a straight answer as to why it had been put in place to begin with. Dr. Hill explained, no, there was no reason given. Even Senator McConnell has said, I was not given an explanation for the hold. Even as OMB was implementing the hold, officers in OMB were saying it should be lifted. Mr. Sandy testified that his team drafted a memo on August 7th to OMB Acting Director Russ Vought. It recommended lifting the hold because, one, the assistance was consistent with national security to support a stable, peaceful Europe. Two, the aid countered Russian aggression. Three, there was bipartisan support for the program. Michael Duffy, the senior political appointee overseeing funds, approved the memorandum. He agreed with its policy recommendations. And it wasn't just OMB. Senior advisors in the administration tried over and over again to convince President Trump to lift the hold over the summer. Sometime prior to August 16th, Ambassador Bolton had a one-on-one meeting with President Trump about the aid, but the president didn't budge. Then, at the end of August, when the hold on the aid became public, Ambassador Taylor expressed to multiple officials his concerns about withholding the aid from Ukraine at a time when it was fighting Russia. Ambassador Taylor stressed the importance of the hold not just as a message to Ukraine, but importantly to Russia as well. Withholding the aid on vital military assistance while Ukraine was in the midst of a hot war with Russia sent a message to Russia about U.S. support of Ukraine. Ambassador Taylor felt so strongly about the harm withholding the security assistance that for the first time ever in his decades of service at the State Department, he sent a first-person cable with his concerns to Secretary Pompeo. In the cable, he described directly the folly that Taylor saw in withholding the aid. Here's his testimony.
Have you ever sent a cable like that? How many times in your career, 40, 50 years, have you sent a cable directly to the Secretary of State?
Once.
This time?
Yes, sir.
In 50 years?
Rifle company commanders don't send cables, but yes, sir.
Ambassador Taylor never received an answer to the cable, but he was told that Secretary Pompeo carried it with him to a White House meeting about security assistance to Ukraine. It seemed this meeting about the aid may have occurred on August 30th. There are press reports that Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Esper, National Security Advisor Bolton discussed the hold with President Trump shortly after Ambassador Taylor sent his cable. Keep this in mind. This was 2 days after the hold was publicly reported and after the president was briefed on the whistleblower complaint. Yet, even then, President Trump refused to release the aid. On August 30th, Michael Duffy sent an email to Elaine McCusker, the DOD comptroller. It said, quote, clear direction from POTUS to continue the hold. President Trump has refused to produce this or any other email to Congress. When the administration was forced to produce it in a Freedom of Information case in response to a court order, this critical passage was actually blacked out. What's the reason for blacking out this direction from the president about an issue so central to this case? No reason has been given to us. So you should ask yourself this. What is the president hiding? The president finally released the hold on September 11th, but again, there was no credible reason given for the release. Mark Sandy testified that he could not recall another instance where a significant amount of assistance was being held up, and he didn't have a rationale for as long as I didn't have a rationale in this case. On the day it was released, OMB still didn't know why President Trump had ordered the hold. On September 11th, the day the president finally released the aid, McCusker at DOD reportedly sent an email to Duffy asking, "What happened?" Michael Duffy answered, "Not clear exactly, but President made the decision to go. We'll fill you in when I get details." So let's take a step back for a minute. Why was no reason given to anyone for the president deciding to hold up hundreds of millions of dollars in military assistance to our allies? Because there was no supportable reason for withholding the aid. No one agreed with it. According to the 17 witnesses in the House impeachment inquiry, President Trump insisted on holding the aid and provided no reason, despite unanimous support, for lifting the hold throughout his administration, including his hand-picked top advisors. It also wasn't consistent with American policy. The aid had the clear support of career officers and political appointees in President Trump's administration as important for national security. There was no national security or foreign policy reason provided. No one could think of one. DOD had already certified to Congress, as the law required, that Ukraine had met the anti-corruption conditions for the aid and that it planned to begin implementing the expenditures. So why did the president do this? I think we know why. The president ordered the hold for an improper purpose: to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations that would personally benefit President Trump. And that brings us to a key point. It wasn't just that the president ordered a hold on the aid without any explanation, against the unanimous advice of his advisors, and even after for weeks, as his administration, both career and political appointees, continued to try to get him to release the hold. What the president was trying to hide was worse. What the president did was not just wrong, it was illegal. In ordering the hold, President Trump not only took a position contrary to his senior advisors, counter to congressional intent, and adverse to American national security interests in Ukraine, he also violated the law. Now, this issue was not a surprise. From the start of the hold in July, compliance with the Impoundment Control Act was a significant concern for OMB and DOD officials. Mark Sandy raised concerns with his supervisor, Michael Duffy, that the hold might violate the Impeachment Control Act. DOD voiced the same concerns. Laura Cooper from DOD described the discussion at a July 26 meeting with number 2 officials at all of the relevant agencies about the hold, stating, quote, "Immediately, deputies began to raise concerns about how this could be done in a legal fashion." She further testified that there was no legal mechanism to use to implement the hold after Congress had been notified of the release of the funding. At a July 31st meeting with more junior officials, Laura Cooper put all attendees on notice, including representatives of the White House, that because, quote, "there were only 2 legally available options and we do not have direction to pursue either," close quote, DOD would have to start spending the funds on or about August 6th. In other words, the president had a choice. He could release the aid or he could break the law. He chose to break the law. He was so determined to turn up the pressure on Ukraine that he kept the hold for no legitimate purpose and without any congressional notification for long enough to violate the law. The concerns from OMB and DOD were ultimately accurate. As has been mentioned just last week, the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office found that President Trump broke the law by implementing the hold and in failing to notify Congress about it. Because of the president's hold, DOD was ultimately unable to spend all the $250 million in security assistance before the end of the fiscal year, as Congress, as we intended. Now, as GAO explained, the Constitution grants the president no unilateral authority to withhold funds from obligation. And they further explained, faithful execution of the law does not permit the president to substitute his own policy priorities for those that Congress has enacted into law. OMB withheld funds for a policy reason which is not permitted under the Impoundment Control Act, end quote. Now, bottom line, President Trump froze the aid to increase the pressure on Ukraine to announce the investigations he wanted. He violated the law. He violated his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. But the president didn't just violate the Impoundment Control Act while pressuring Ukraine to announce the investigations he wanted. He was dishonest about it in the process. And this is really telling, because he's still not telling the truth about it even now. The budget documents that implemented the hold until September 11th asserted that it was being imposed to, quote, allow for an interagency process to determine the best use of such funds. But that wasn't true. There was no ongoing interagency process after July 31st, after it became clear that the entire interagency, including cabinet officers, unanimously agreed the aid should be released. The truth is, there simply was no debate or review in the interagency regarding the best use of such funds. So the reason given by the president was not only illegal, it was false too. The dishonesty in the budget documents weren't the only steps that the president's men at OMB took to cover up his misconduct and enable his scheme. OMB went so far as to remove the authority to approve the budget documents from Mark Sandy, a career officer, and gave it to Michael Duffy, a political appointee without experience managing such documents. This change was unusual. It occurred less than 2 weeks after Sandy raised concerns that the hold violated the law. Sandy was not aware of any prior instance when a political appointee assumed this kind of funding approval authority. Duffy's explanation that he simply wanted to learn more about the accounts, that just didn't make sense to Sandy. Really, this odd change in responsibility was just another way to keep the president's illegal hold within a tight-knit unit of loyal soldiers within the OMB. Michael Duffy defied the House's subpoena. At the president's direction, he refused to appear. Now, the House did not assert any privileges or immunities when it directed Duffy to defy Congress's subpoena. It wasn't a real exercise of executive privilege. They told him not to appear, and they had no reason why. If Mr. Duffy knew about any legitimate reason for the hold, I'll bet he would not have been blocked from testifying. The fact that he was blocked might lead you to infer that his testimony would be damaging to the president and would be consistent with the testimony of the other witnesses that the hold was solely used to ratchet up pressure on Ukraine. But the warnings from DOD weren't just about how the hold was illegal, there were also practical consequences. By August 12th, the Department of Defense told OMB it could no longer guarantee it would be able to spend all $250 million that Congress had directed before the end of the fiscal year. Not long after this August 12th email, DOD determined that time had run out. Ms. Cooper testified that DOD estimated that as much as $100 million of aid might go unspent even if the hold was immediately lifted. As a result, DOD refused to certify that it would be able to spend the funds by September 30th. On August 20th, OMB issued the first of 6 budget documents and removed the language providing legal cover for the hold. From that point on, the White House knew that DOD would not be able to spend all the funds, which was what the law required before September 30th. And yet, even though he knew the hold would violate the Empowerment Control Act, President Trump continued the hold for another 23 days without telling us, without telling the Congress.
Zoe Lofgren, House Manager, live coverage, C-SPAN Radio.
This had the exact outcome that DOD feared. After the president lifted the hold on the evening of September 11th, DOD had only 18 days to spend the remaining $223 million, which is about 89% of the total. DOD scrambled, and they spent all but approximately $35 million, about 14% of the appropriated funds were left. That $35 million would have expired and would have been forever lost to Ukraine had Congress not stepped in to pass a law to roll the money over to the next year. But even as of today, more than $18 million of that money has not yet been spent. Why? You'll have to ask DOD. They haven't given us a reason. Okay, all of this shows clearly that President Trump knowingly, willfully violated the law when he withheld aid from Ukraine. But just to be clear, the articles of impeachment do not charge Donald Trump with violating the Empowerment Control Act. We're not arguing that. But understanding this violation of the law is important to understand the broader scheme of his abuse of power. It shows the great lengths the president was willing to go to in order to pressure Ukraine to do his political dirty work. The security assistance wasn't something the law allowed him to give or take at his discretion. No, he was legally obliged to release the money, but he simply didn't care. Why? He was so determined to get the announcement from Ukraine to smear his election opponent that holding the aid to force Ukraine to do that was the most important thing. He didn't care if he was breaking the law. You know, I've been sitting here on the Senate floor, and honestly, I never wanted to be here under these circumstances. But I've been looking at Novus Ordo Seclorum. Now, I didn't study Latin, so I had to look it up. And it said, a new order of the ages is born. That's what the founders thought they were doing. Keeping that new order, the democracy where the power is in the hands of the people, not in the hands of an unaccountable executive, is what we in the Congress, the House, and the Senate are charged to do. Senator Blunt and I are in charge of the Joint Committee on Printing, and every year we print a new copy of the Constitution. And this year, in the back, we printed a quote. At the conclusion of the Constitutional Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked, "What have you wrought?" And he answered, "A republic, if you can keep it." That's the challenge that all of us face and that you senators face. I turn now to Mr. Crow, who will outline information about the president's intentions.
House Managers, live coverage on C-SPAN Radio. Jason Crow is a Democrat from Colorado.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, counsel for the President, just bear with us a little while longer. I promise we are almost there. You've heard a lot the last few days about what happened. How do we know that the President ordered the hold to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations that would help his personal political campaign? In other words, how do we know why it happened? We know it because, to this day, there is no other explanation. We know it because senior administration officials, including the president's own senior political appointees, have confirmed it. And we know it because the president's own chief of staff said it at a national press conference. And we know it because the president himself directed it. Here are the facts. 1, the president asked President Zelensky for a favor on July 25th. And we all know what that favor was. 2, multiple U.S. officials with fact-based knowledge of the process have confirmed it. 3, President Trump lifted the hold only after his scheme was exposed. 4, there were no other legitimate explanations for the release of the hold. It was not based on a legitimate review of the foreign aid. It was not based on concerns of corruption in Ukraine. It was not because President Trump wanted countries to pay more. There are no facts that show that the president cared about any of those things. 5, as we know, White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney admitted at a press conference that the bogus 2016 election interference allegations were, quote, why we held up the money. Eventually, the truth comes out. There was no legitimate policy reason for holding the aid, so the truth came out. As Ambassador Sondland said, the president was a businessman who saw congressionally approved, taxpayer-funded military aid for Ukraine, our partner at war, as just another business deal to be made. Military aid in exchange for fabricated dirt on his political opponent. Dirt for dollars. This for that. A quid pro quo. Let's start with the president's own words to President Zelensky on the July 25th call. With the hold on his mind, and on President Zelensky's mind too, we know that, President Trump linked military aid to his request for a favor. At the very beginning of the call, President Zelensky said, quote, I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense. We are ready to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we are almost ready to buy more javelins from the United States for defense purposes. The, quote, great support in the area of defense included, of course, the $391 million in military aid. Because remember, just a month before, DOD had publicly announced its intent to provide $250 million of that aid. President Zelensky was showing gratitude to the president for the aid that DOD had just announced would be on its way. But the president had put a hold just a few weeks before. Immediately after President Zelensky brought up the U.S. military support and said that Ukraine was almost ready to buy more Javelin anti-tank missiles, President Trump pivoted to what he wanted in return. He turned from the quid to the quo. President Trump immediately responded. He said, quote, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. And what was that favor? Well, we all know by now, don't we? It wasn't to fight corruption. It wasn't to help the United States or our national interests. It was the two specific political investigations that he wanted Ukraine to announce to help his own personal political campaign. President Trump's quick pivot from the critical military aid he knew that Ukraine desperately needed to the investigations that would benefit him personally speaks volumes. By bringing up the investigations immediately after President Zelensky raised the issue of military support, he linked the two issues. And U.S. officials listening to the call also made that connection. Here's what Jennifer Williams, Vice President Pence's aide, testified.
But I was struck by something else you said in your deposition. You said that it shed some light on possible other motivations behind a security assistance hold. What did you mean by that?
Mr. Chairman, I was asked during the closed-door testimony how I felt about the call, and in reflecting on what I was thinking in that moment, it was the first time I had heard internally the President reference particular investigations that previously I had only heard about through Mr. Giuliani's press interviews in press reporting. So in that moment, it was not clear whether there was a direct connection or linkage between the ongoing hold on security assistance and what the President may be asking President Zelensky to undertake in regard to investigations. So it was noteworthy in that regard. I did not have enough information to draw any firm conclusions.
But it raised a question in your mind as to whether the two were related.
It was the first I had heard of any requests of Ukraine which were that specific in nature. So it was noteworthy to me in that regard.
In fact, the hold was formally implemented by OMB the very day of the call. Just hours after the call between President Trump and President Zelensky, Duffy sent an email to senior DoD officials instructing them to put a hold on the security aid. He underscored, quote, "Given the sensitive nature of the request, I appreciate your keeping that information closely held to those who need to know to execute the direction." In other words, don't tell anybody about it. If the President ordered the hold for a legitimate policy reason, then why did he want to hide it from the rest of the administration? President Trump has obstructed Congress's ability to get those answers. We would like to ask Duffy why they wanted to keep it quiet. There's more evidence, of course, a lot more. In fact, there's so much evidence that according to witnesses, the fact that the security assistance was conditioned on investigations became as clear as 2 + 2 = 4. Everyone knew it. Indeed, with no explanation for the hold, unanimous support for its release in the administration, and ongoing efforts by the President's top advisors to pressure Ukraine into announcing the investigations by holding up the White House meeting, it became crystal clear, as confirmed by multiple witnesses, that the only reason for the hold was to put additional pressure on Ukraine. David Holmes, the senior official at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, explained.
Mr. Holmes, you have testified that by late August you had a clear impression that the security assistance hold was somehow connected to the investigations that President Trump wanted. How did you conclude that? How did you reach that clear conclusion?
Sir, we've been hearing about the investigation since March. Months before, and we've been, President Zelensky had received a congratulatory letter from the President saying he'd be pleased to meet him following his inauguration in May. And we hadn't been able to get that meeting, and then the security hold came up with no explanation. And I'd be surprised if any of the Ukrainians, you said earlier, we discussed earlier, sophisticated people, when they received no explanation for why that hold was in place, they wouldn't have drawn that conclusion.
Because the investigations were still being pursued?
Correct.
And the hold was still remaining without explanation?
Correct.
So this to you was the only logical conclusion that you could reach?
Correct.
Sort of like 2 + 2 = 4?
Exactly.
And Ambassador Sondland said the same thing.
Is this kind of a 2 + 2 = 4 conclusion that you reached?
Pretty much.
Is the only logical conclusion to you that, given all of these factors, that the aid was also a part of this quid pro quo?
Yep.
Ambassador Sondland didn't reach that conclusion based only on common sense. It was confirmed by Secretary Pompeo and Vice President Pence, too. So let's begin with what Secretary Pompeo knew about the link between the investigations and the aid. In front of you is an email. At the end of August, before President Trump canceled his trip to Warsaw to meet with President Zelensky, Sondland sent an email to Secretary Pompeo in which he proposed a pull-aside between President Zelensky and President Trump at the proposed meeting in Warsaw. 3 minutes later, Secretary Pompeo replied, "Yes." That's it. Ambassador Sondland explained the email in his testimony.
Later in August, you told Secretary Pompeo that President Zelensky would be prepared to tell President Trump that his new justice officials would be able to announce matters of interest to the president, which could break the logjam. When you say matters of interest to the president, you mean the investigations that President Trump wanted. Is that right?
Correct.
And that involved 2016 and Burisma or the Bidens?
2016 and Burisma.
And when you're talking here about breaking the logjam, you're talking about the logjam over the security assistance, correct?
I was talking logjam generically because nothing was moving.
But that included the security assistance, did it not?
Correct.
And based on the context of that email, this was not the first time you had discussed these investigations with Secretary Pompeo, was it?
No.
He was aware of the connections that you were making between the investigations and the White House meeting and security assistance?
Yes.
So let's break that down for a minute. A meeting between two presidents is a big deal. A pull-aside is a big deal. These are highly choreographed events. Secretary Pompeo didn't ask any questions and didn't show any surprise or confusion in response to the email. Instead, he immediately endorsed the idea. This shows that Secretary Pompeo, who also listened to the July 25th call as well, understood that the security assistance was conditioned on the investigations. By this time, everyone knew what was happening. A simple yes by Secretary Pompeo was enough. Secretary Pompeo wasn't the only senior official who knew. Vice President Pence knew as well. Sondland raised the issue to Vice President Pence during a meeting to prepare for the Warsaw trip. At some point late in the meeting, Sondland said, quote, "It appears that everything is stalled until this statement gets made." What Sondland was referring to, of course, was the military aid in the White House meeting. Ambassador Sondland testified about Vice President Pence's reaction.
Now, I want to go back to that conversation that you had with Vice President Pence right before that meeting in Warsaw. And you indicated that you said to him that you were concerned that the delay in the aid was tied to the issue of investigations. Is that right?
I don't know exactly what I said to him. This was a briefing attended by many people, and I was invited at the very last minute. I wasn't scheduled to be there. But I think I spoke up at some point late in the meeting and said, it looks like everything is being held up until these statements get made, and that's my, personal belief.
And Vice President Pence just nodded his head?
I don't recall any exchange or where he asked me any questions. I think it was sort of a duly noted.
Well, he didn't say, "Gordon, what are you talking about?"
No, he did not.
He didn't say, "What investigations?"
He did not.
Like Secretary Pompeo, Vice President Pence wasn't surprised, nor did he ask what Sondland meant, because they all knew. This meeting also confirmed Sondland's understanding that the president had indeed conditioned the military aid on the public announcement of the investigations. This was a common-sense conclusion, confirmed by the Secretary of State and Vice President. With that confirmation in mind, Sondland pulled aside Yermak, the top aide to President Zelensky, immediately after the Pence-Zelensky meeting. Now recall, he was the one who resisted the public statement about the specific investigations in August. Ambassador Sondland described what he told Yermak in that short meeting.
Based on my previous communication with Secretary Pompeo, I felt comfortable sharing my concerns with Mr. Yermak. It was a very, very brief pull-aside conversation that happened within a few seconds. I told Mr. Yermak that I believed that the resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine took some kind of action on the public statement that we had been discussing for many weeks.
You see, this just wasn't an internal scheme among the president's top advisors. President Trump, through his agents, communicated the quid pro quo clearly to Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland told President Zelensky's top aide on September 1st that Ukraine would not get the military aid unless it announced the investigations. This, my Senate colleagues, is the very definition of a quid pro quo. But other witnesses know it too. Morrison watched Sondland's conversation with Yermak and then received an immediate readout from Sondland after that meeting. Morrison urgently reported the interaction to Ambassador Bolton on a secure phone call. And of course, Bolton told him to go tell the NSC lawyers. Morrison did as he was instructed. He also told Ambassador Taylor. Ambassador Taylor then confronted Sondland. Taylor texted, quote, "Are we now saying that security assistance and White House meeting are conditioned on investigations?" Sondland responded, "Call me." And as everyone knows, when someone says, "Call me," it says, "Stop putting this in writing." During their subsequent phone call, Sondland confirmed to Taylor that the military aid was conditioned on an announcement of investigations and that President Trump wanted President Zelensky in a, quote, public box. Here's how Taylor, who took contemporaneous notes of the conversation, explained that call.
During that phone call, Ambassador Sondland told me that President Trump had told him that he wants President Zelensky to state publicly that Ukraine will investigate Burisma and alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. Ambassador Sondland also told me that he now recognized that he had made a mistake by earlier telling Ukrainian officials that only a White House meeting with President Zelensky was dependent on a public announcement of the investigations. In fact, Ambassador Sondland said everything was dependent on such an announcement, including security assistance. He said that President Trump wanted President Zelensky in a public box by making a public statement about ordering such investigations.
President Trump wanted President Zelensky in a public box. A private commitment wasn't enough for President Trump because he needed the political benefit. And he could only get the political benefit if it was public. And we all know how this works with President Trump. How he weaponizes investigations for political purposes. And think about that for a second. That's actually the exact opposite of how law enforcement investigations are conducted. If they're legitimate. Law enforcement doesn't announce to the world they're investigating before actually doing it. That would tip off your targets. It would lead to witness intimidation, destruction of evidence. But the president didn't actively want a legitimate investigation. He only wanted the announcement. At the end of that conversation between Taylor and Sondland on September 1st, Taylor asked Sondland to speak to the president to see if he could change his mind. And that's exactly what Sondland did. On September 7th, President Trump and Sondland spoke. We know the call was on September 7th for 4 reasons. First, Morrison testified that he had a conversation with Sondland on September 7th about Sondland's discussion with the president. Second, Morrison told Taylor about this conversation on September 7th. Third, Sondland and Taylor had a conversation on September 8th about the conversation that Sondland had the day before. And finally, Sondland texted Taylor and Volker on September 8th that he had conversations with, quote, POTUS and Z, meaning President Trump and President Zelensky. And so we know that the conversations must have happened before the morning of September 8th when that text was sent. For his part, Sondland, who doesn't take notes, also recalled that on that call he simply asked President Trump an open-ended question about what he wanted from Ukraine. And President Trump immediately responded, "I want no quid pro quo." Now let's stop here for a second. Because the president has latched on to this statement that he said that. And because he said it, it must be true, right? But wait just a minute. Remember what's happening here at the same time. The president had just learned about the whistleblower complaint in the Washington Post editorial linking the military aid to the investigations just 2 days before. The fact that the president immediately blurted out speaks volumes. Now, I'm a parent, and there's a lot of parents in this room, and I think many of you could probably relate to, the situation where you're in a room and you hear a large crash in the next room, and you walk in and your kid is sitting there, and the first thing that happens is, I didn't do it. But there's more. Sondland did acknowledge that President Trump said he wanted Zelensky to, quote, clear things up. You will no doubt hear a lot from the President's counsel that Sondland testified no one in the world told him that there was a quid pro quo, including President Trump. And of course that's right, because people engaging in misconduct don't usually admit it. But we know exactly what the President told Sondland. We know it from the testimony of Tim Morrison and Ambassador Taylor. We know it because Sondland testified that his own conclusion that there was a quid pro quo was confirmed by his conversation with President Trump. And we know it because Sondland relayed the exact message to President Zelensky right after he spoke to President Trump. Now keep in mind that Sondland does not take notes, and he readily admitted that if he could have seen his own documents prior to testifying, he would have remembered more. But Morrison and Taylor took extensive notes at the time and testified based on those notes. And Sondland, and this is important, Sondland said he did not dispute any of the accounts of Morrison and Taylor. So let's look at what Morrison and Taylor said about that September 7 phone call. Here is Tim Morrison's understanding of the Trump-Sondland call.
Now, a few days later, on September 7th, you spoke again to Ambassador Sondland, who told you that he had just gotten off the phone with President Trump. Isn't that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
What did Ambassador Sondland tell you that President Trump said to him?
If I recall this conversation correctly, this was where Ambassador Sondland related that there was no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky had to make the statement and that he had to want to do it.
And by that point, did you understand that the statement related to the Biden and 2016 investigations?
I think I did, yes.
And that was essentially a condition for the security assistance to be released?
I understood that that's what Ambassador Sondland believed.
After speaking with President Trump?
That's what he represented.
And here is the consistent recollection of how Ambassador Taylor described his understanding of the call.
House Manager Jason Crow, live coverage.
Here is what we heard from Mr. Morrison.
According to Mr. Morrison, President Trump told Ambassador Sondland he was not asking for a quid pro quo. But President Trump did insist that President Zelensky go to a microphone and say he is opening investigations of Biden and 2016 election interference, and that President Zelensky should want to do this himself.
And here is Ambassador Taylor explaining what Sondland himself told Taylor about what took place on that Sondland-Trump call a day later.
He confirmed that he had talked to President Trump, as I had suggested a week earlier, but that President Trump was adamant that President Zelensky himself had to clear things up and do it in public. President Trump said it was not a quid pro quo.
Like Sondland, both Taylor and Morrison recalled that President Trump said that he did not want a quid pro quo. But they both testified that President Trump followed that statement immediately by describing perfectly an exchange of this for that. Or in other words, a quid pro quo. Prior to his call with the president, Sondland had reached the conclusion that the aid was being held until the public announcement of the investigations. That conclusion was confirmed by Secretary Pompeo and Vice President Pence. Then Sondland relayed to the Ukrainians. And after this phone call with President Trump, that conclusion was confirmed.
But you weren't dissuaded then, right? Because you still thought that the aid was conditioned on the public announcement of the investigations after speaking to President Trump.
By September 8th, I was absolutely convinced it was.
And President Trump did not dissuade you of that in the conversation that you acknowledge you had with him.
I don't ever recall, because that would have changed my entire calculus. If President Trump had told me directly, I'm not...
That's not what I'm asking, Ambassador Sondland. I'm just saying, you still believed that the security assistance was conditioned on the investigation after you spoke to President Trump. Yes or no?
From a time frame standpoint, yes.
How else do we know that President Trump confirmed to Sondland that the aid was conditioned on the announcement? Sondland relayed the message to President Zelensky right after his conversation with President Trump. Here is Ambassador Taylor's recollection of what Sondland told Zelensky based on his notes.
Ambassador Sondland also said that he had talked to President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak and had told them that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. I understood a stalemate to mean that Ukraine would not receive the much-needed military assistance.
Ambassador Sondland confirmed that Taylor's memory of this call was accurate. There would be a stalemate without the investigations. Here's his testimony.
And then you also told Ambassador Taylor in that same conversation that if President Zelensky, you told President Zelensky and Andrei Yermak that although this was not a quid pro quo, as the President had very clearly told you, it was, however, required for President Zelensky to clear things up in public or there would be a stalemate. You don't have any reason to dispute Ambassador Taylor's recollection of that conversation you had with President Zelensky, do you?
No.
And that you understood the stalemate referenced the aid, is that correct?
At that point, yes.
A stalemate. Nothing would happen with the aid unless President Zelensky publicly announced the investigations. The President had not received his quid, so there would be no quo. But don't take my word for it. Here's a recap of how we knew what happened during the call. First, Sondland testified about the conversation. Second, Morrison received a readout from Sondland immediately after the call and testified based on his notes. Third, Taylor testified based on his own notes. And fourth, Sondland agreed that President Trump had confirmed a quid pro quo, and Sondland actually relayed the message to the President of Ukraine and told Ambassador Taylor about it. President Zelensky got the message. He succumbed to the pressure. At the end of the conversation between Sondland and President Zelensky explained that he had finally relented. His country needed the military aid desperately. Their people were dying on the front line all of the time. They were taking casualties every day. He agreed to make the statement.
Ambassador Sondland said that this conversation concluded with President Zelensky agreeing to make a public statement in an interview on CNN.
President Zelensky had resisted making the announcement of the corrupt investigations for months. He resisted when Giuliani and other agents of the president made it known that President Trump required it. He resisted when President Trump himself asked directly on July 25th. He resisted when the White House meeting he so desperately desired was conditioned on that announcement. And he resisted as vital military aid was on hold. But the money is 10% of his entire defense budget. Russia occupied the eastern part of his country. He could resist no more. Ambassador Taylor was worried that even if the Ukrainian leader did as President Trump wanted, President Trump might continue to hold the military aid. Ambassador Taylor texted his concerns to Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, stating, quote, "The nightmare is they give the interview and don't get the security assistance. The Russians love it, and I quit." In other words, the nightmare is that they make the announcement, but President Trump doesn't release the aid. This would be perfect for the Russians. Russian propaganda would be adopted by the United States, and the U.S. would be withdrawing its support for Ukraine. On September 9th, Ambassador Taylor reiterated his concerns about the president's quid pro quo in another series of text messages with Ambassadors Volker and Sondland. Ambassador Taylor said, quote, "The message to the Ukrainians and Russians we send with the decision on security assistance is key. With the hold, we have already shaken their faith in us. Thus my nightmare scenario." And then later he texted again saying, quote, "Counting on you to be right about this interview, Gordon." Ambassador Sondland responded, quote, "Bill, I never said I was right. I said we are where we are and believe we have identified the best pathway forward. Let's hope it works." And Ambassador Taylor replied, quote, "As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign." Here it is, once again, in clear text message between 3 U.S. officials. It's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. Think about that. If there was no quid pro quo, then why did everybody know about it? Well, Ambassador Taylor told us why too. Here's his testimony.
As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign.
What did you mean when you said you thought it was crazy?
Ms. Coleman, I meant that because of the importance of security assistance that we had just described and had a conversation with the chairman, because that was so important, that security assistance was so important for Ukraine as well as our own national interest, to withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with a political campaign made no sense. It was counterproductive to all of what we had been trying to do. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy.
When you say all of what we were trying to do, what do you mean by we?
I mean that the United States was trying to support Ukraine as a frontline state against Russian attack. And again, the whole notion of a rules-based order was being threatened by the Russians in Ukraine. So our security assistance was designed to support Ukraine. That's it. It was not just the United States. It was all of our allies.
When you reference help with a political campaign in this text message, what did you mean?
I meant that the investigation of Burisma and the Bidens was clearly identified by Mr. Giuliani in public for months as a way to get information on the 2 Bidens.
Now that testimony is really clear, and it makes sense. It's consistent with all of the evidence you've seen here today. That's a quid pro quo as clear as 2 + 2 = 4. And what happened next also makes sense. Sondland got scared. Taylor was making clear that he didn't agree with the scheme. In response to Taylor's text message that it was, quote, crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign, Sondland repeated again the false denial of a quid pro quo. At 5:17 a.m., Sondland responded to Taylor, quote, Bill, I believe you are incorrect about President Trump's intentions. The president has been crystal clear, no quid pro quos of any kind. The president is trying to evaluate whether Ukraine is truly going to adopt the transparency and reforms that President Zelensky promised during his campaign. I suggest we stop the back and forth by text. If you still have concerns, I recommend you give Lisa Kinna, or S, that's Secretary Pompeo, a call to discuss them directly. Thanks. Now, that text message says very clearly that there are no quid pro quos of any kind. So end of story, right? Case closed. But Sondland's testimony revealed this text and the president's denial were false. Just like President Trump, when Ambassador Sondland thought he was getting caught, he got nervous. And he wanted to deny it in writing to cover his tracks. That's why he suddenly says, quote, I suggest we stop the back and forth by text. Again, quit putting this in writing. We know that Sondland's denial in the text was false because later, when he was under oath, under penalty of perjury, he actually said a quid pro quo did exist.
WCSB from Washington.
Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. It's clear that President Trump himself confirmed that the aid was conditioned on the public announcement of the investigations that the president wanted. To get Ukraine to help him with his re-election campaign, the President of the United States violated the law by withholding nearly $400 million of taxpayer dollars intended to fight Russia. He put his own interests over the country. And that is why we are here. Now, Mr. Chief Justice and members of the Senate, in deference to our proposed schedule and in the late hour, I'm now going to yield to my colleague, Mr. Schiff, to provide a brief recap of today, and then we will begin again in the morning.
House Manager Jason Crow.
Easy afternoon. Senators, Chief Justice, President's Counsel, it's been a long day, and we start out the day with the chaplain asking for empathetic listening. And I think that that is certainly what you have delivered for us today. I know you've been bombarded with information all day, and when you leave this chamber, you are bombarded again by members of the press. There is no refuge, I know. And I just want to thank you for keeping an open mind about all of the issues that we are presenting. An open mind for us and an open mind for the President's Counsel. That's all that we can ask for. And having watched you now for 3 days, whether it is someone you are predisposed to agree with or predisposed not to, it is abundantly clear that you are listening with an open mind. And we can't ask for anything more than that, so we are grateful. At the beginning of the trial, you may have seen the President tweeted. Now, tweeted a lot, but tweeted a common refrain, read the transcript. So I thought at the end of the evening I would join in the President's request that you reread the transcript. Because now that you know a lot more of the facts of this scheme, it reveals a lot more about that conversation. And let me just point out a few things that may have escaped your attention about that transcript, which is not really a transcript because it's not complete. Let me just tell you a few things that may have escaped your attention about that call record. Now, we've already talked about it, and I won't go into it again, the pivotal sections where he talks about CrowdStrike, and he asks for that favor, and he wants the investigation of the Bidens. There is a lot more to that call now that you know so much more about that scheme. Let me just point out a few things that really struck my attention. Early in the call, President Zelensky says, we brought in many new people, many new people. Not the old politicians, not the typical politicians, because we want to have a new format and a new type of government. So again, this is the July 25th call, and early in the call, President Zelensky wants to impress upon President Trump he's brought in new people, that he's a reformer. This was his campaign pledge. He's a reformer. He's coming in. He's bringing new people. So if there had been any concern about corruption in Ukraine, he's bringing in new people. He's the reformer. That's one of the first messages that he wants to get across. And you can better well believe that he is prepared for this call because he needs that White House meeting. So everything he says is prepared. And early on, he wants to make sure he lets the president know he's a reformer. Now, the president has his own agenda in this call. And immediately after that, in the next exchange, the president makes this point. The United States has been very, very good to Ukraine. I wouldn't say that it's reciprocal necessarily, because things are happening that are not good, but the United States has been very, very good to Ukraine. This is very interesting that he brings up very early in the conversation, this relationship is not reciprocal. We've been very, very good to Ukraine, but can't say there's much coming the other way. Now, you'll remember that Bill Taylor had this reaction to talking to Gordon Sondland when Sondland says, Donald Trump is a businessman. Before he writes a check, he likes to get what he's owed. And Taylor's reaction is, well, that makes no sense because Ukraine doesn't owe us anything. Well, Donald Trump, in this call, you can see he does think he's owed. This is what he's talking about when he says there's not much reciprocity here. He thinks he's owed something. You want to get this military, you want to get this meeting? I don't see much reciprocity here. He thinks he's owed something. When you read that passage and you know about that, he's a businessman before he signs a check, that takes on new meaning. Now, a little later in the call, Zelensky says, I will personally tell you that one of my associates spoke with Mr. Giuliani just recently, and we are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine, and we will meet once he comes to Ukraine. Now, you should read this carefully yourself, but this may be the first mention of Giuliani. And Zelensky's bringing him up and saying, well, I'd really like to meet with Giuliani. Now, this is July. What do we know now about the meeting between Giuliani and Zelensky? We know that Giuliani in May wanted to go meet with Zelensky. We saw that letter from Giuliani, I want to go meet with Zelensky. And we know he was rebuffed or something happened because he didn't get that meeting. And he was angry and he went on TV and he said, Zelensky is surrounded by enemies of Trump. Right? So Zelensky's prepared for this call. And he knows it's going to resonate with Donald Trump if he says, I'd like to meet with Rudy Giuliani. And immediately after that, he says, we are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine and we will meet once he comes to Ukraine. Immediately thereafter, the next sentence he says, I just wanted to assure you once and again, you have nobody but friends around us. Now, we could have read this transcript to you early on. That wouldn't have meant much to you. But now that you know that Rudy Giuliani was out there on TV saying Zelensky is surrounded by enemies of Trump, you can see why Zelensky says, you've got nobody but friends around us. And he goes on. I also wanted to tell you that we are friends. He brings up friendship again. We are great friends. That's the third time he wants to underscore what great friends they are. And why? Because Rudy Giuliani has been saying they're enemies. And then he goes on to say, I also plan to surround myself with great people. In addition to that investigation, I guarantee as the President of Ukraine that all the investigations will be done openly and candidly. That I can assure you. He needs to assure the President he's going to get his deliverable, right? Because it's been made clear before this call what the President wants to hear. More than that, what the President needs to hear. And he needs to hear, no stone unturned in that investigation. So the President, in the next response, says, Mr. Giuliani is a highly respected man. He was the mayor of New York City, a great mayor, and I would like him to call you. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Call Rudy. Same thing he told the three amigos in May. Call Rudy. Now he's telling Zelensky, call Rudy. And then he says, I will ask him to call you, along with the Attorney General. Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. If you would speak to him, that would be great. Talk to Rudy. Now, that's pretty remarkable, right? Head to head, head of state to head of state call. It's not talk to my Secretary of State, not talk to my National Security Advisor, it's talk to Rudy. Now, it's interesting, too, that it's not just Rudy, right? I will ask him to call you along with the Attorney General. Now, that was quite a shock when this call record was released, right? The Attorney General shows up in this call record. A couple times he shows up in this call record. And that's when the Department of Justice immediately issues the statement, we've got nothing to do with this. We don't know anything about this. The ink is barely dry. This thing's been released. We don't know what this is about. We haven't talked to him about it. We haven't gone to Ukraine. We don't know anything about this. Now, bear in mind a couple other things that you know at this point. Bear in mind that there was a whistleblower complaint before this call record was released. Bear in mind that the law that we passed and you passed requires that a whistleblower complaint that is designated to go to Congress must go to Congress, must go to the intelligence committees. That if the Inspector General finds it credible and urgent, it has to not only go to Congress, it has to go to Congress soon. There's a timetable. And bear in mind what happened when that complaint was filed and the Inspector General says, it's not only credible, it's urgent. It's urgent. What happens? Well, it goes to the Acting Director of National Intelligence. And what does he do? He contacts the White House. And he contacts Bill Barr's Justice Department. And what does Bill Barr's Justice Department do in consultation with the White House? They say, don't turn it over to Congress. You don't have to turn it over to Congress. I know what the law says. It says you shall. Doesn't say you may. Doesn't say you might. Doesn't say you can if you like to. Doesn't say if the President doesn't object. It says you shall. And we're telling you, Bill Barr's Justice Department is telling you, you don't have to. Highest office of the law in the land is saying, ignore the law. Ignore the law. We'll come up with some rationalization. We'll get our guys at the Office of Legal Counsel to write some opinion. We'll find a way. Do not turn it over. You don't have to. And they don't. And they don't. And the Inspector General, who deserves a lot of credit for guts, he reports to the intelligence committees and says they're violating the law. And I don't know what to do about it. They're supposed to turn it over to you. I don't know what to do about it. But I need to tell you, to meet my obligation, they're not doing what they should. And so we subpoena the Director of National Intelligence. And we make it clear to the National Intelligence Director, National Intelligence, he's going to have to come before Congress in an open hearing and explain why he's the first acting director to refuse to turn a complaint over to Congress. And the investigations are opened. And the result is they're forced to turn it over to Congress, and they're forced to release this call record. But here you have the Department of Justice weighing in, you don't have to turn it over. The same call record that mentions the Attorney General of the United States. But it fails. That effort to cover up, to conceal the whistleblower complaint fails. And it comes out. And no sooner than it does, the Attorney General says, we had nothing to do with this. Now, of course, if that had never been released, well, then the Attorney General's name would have never come up in this call record, and there would be no necessity of distancing himself from the President's actions. Now, in the next exchange, President Zelensky says that he's going to have a new prosecutor general, and he or she will look into the situation specifically to the company that you mentioned in this issue. Now, this is also interesting. The company that you mentioned in this issue. Now, there's no company mentioned in this issue in the call record. But, of course, you've seen now testimony from two witnesses who were on that call that Burisma was mentioned. So why isn't Burisma in the call record? Well, can't say this. That call record went to that highly classified server. And that mention of Burisma didn't make it into the call record. But Zelensky goes on to say the issue of the investigation of the case is actually the issue of making sure to restore the honesty, so we will take care of that. And we will work on the investigation of the case. Time after time after time, Zelensky feels the need to assure the President he's going to do those political investigations that the President wants. In the next exchange, the President, after Zelensky says this, the President says, I will have Mr. Giuliani give you a call, and I'm also going to have Attorney General Barr call, and we will get to the bottom of it. I think, you can count, don't take my word, but I think there's no one who comes up more in this call record than Rudy Giuliani, which tells us something. Now, in the next exchange, Zelensky says, among other things, I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also want to ensure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation. So here, in the same way that earlier in the conversation, Zelensky brings up those weapons, those javelins he needs, and the President immediately says, I have a favor. So military assistance, I have a favor. Here Zelensky says, I want to thank you for your invitation to come visit. I also want to assure you we're serious about doing the investigation. Clearly, he is linking the two, and of course, he's linking the two because he's told the two are linked before the call. And he's conveying to the President, I got the message. Now, the President, in the next exchange, says, I will tell Rudy and Attorney General Barr to call. Again, let's make sure there's no misunderstanding here. I'm going to have them call. I want you in touch with Rudy Giuliani and the Attorney General. I will tell Rudy and the Attorney General Barr to call. Thank you. Whenever you would like to come to the White House, feel free to call. I'm going to have you talk to Rudy and the Attorney General, and by the way, anytime you want to come to the White House, just call. Give us a date and we'll work that out. I look forward to seeing you. And then Zelensky says, thank you very much. I would be very happy to come. I'm looking forward to our meeting. Again and again, Zelensky's ask, what he goes into that call wanting is the meeting. You could tell what he was prepared for. He was prepared for the request for investigations. He knew what he had to promise, and he knew what he wanted to obtain, and that was the visit. Now, you also saw in that video that rather sad video, yes, sort of humorous but sad too, of Zelensky and President Trump at the UN, where he's saying, I still haven't gotten that meeting. And I can tell you something, and this is what is so frightening about these circumstances. If we hadn't discovered all this, he would likely be saying at that UN meeting, we're still waiting on that military aid. Yeah, we forced the aid to be released because the president got caught. But even now, our ally can't get his foot in the door. Even now, our ally can't get his foot in the door. And this brings me to the last point I want to make tonight, which is, when we're done, we believe that we will have made the case overwhelmingly of the president's guilt. That is, he's done what he's charged with. He withheld the money. He withheld the meeting. He used it to coerce Ukraine to do these political investigations. He covered it up. He obstructed us. He's trying to obstruct you. And he's violated the Constitution. But I want to address one other thing tonight. Okay, he's guilty. Okay, he's guilty. Does he really need to be removed? Does he really need to be removed? We have an election coming up. Does he really need to be removed? He's guilty. Is there really any doubt about this? I mean, do we really have any doubt about the facts here? Does anybody really question whether the president is capable of what he's charged with? No one is really making the argument Donald Trump would never do such a thing. Because of course we know that he would, and of course we know that he did. It's a somewhat different question, though, to ask, okay, it's pretty obvious, whether we can say it publicly or we can't say it publicly, we all know what we're dealing here with this president. But does he really need to be removed? And this is why he needs to be removed. Donald Trump chose Rudy Giuliani over his own intelligence agencies. He chose Rudy Giuliani over his own FBI director. He chose Rudy Giuliani over his own national security advisors. When all of them were telling him this Ukraine 2016 stuff is kooky, crazy Russian propaganda, he chose not to believe them. He chose to believe Rudy Giuliani. That makes him dangerous to us, to our country. That was Donald Trump's choice. Now, why would Donald Trump believe a man like Rudy Giuliani over a man like Christopher Wray? Okay? Why would anyone in their right mind believe Rudy Giuliani over Christopher Wray? Because he wanted to, and because what Rudy was offering him was something that would help him personally. And what Christopher Wray was offering him was merely the truth. What Christopher Wray was offering him was merely the information he needed to protect his country and its elections. But that's not good enough. What's in it for him? What's in it for Donald Trump? This is why he needs to be removed. Now, you may be asking, how much damage can he really do in the next several months until the election? A lot. A lot of damage. Now, we just saw last week a report that Russia tried to hack, or maybe did hack, Burisma. Okay? I don't know if they got in. I'm trying to find out. My colleagues on the Intel Committee, House and Senate, we're trying to find out, did the Russians get in? What are the Russian plans and intentions? Well, let's say they got in. And let's say they start dumping documents to interfere in the next election. Let's say they start dumping some real things they hacked from Burisma. Let's say they start dumping some fake things they didn't hack from Burisma, but they want you to believe they did. Let's say they start blatantly interfering in our election again to help Donald Trump. Can you have the least bit of confidence that Donald Trump will stand up to them and protect our national interest over his own personal interest? You know you can't, which makes him dangerous. to this country, you know you can't. You know you can't count on him. None of us can. None of us can. What happens if China got the message? Now you can say, well, he's just joking. Of course, he didn't really mean China should investigate the Bidens. You know that's no joke. Now maybe you could have argued 3 years ago when he said, hey, Russia, if you're listening, hack Hillary's emails. Maybe you could give him a freebie and say he was joking. But now we know better. Hours after he did that, Russia did in fact try to hack Hillary's emails. There's no mulligan here when it comes to our national security. So what if China does overtly or covertly start to help the Trump campaign? You think he's going to call him out on it? Or you think he's going to give him a better trade deal on it? Can any of us really have the confidence that Donald Trump will put his personal interests ahead of the national interest? Is there really any evidence in this presidency that should give us the ironclad confidence that he would do so? You know you can't count on him to do that. That's the sad truth. You know you can't count on him to do that. The American people deserve a president they can count on to put their interest first. To put their interest first. Colonel Vindman said, here right matters. Here right matters. Well, let me tell you something. If right doesn't matter, it doesn't matter how good the Constitution is. It doesn't matter how brilliant the framers were. It doesn't matter how good or bad our advocacy in this trial is. Doesn't matter how well written the oath of impartiality is. If right doesn't matter, we're lost. If the truth doesn't matter, we're lost. The framers couldn't protect us from ourselves if right and truth don't matter. And you know that what he did was not right. You know, that's what they do in the old country that Colonel Vindman's father came from, or the old country that my great-grandfather came from, or the old countries that your ancestors came from, or maybe you came from. But here, right is supposed to matter. It's what's made us the greatest nation on earth. No Constitution can protect us. Right doesn't matter anymore. And you know you can't trust this president do what's right for this country. You can trust he will do what's right for Donald Trump. He'll do it now. He's done it before. He'll do it for the next several months. He'll do it in the election if he's allowed to. This is why, if you find him guilty, you must find that he should be removed. Because right matters. Because right matters. And the truth matters. Otherwise, we are lost.
House Manager Adam Schiff.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Unanimous consent that the trial adjourn until 1 p.m. Friday, January the 24th, and that this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senate is adjourned. Is that right?
And the House impeachment managers are down to about 8 hours of their time before President Trump's defense team takes their 24 hours. The Washington Post is saying in a headline, Democrats emphasize abuse of power charge against Trump as GOP complains of repetition. The New York Post has an article. Rudy Giuliani threatens to go public with Biden corruption allegations. Quote, everything I tried to tell the press last March is now coming out, and more. I will now start to reveal the evidence directly to you, the people. The former mayor tweeted, the Biden family enterprise made millions by selling public office. Then when Joe was Obama's point man, they all made millions. That's in the New York Post. We're going to get your reaction now to what you've seen today. We're also going to be looking for the senators to react to what they've heard today, and we'll be doing that all live. There are the numbers on the screen. Dial in on the right one, and if you text us, please be careful and text that exact number so we're not bothering any of our friends. 202-748-8003. Include your name and your state. Let's hear from John in Charlotte, North Carolina on our independent line. John, what'd you hear today?
Well, what I heard as a patriot thoroughly disgusts me. The complicity of Republicans and I call him the impotus, in carrying out Valerie Prudent's orders to try and destroy our democracy has me concerned and disgusted.
John in Charlotte. Up next is Annie in Eugene, Oregon, Republican line. Go ahead, Annie.
Well, hi. I am so embarrassed to be registered as a Republican at this point. I do not understand how he can get away with all of these things that he's gotten away with. President Trump has destroyed our democracy. We have become more of a monarchy or a dictatorship. And in my opinion, right does have to matter above everything else. And if this can't be a nonpartisan decision in whether to remove him from office, then our whole system of being free is gone. And any president can do anything without any repercussion or any responsibility to the American people. It's supposed to be that we, the people, not we, the party of Republican or Democrat, it's we, the people, should have a say in all of this. And if the senators that are Republicans are not clear on the fact that they are going to be nonpartisan, then I feel like President Trump can get away with anything.
What was one of the strong arguments? What's one of the strong arguments for you?
I'm sorry?
What was one of the strong arguments you heard in the last couple of days?
The strongest argument that I've heard is that everything is black and white. And there is a point where we have to stop and say, you know, you're guilty, so you need to go. I listened to President Nixon's impeachment process. I've listened to, President Clinton's impeachment process, and this should not even be compared to either one of those. Times have changed. Everything is more electronic, and that's unfortunate because he can tweet on anybody or anybody that has a say against what he's doing, and I definitely feel like we, the people, don't have a voice anymore.
All right, thank you, Annie. Seth Abramson of Newsweek, he's a columnist with Newsweek. He's crediting CNN, and he says that Trump is saying he'll block new evidence via executive privilege. McConnell, who promised to abide by Trump's wishes, is now telling GOP senators to vote down witnesses or documents because it would take too long to fight Trump, the same position the GOP hit Dems for. Chris, Cincinnati Democrats line. What have you heard today, Chris?
Well, I've heard today a lot of what we heard the last couple of days. The Democrats are really, as people say, are repeating, but they have to. The Republicans have blocked witnesses and documents not just to the amendments to McConnell's resolution at the beginning of trial. They were blocking things during the impeachment hearings. A lot of people misclassified this impeachment trial as hearings, kind of downplaying it like it doesn't exist, taking a cue from the president, who has no integrity left. He has violated his integrity so much, it's almost like you can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. And the Republicans that are defending him, I don't know if they think they're going to get something out of it. I don't think that they really think that he is a good person to defend. And honestly, most of what I was going to say, Adam Schiff just said it on the floor. Right matters. And I hope that strikes a chord with every senator in that chamber. And if it doesn't, they're going to repeat the whole thing tomorrow. And the Republicans are going to have to sit through this again. If they're complaining of repetition, go ahead.
No, finish.
I'm just saying that if they're complaining of repetition, that this sounds old, it's because they weren't allowed new documents to come in.
All
so
right,
they're going to have
Chris
to sit.
in Cincinnati. What you've been seeing on your screen are the senators leaving the Senate chamber. Susan Collins out front of the Senate outside, and some of the other senators taking the underground subway back to their offices in the Senate office buildings. San Diego Union Tribune headline, Dems press case against Trump. Next call is Ryan in New York City, independent line. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to commend Representative Schiff. I think he's done a great job. The speech to end was great, especially since he's under such stress due to his good friend Ed Buck being arrested after a second African-American male prostitute was found dead in his apartment, and his other great friend Bruce Hensel was arrested for soliciting.
All right, that was Ryan in New York, and this is Congressman Mark Meadows tweeting a general point that needs to be made. It is not President Trump's responsibility to provide unlimited witnesses until Democrats are satisfied he's innocent. They've made it clear they will never believe he's innocent regardless. Liam, Brookfield, Connecticut, Republican. You're on C-SPAN 2.
Thank you so much, Peter and C-SPAN, for your coverage during these trying times. Adam Schiff's closing remarks about the truth not mattering anymore is unfortunately correct. But the issue is not President Trump anymore. I think it's his blindly ardent supporters and the populace. It's their ignorance to economics and science, their mindless groupthink and voluntary indoctrination, the irrational fear of globalism, creating needless conflicts, making mostly incoherent and facetious insults when they're devoid of an argument, especially in highly politicized cases such as this, the silence of their dissenters, spreading quote-unquote factual articles that are just carelessly riddled with fiction, and they fight against people like Schiff for no apparent reason. They call him Shifty Schiff. It's almost akin to the 2 minutes hate against Goldstein in Orwell's 1984, except that these people make arbitrary jokes about his stare and the way that he looks. I think if Orwell was alive today, I know right now he's rolling in his grave. These people are uneducated. It's no surprise that they oppose education funding, especially for minorities. They don't understand how racist they are. It's all about hating government, despising control, but frankly, without government, we'd all be reduced to animals.
Now, Liam, you called in on the Republican line. Have you ever been a supporter of President Trump?
I was in the past until I woke up, quite frankly.
Williams in Dallas on our Democrats line. William, you're on.
Yes, I must say as a Democrat that I'm ashamed to be a Democrat right now. I've been watching these hearings, and the lies that are coming from members of my own party make me ashamed to be a Democrat. Mr. Schiff and Mr. Nadler appear to be like the stuttering lawyer in the movie My Cousin Vinny, because they absolutely don't know what they're doing, and the Democrats are letting two people run the show who are putting on the worst possible demonstration possible. Mr. Nadler said today that every person that testified said that the president committed an impeachable offense, when Jonathan Turley actually said the abuse of power came from the Democrat-controlled House of Representatives. The president, I'm not supporting him, but our country is based on due process. And what I said this when Bill Clinton was being impeached, that the impeachment is not supposed to be designed as a tool of political power. Our founders feared this day, and their fears are coming true. And it disturbs me that the Democratic Party that I've been a part of is turning this into that.
That's William in Dallas, Texas. Now, the House managers have used 14 hours and 55 minutes of their allotted 24 hours. That means 9 hours and 5 minutes left in their arguments if they choose to use it. Then the Trump defense team has 24 hours to present their case over 3 days. Following that, the senators have 16 hours to question the managers and the defense team. And after that, there's a 4-hour deliberation on whether or not documents and witnesses should be added to this case. So that's all going to be live on C-SPAN 2, of course. Kenneth, Churchville, Virginia, Independent Line. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Hello. I had a couple questions, and one of them I think was answered a minute ago. That my question was that they keep talking about they didn't have time to subpoena all these witnesses and force it through the court system. But apparently, the president just said that he would block anything that the Senate did too. Also, I watched most of the House hearing, and I heard quite a few of the witnesses that they have on now that said that they didn't see that Trump had created a quid pro quo. The only one that did was Sondland. And he also said that he assumed that he was following the president's instructions. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kenneth. Christine in Hampton, Virginia says, I still have hope that the truth being so clearly articulated by the House managers will set America free of this corrupt president and all his crony criminal associates. Senators must stand up for our country. That came via text. Up next is Doris in Asheville, North Carolina, Republican line. Doris, what'd you hear today? What'd you learn?
Well, I've been watching it off and on for the last everything's been going on. And Adam Schiff, as far as I'm concerned, will put sixth grade class of civics students to sleep. I think that the time that they have allotted for all this is way more than is necessary. It's getting worth becoming boring, really. And I think that one of the speakers said earlier that they had 90,000 pages of material for the Clinton impeachment, and really all they needed was the blue dress, and that's all I have to say.
Doris, are you finding that people are talking about this in Asheville, North Carolina?
I find it. It's a partisan thing here too. If you're the Democrat, you're all the way for the impeachment. If you're the Republican, which I am, then of course we think this whole thing has just become a charade. Is what it has become.
Are you retired?
I am retired. I'm 85 years old.
Yes, ma'am. Do your friends, are they watching it as well, or is it just casually on?
I think they're like I am, off and on. I think they're watching it. I don't think it's that they're sitting and watching it for steady 24 hours a day or anything like that. So it's hit or miss with most of us because it's so much repetition. It doesn't matter when you turn it on. You're hearing the same thing over and over again, so it doesn't really matter how many hours you put into it.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Art Lean or Lean is a artist, and he has been drawing photos in the New York Times. Here they are. He's sitting up in the gallery. You can see some of the senators there. And you just saw Lisa Murkowski leave to go back to her office building. Here is a drawing he made of Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. These are all in the New York Times, and the artist is Art Lean or Lean, L-I-E-N. Judy, Federal Way, Washington, Democrat. Hi, Judy.
Hi.
Go ahead, we're listening.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I've been watching quite a bit of the trial, and I was switching back and forth just to see what Fox News, because I know a lot of conservative Republicans watch Fox News, And, they're not covering it full time. They have guests on. They're running all their commercials. And I just thought that was, quite interesting. And really all I have to say is my belief is now is the time for all good men and women to come to the aid of their country and their Constitution. Thank you very much.
Chris in Michigan texts in. We just heard again from the House members that no one is above the law. My question to them is, when are they going after Joe Biden for his quid pro quo with Ukraine, which he admitted to? Next call is Trey in San Antonio, Texas, independent line. Trey, we're listening.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for C-SPAN for providing an outlet for independents to be able to watch this coverage without having to have swing to one side or the other. I consider myself an independent in a lot of ways because of what was said in George Washington's farewell address, where he talked about how a party system with two different parties can only lead to infighting and prisoner's dilemma, where one side is trying to get the other side to lose. And this whole trial has been kind of a display of that, in my opinion. I think it's kind of, from a pragmatist view, the Republican Party is obviously going to stand by Trump. It's really the only person they have to be able to allow themselves to stay in power. Nobody else is running behind Trump with any sort of support. So obviously they're not going to be trying to allow documents or subpoenas. However, from the Democratic side, it's just a little confusing to me. I don't know exactly what their strategy is. I see it from maybe three perspectives. One, they're trying to, I guess, be on the right side of history when people look back and try to say that they, at least put up a good fight. Two, I guess they could try to say that they're trying to give a last-ditch kind of Hail Mary effort to try to see if they could swing enough Republicans to vote for impeachment. But I think anyone with a little common sense can see they're not going to swing 15 or however many Republicans they'd need to get the 67 supermajority. So the only thing I can hope is that they're trying to provide an outlet for people who are watching to be able to get the full breadth of what Trump was responsible for in this whole incident. But I'm not too optimistic, considering I've been looking at the ratings on this trial, and from my friends and everyone else that I talk to, not a lot of people are watching, and it makes me a little disconcerted. So I can only hope that people will be watching, or at least getting the updates and trying to consider for themselves for the upcoming election, because I think that's really the only way you'll get Trump out of office.
So in casual conversations, you're finding that people are not that interested?
Not in my
San Antonio?
age group. I'm a millennial. Yeah, exactly. And so the people that I try to speak to, a lot of people are seeing this as a foregone conclusion. Not a lot of people are even considering this worth watching. I've been watching pretty much the entirety of the coverage, and while I think that, Schiff is very eloquent with his wording of how he's been trying to get the message across of what has been discovered in the House, I don't know it'll make much of a difference in terms of the trial itself. I can just hope that the information they've discovered and their presentation of what they've discovered will be enough to help convince people to vote him out in 2020.
What do you do for a living, Trey?
I'm a stage manager, so I work in the theater industry, so I'm surrounded by a lot of people who also agree that, they're a little bit more Democratic leaning, and so a lot of people are considering this to be just the foregone conclusion, and I try to convince them to at least pay attention so they can be more informed, because I think a republic is only as good as the people who are voting, and I would hope that people could at least take this opportunity to see for themselves exactly what the breadth of what Trump has done will affect this country. And I think a democracy of apathy is not a democracy.
Thank you for calling in. Thomas, Shirley, New York. Thomas, Shirley, New York, Republican. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, how are you this evening? Good evening. Okay, I'm Thomas Gustafson, Local 138, International Union of Operator Engineers. We have unions throughout the country. And what I'm seeing the last 3 days is just repetitive. They'll go over different scenarios. It's all hearsay. It's nothing new since Congress impeachment. It's the same scenario. All they want to do now is manipulate and brainwash the American public to steer to whatever their desire is. Adam Schiff nailed it on the head yesterday, by the way, and he got caught with a phrase that was very threatening, in my opinion, when he stated, the voters, he can't trust the voters. He said that yesterday. He can't trust the voters. So I say, who do you trust? The Democrats? Are they going to believe the voting system in 2020? This is very serious allegations he put out there yesterday. I believe that Trump is doing an excellent job. Who cares about a phone call? The bottom line in the United States is the American dollar, the economy, the wages, the jobs. He's fighting for America. Yes, he called Ukraine. They have a history of corruption. He wants to make sure that when we send money there is no more corruption.
That's Thomas in Shipley, New York, setting out his marker. Andrews in Los Angeles, Democrat.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
How are you?
I'm good. I want to thank you for your coverage of this. I've been watching. It's wild that the Senate controls the camera, and I wonder how they're editing our experience of it through that control. But I just want to bring up, everyone kind of conflates Donald Trump with The Apprentice, but in reality, if you look at his history of his construction projects, if you look at the trail of disaster businesses that he's left in his wake, from the stakes to the university, and now him and his children aren't even allowed to serve on any nonprofits due to mismanagement of funds. And it blows my mind that they didn't go after him for emoluments. But I think it's the severity of the Ukraine situation, fighting a war with Russia on the border, that I think that took precedence. And I feel like the House managers thought that would be a more pertinent case to bring before the Senate.
Now, Andrew mentioned the Senate cameras. That is correct. C-SPAN does not control the cameras in the Senate. And if you've noticed during this impeachment trial, you get that opening shot where you see the whole dais and you can see the managers sitting at tables on each side, but you don't get to see the senators. And then you get the shot of just the speaker. Those are controlled by the U.S. Senate. We requested to put our cameras in there as well so we could make it a more full picture and get, maybe some senators in there. We were turned down, so we don't control those. Thank you for pointing that out, Andrew. Well, Jordan Carney tweets out that Weekend Impeachment Trial Watch, a couple of senators are telling her they think the Saturday session will start at 9 a.m. and they expect it to be shorter. Harold's up in Alaska, in Kenai, Alaska, on our independent line. Hi, Harold.
Yeah, good evening there, and thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I really think this started probably before the president was sworn in. They went after him, which is kind of sad for the country. But I used to be Democrat, but I voted Republican in the last election. I probably vote Republican again.
Now, Harold, have you contacted your Senator Lisa Murkowski, who's getting a lot of news coverage during this trial?
Yes, I have.
And what'd you tell her? What'd you tell her office?
Well, I told her we need to be behind this president because I feel it's the right thing to do.
And what kind of response did you get?
Well, she kind of hum-hawed around, but she said she really needs to see a little more evidence to make a decision.
All right. How long have you lived in Alaska, Harold?
I've been born and raised in Alaska.
All right. Thank you, sir, for calling in. Damon's in Los Angeles, Democrat, and you're on C-SPAN 2.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say one thing. I know I'm a Democrat, but I'm an American first, and this is the one thing that scared me throughout all this. I've been watching from day one. When you don't let people have a defense, they can't get – everything is done to where it's behind closed doors until you want the cameras to come on. You're not getting anything. And the number one thing that's bugging me more, the House's job is to make a case to bring before the Senate. They didn't do their job. Now they're in the Senate begging for the Senate to do their job, and that's not what the Senate is for. They're there to be the judge and the jury. They're not there to make a case. the last thing, and every American needs to think about this, whether Donald Trump is wrong or right, since he's been president, everybody from the Democratic side, new millennials, don't like him, but everything he's done has been good for this country. So at some point, Americans need to remember one thing. We're Americans first. America. That's why every other country in the world wants to be like us. And you know we're a great country because you can have these trials and everybody get their opinion.
Now, Damon, are you to the point where you feel like supporting the president, given the remarks you just made?
I'm going to tell you this. As an American, I support him 100%. Whatever president they put in, once we elect them, our job is to support them. Whether we voted for them or not, they're the president. Americans stand behind one another. Since World War I, World War II, Vietnam, we've always stood together, wrong or right. America sticks together.
How much attention have you been paying to this trial?
I've been paying attention since Donald Trump became president. I told everybody he was. I didn't vote for him, but he became the president, which means he's our president. Quit making excuses and stand up as an American and support the president.
What do you do in L.A.?
Me, I'm a building engineer.
Okay.
I vote Democrat. I vote for Republicans when I think they're right. I vote for independents. What it is as a country, wrong or right, we've done good things and bad things, but we stand up for us. Right now, we don't get to the new millennium. Everybody wants to be on news, make their mark, but they're forgetting we stand for us. Every other country in the world likes what America is. They want to come here. They want to be here.
All right. Thank you, sir, for calling in. Bob is next, and Bob's in Ruther Glen, Virginia, Republican. Bob, what did you learn today?
Hey, didn't learn a whole lot, other than the same thing we've seen for about the last 6 weeks. Just trying to figure out, with the phone call, everything keeps tying into the 2020 election. I've heard nothing about the 2020 election. Everything with the phone call seemed to me like Trump was looking behind the 2016, trying to eliminate the corruption. And I'm just trying to figure out, I have yet to see anything about where this corruption phone call has tied into the 2020 election. I'm trying to find out. Somebody explain that to me.
Well, you mentioned repetitiveness, and the Washington Post lead headline right now is Democrats emphasize abuse of power charge against Trump as GOP complains of repetition. Tim is next down in Cape Coral, Florida. Independent. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes, sir. I am a patriot. I am retired military. My father was also retired military and is buried in Arlington National Cemetery. I just want to say that in my lifetime, we've experienced a lot of tragedies, and this is one that really has divided this country. And I want the people to remember, I am really not of a party affiliation, and I decided years ago, probably 6 years ago, to be that way, because we are the people that run this country, and our vote counts. Whether you like it, don't like it, you vote, and you make it count. They want to talk about term limits, you just got to vote, and they have term limits. You mentioned something about the cameras, and one of the interesting things that I want to remind you, if we had the cameras panning all over the place, every network would be drawn to, look at that senator, he's not paying attention. Now we're paying attention to the speakers present their case. And it's very important that we see that and we understand it. Give them a chance to present their case and let the Republicans have their chance to present or say there is no evidence that's shown factual to be here. It's repetitious. I wish the Congress had followed completely the lines of the subpoena process and gone to a higher court. Even if Trump said no, they would have gone to a higher court and it would have been overruled. Those people would have had to have been subpoenaed in, and this would have been a done deal that way. And they should have followed that line of the law to get that done.
Tim, thank you from Cape Coral, Florida, for giving us a different perspective, especially on the cameras. Sharina in St. Louis, Missouri, Democrat. Sharina, please go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I've been following along with these hearings since they were in the House and listening to these every day this week. And I'm appalled but not surprised by what Trump has done. And by the way, by Fox News and their bias by not even airing the trials. And I think the Democrats are doing a really impressive job in the face of the obstruction of the president. And they have a lot of limitations, but I still think they're doing an excellent job. And I really like listening to Adam Schiff. And I think it's really mind-boggling to hear these complaints about the repetitiveness when that's by design. It's a consequence of the president withholding documents, blocking witnesses, and Republicans not agreeing to allow the witnesses before the trial. So, why would, of course we don't have anything new. You won't allow anything new to be brought up. So, and I was really struck by what I heard that the foreigners said this week. It characterized Trump as a cult leader. And that's kind of what it seems like here. People just blindly loyal to Trump, and I don't see why people don't see. It's clear to me with the Democrats that how they explain it. It's clear he did something wrong. He's guilty.
Serena, what do you do in St. Louis?
I'm a statistician.
And you seem to have spent or paid a lot of attention to this trial.
Yeah, because it's important. It really is. This is. I think if it goes the wrong way, it's just undermining everything that we stand for as Americans. It's bad enough we have Trump anyway. I feel bad that I'm even represented by him, but we need to do the right thing here. This is important. I hope that everyone is paying attention, and I know that everyone thinks, of course, it's gonna. We already know how this is going to pan out. The Republicans have the majority, so why even bother paying attention? I think everyone should just hear all the facts for themselves and, at least be able to make their own opinion, even though we don't get to actually vote this time. And, the next election,
now,
Sharina,
will you be listening next week when the Republicans present their case or the Trump defense team presents its case?
Oh, I will, because I think we all should do that. We're all, people are biased and they only want to listen to, people who speak in agreement with them, but we got to be able to listen to people who we don't agree with and try and understand where they're coming from, too. I'm definitely going to listen to the Republicans.
All right. Thank you for your time this evening. We really appreciate it. Lewis in Rome, New York, Republican. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
How are you?
Good, very good. Thank you, C-SPAN, for your wonderful coverage. It's the only place I can go and get uninterrupted coverage. All the other networks and Fox and all the other ones run their commercials and everything. You guys at least let us see everything as it happens. I think the Democrats, when they had their House investigation, did not allow the president's team or the president any chance to rebut what they said. And I think a lot of what they're saying is conjecture and hearsay. And I can't wait for the president's team to put on their case.
Lewis in Rome, New York. Thank you. Lori, Kent, Washington, Independent Line. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. I'll keep it short and sweet. I think the whole presidency of Donald Trump is a cult of celebrity. It's disappointing and it's embarrassing, and it's no wonder that people from around the world think we're crazy. In the future, when I travel abroad, I'm going to tell them I'm from Canada. Thank you.
That's Lori in Kent, Washington. Well, that's going to conclude our live coverage tonight. We will continue this again tomorrow night, but we also want to let you know that at noon tomorrow, the president, for the first time, a U.S. president will be speaking at the March for Life rally, and that will be live Friday on C-SPAN. Now, the Washington Journal again tomorrow morning will get your reaction to the impeachment trial. That begins at 7 a.m. And everything that we have covered over the last nearly 5 months of the impeachment process is available online. cspan.org/impeachment. From the time that Nancy Pelosi announced the impeachment inquiry, everything is right there up through today. So you can see it at cspan.org/impeachment.
WCSB-FM Washington. About 11 o'clock this morning, we brought you live coverage as the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, spoke with reporters. This just ahead of the start of day 3 of the impeachment trial.
Good morning. Good morning. And before I begin on the impeachment issue, I want to say this. The president said in an interview yesterday at Davos that he will take a look at cutting Social Security and other entitlements after the 2020 election, and that it is actually, he said, the easiest of all things. The president promised that unlike other Republicans, he wouldn't touch Social Security and Medicare. He's already broken that promise and gone after Medicare. Now it looks like Social Security is in the president's crosshairs as well. Even as this important trial continues, Americans should hear that the president is casually talking about cutting their Social Security at a Swiss ski resort with the global financial elite.
Live coverage on C-SPAN Radio, WCSP-FM Washington.
Now we get the impeachment stuff. Okay, to the matter at hand. Today was a discussion, Tuesday was a discussion over amendment votes. But yesterday the managers got to lay out their case uninterrupted. As manager after manager stepped up to lay out the evidence amassed against the president in precise and devastating detail, the atmosphere of the Senate took on an entirely different dimension. It may have been the first time that many of my Republican colleagues heard the full story, the complete narrative from start to finish, uninterrupted and not filtered through the kaleidoscope lens of Fox News, where at best things are left out and at worst things are terribly distorted. It may have planted the first seed in their minds that yes, perhaps the president did something very wrong here. Mr. Schiff and the other managers did an exceptional job laying out the facts of the president's alleged abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, meticulously walking through the chronology, anticipating and rebutting the most predictable counter-arguments from the president's counsel along the way, and knocking those arguments down before they got there. I was particularly impressed how Mr. Schiff undid the ability of the managers to say, well, the president said there's no collusion, and they kept pointing out in a very clear way, in the same phone call, and in the same letter, or in the same conversation, he then went back to holding back the aid. It has been only one day, but House managers are setting the bar very high for the President's Counsel to meet. At this point, I'm not sure how the President's Counsel, as unprepared, confused, and tending towards conspiracy theories as they have been, can clear it. And I'd say one other thing, particularly in the last 2 hours, when Mr. Schiff summed everything up. I was there, and I like to watch my Republican colleagues, and many of them really don't want to be there. And so for some of it, they're looking the other way. They may be chatting with somebody sitting this way. Schiff had such power in his speech that he almost forced them to look at him and listen. And just about every Republican's eyes were glued on Mr. Schiff. So it was a powerful rendition. Now, what are the Republicans saying after yesterday? Well, the same Republicans are saying that they heard nothing new. But these Republicans voted 9 times on Tuesday against amendments to ensure new witnesses and new documents to come before the Senate. Let me repeat. The same Republicans saying they heard nothing new just voted 9 times on Tuesday to hear nothing new. If they want new stuff, there's plenty of it. As the managers made clear, a lot of the documents are sitting there, all compiled, all ready to go, with simply a vote of 4 Republicans to subpoena them. So this argument that they heard nothing new when they vote against new evidence repeatedly rings very, very hollow. If my Republican colleagues are interested in some new evidence on top of the very substantial House record, there's a very simple answer. Vote with Democrats to call relevant witnesses and documents. The presentations themselves argued both implicitly and explicitly for the importance of witnesses and documents. At key points yesterday, it was so clear that we ought to hear from Mulvaney and Blair and Duffy and Bolton, who are at the center of these events. It was so clear that we must review relevant documents. If someone doubts a witness reporting a phone call, the way to verify it, see if it's true, is look at the underlying document. They don't want that. The managers kept referring back to important documents that we know exist and that we know concern the charges, but are being hidden from the Senate and the public by the President. One example, Ambassador Taylor's memo to Secretary Pompeo after he spoke to Bolton, in which he gave a contemporaneous account of his concerns about the President's corrupt scheme in Ukraine. Why wouldn't my fellow Republicans want to see it? Why wouldn't they want the American people to see it? I don't see how any senator, Democrat or Republican, could sit on the floor, listen to Adam Schiff and the House impeachment managers and not demand witnesses and documents, unless, that is, they're not interested in the truth, that they're afraid of the truth, that they know the President is hiding the truth. I think the case for witnesses and documents is so self-evident that many of my Republican colleagues are desperate to talk about anything else. They're so eager to change conversation from witnesses and documents, from over the question of fairness of the trial, that they're inventing shiny objects and so-called outrages. We don't know what the next one will be, but it'll surely be something irrelevant to a fair trial, because they don't want to debate that issue. So they try to turn you, the press, and the American people away to look at something else that has nothing to do with the trial.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Make no mistake about it. The issue of relevant evidence, documents, and witnesses is going to come back up, and Senate Republicans will have the power to bring that evidence into the trial. We saw how Leader McConnell was forced to modify his resolution on Tuesday after certain Republicans raised objections. Republican senators, 4 of them, it's in their hands, can make this trial more fair if they want to. The question is, will they use that power when it really matters? Senator Hirono.
Thank you very much. I'm glad our leader started by saying that the President has said that he is going to cut Social Security. And this reminded me of in the midnight hour on Tuesday when Cipollone got up and said that the President is a man of his word. I wrote on my notebook, what a whopper. That's not the only time. The House managers... Definitely not. The House manager gave a powerful presentation, the factual basis for why the House voted to impeach this President. And it's good to be reminded of the human dimension of what the President did, because we all know that the President doesn't give a rip about the human dimension and the consequences of what he does, because he only cares about himself. But when Jason Crow said during his presentation that as a veteran, having fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, what it felt like to search for scrap metal to fortify their vehicles because they didn't have those kinds of protections, or to watch Ambassador Taylor on video saying that when he went to eastern Ukraine and talked to the commander who was fighting the Russians there, and the commander thanking him for the American aid, and Ambassador Taylor knowing full well that that aid had been held up. Who of us would not feel like, you know what? You know, he said he felt badly. I'm sure he felt worse than badly because our country did not keep our word. So the human dimension of what the president did is something we should not forget. And yes, we've all heard that our colleagues are saying, well, why don't we have new evidence, which, by the way, we spent 12 hours or 13 hours on Tuesday. They spent shutting down. So that's total hypocrisy on their part, or that they're getting restless. Most of us get restless when we are presented with information we don't want to hear. Right? And they don't want to hear what the president did. And if they were to ask themselves, there's just a simple question of, is it okay for the president to have shaken down the president of another country, a very vulnerable country, who needed our support and almost $400 million in taxpayer money so his troops can fight against Russian aggression? And the president used our taxpayer money to bribe that president. Just ask themselves that question. They don't want to face that. And so they're squirming. Why? Because the truth hurts.
Thank you, Casey. Senator Casey.
Thanks very much. I want to thank my colleagues. I was listening yesterday with a degree of attentiveness that maybe some of us don't always exhibit in our daily work because of the gravity of the story, the consequences for the country, but also the manner in which the House managers presented the case. This record, which came over from the House, is substantial, it's compelling, and I think it lays out the fundamental case for both abuse of power and obstruction of Congress.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senator Bob Casey.
When you add into that what has transpired since they voted, all the new information we've seen, and then when you hear the presentation by the House managers yesterday, which should be supplemented by the testimony of witnesses as well as documentary evidence, you can see the power of this case and how disturbing it is. I'm still stunned that Republicans don't want to hear from relevant witnesses. The ones we've asked for, the ones that Leader Schumer put in his December 15th letter, Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Bolton, Mr. Duffy, and Mr. Blair, are all relevant, and we're only asking for those four in the documents that pertain to their testimony. I think that's why you see these high numbers of Americans that want to have hear from witnesses and documents beyond what's already in the substantial record the House developed. But I want to echo both what Senator Schumer said and Senator Hirono on Ambassador Bill Taylor. That moment, which was proof positive of how important a document can be. The cable from Mr. Taylor to Secretary of State Pompeo, which, by the way, written by a decorated Vietnam War vet who understands the horror of combat, understands what military aid can mean on the battlefield, putting those words in a classified cable in real time, contemporaneously, and then we're told by the evidence that Secretary of State Pompeo brought the cable with him to a meeting in the White House, in the Oval Office with the President, in a meeting which we're told, and we'd like to know more about that meeting, was meant to persuade the President to finally release this aid so those Ukrainians on the battlefield could have the benefit of that aid. So when he said, wouldn't you like to read that cable, I think Republican heads were shaking, at least mentally. I'm sure they didn't want to be caught. The President might see them on camera shaking their head up and down, yes. But they know how important that cable is. They know how relevant it is to the underlying charges. They know that. And they also know that to make the case, as the lawyers do in their brief, or try to make the case that the President did nothing wrong, no one believes that. That just doesn't pass any test that most Americans would apply to credibility. So the last thing I'll say is just to highlight again what Leader Schumer said and Senator Hirono said as well. Here's what Bill Taylor said on page 129 of the House Intel report, talking about that cable. It says, and I quote, Ambassador Taylor worried about the public message that such a hold on vital military assistance would send in the midst of Ukraine's hot war with Russia. Quote, he's quoting Taylor, "The Russians, as I said at my deposition, would love to see the humiliation of President Zelensky at the hands of the Americans. I told the Secretary, meaning Secretary Pompeo, that I could not and would not defend such a policy," unquote. This is from a decorated Vietnam veteran who always would follow his duty, who understands what that duty is to the country, who's saying, I cannot follow that policy. It is so egregious, so offensive, so damaging that I can't follow that order or that policy. I don't know what more we can say to our colleagues to say, why don't we have the benefit of that cable? Why don't we have the benefit of the testimony of Mr. Bolton, who can also testify about that vignette in time, where Bolton says to Taylor, send a classified cable to the Secretary of State, which he, by the way, had never done before in his long career, distinguished career as a diplomat. So I'll end with asking Adam Schiff's question. Wouldn't you want to read that cable, among many other things we should read? Senator Udall.
Senator Udall. Thank you.
Live coverage on C-SPAN Radio.
Senator Schumer, for asking us to accompany you, and I also feel that Ambassador Taylor was very powerful. I think that one moment where he was standing with the Ukrainian commander at the line with battling the Russians, and his story he told there was just so powerful. So I would agree with both Senator Schumer, Senator Rono, and Senator Casey. The House managers, Adam Schiff and his team, have done an incredible job in terms of presenting a powerful case, a compelling case. As a former Attorney General and a former federal prosecutor, I've seen many cases presented. They are really at the top of their game and doing an excellent job. And what is the contrast here? President Trump, as Leader Schumer has said, is over in Davos. Over in Davos. Number one, what he's doing in Davos, which I find outrageous, is he's playing with the jury intimidation. He said, there in Davos at the camera, he says, don't call Bolton as a witness. He said it could hurt our national security. I think that's a very dangerous road to go down, to say that Congress cannot handle the national security issues. Obviously, Bolton has a lot to say in public just about what went on in the meetings, but we can handle the national security part in our secure facilities, and I think we're willing to do that. The other thing that I found was really upsetting in terms of President Trump's behavior over in Davos was he and this is his quote, honestly, we have all the material and we don't, he says, honestly, we have all the material and they don't have the material. Here he is gloating over the fact that he has the documents. He's not turned them over to Congress. He's violated that special relationship, Article 1, Article 2, where Congress is supposed to be able to subpoena documents and to do oversight. And here he is gloating in it while he's sitting over in Davos. So it is beyond belief that the President of the United States would even go to Davos in the middle of an impeachment trial and then make statements like that to intimidate the jury and to gloat over the fact that he has not turned documents over. And then let me just say finally that Senate Democrats take their oath very seriously. As a former federal prosecutor and attorney general, I know how trials use evidence. I've seen it over and over again.
New Mexico Democratic Senator Tom Udall.
The case here to be made is that we've got to have the evidence, we've got to have the documents, we've got to have the witnesses, and so it's pretty astounding that Republicans would be going around the Hill saying, well, we haven't seen anything new, when all they're trying to do is shut down this trial and make sure that nothing new comes in. And I think when it comes to history, a lot of this is going to break over time. And if they don't want to see this information now, a lot of it's going to come out, and I think they're going to regret it.
Hi, this is Maria Pena with Telemundo. Thank you for doing this. 2 questions. How close are you to persuading at least 4 Republicans to join you in calling additional witnesses and documents, number 1? And number 2, President Trump has tweeted over 100 times saying that Democrats are doing this because they can't accept the defeat of the 2016 elections. So are you concerned about any political risk for the Democratic Party in November?
We're looking for the truth. The impeachment, the ability to impeach and then try that impeachment is one of the most fundamental, solemn, and sacred rights given to the Congress to deal with the president who might abuse his power, who might overreach, who might break the law. And we feel that's our obligation. So we have asked for witnesses. We didn't ask for Democratic witnesses who might be, talking on our side. These are the president's appointees. The documents are all written by the president's appointees. We want the truth. Now, maybe that evidence will be exculpatory, helpful to Trump. Maybe it'll be further incriminating. But we want the truth, and the political chips will fare where they may. I will tell you this. The American people, there was another new poll today by Reuters, I think it was, that showed that the overwhelming number of people, the overwhelming majority of Americans want the witnesses and documents, want the truth, want the new evidence. It was asked that way in one of them. And in most of the polls, a majority of the Republicans, every poll, more Republicans than not, want witnesses and documents. And it's rare for the Republican rank and file to break with Trump. But I think the American people, and particularly after yesterday, saw the gravity of this situation and the need to make it fair. And I will say this to President and any of my Republican friends. If the American people believe this is not a fair trial, which right now they seem to believe because there are no witnesses and documents, acquittal will have zero value to the president or to the Republicans.
How about the witnesses?
No.
Republicans?
Well, there are lots of conversations going on. I'm not going to comment on anything explicit. Yes.
Mr. Leader,
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, live coverage on C-SPAN Radio.
Remarks yesterday about witnesses, and Ted Cruz was talking about a one-for-one deal. Are you saying that you're close to any potential deal?
No, there's
only those involving.
No Republicans are talking to us about deals. We want these 4 witnesses, these 4 sets of documents. They go to the truth. But not a single Republican has approached me and said, what about this, what about that? It's not happening. There was one report that I thought was false, and now everyone's jumping on it. Yes.
Leader Schumer, are Senate Republicans complicit in the cover-up by not accepting witnesses and documents at this point?
The bottom line is the president is clearly covering up. His people are covering up. And the question is, will our Republican colleagues rise to their constitutional mandate to create a fair trial? And I don't think it will sit very well with history or with the American people if they don't.
This is supposed to be, as Chief Justice John Roberts put it, the world's greatest deliberative body. What should the American people make of the fact that so many senators appear to have already made up their minds long before this trial is even over?
Well, again, I give faith to the wisdom of the founders. When I read in high school, I mentioned this once before, when I read in high school, one of the greatest things we've got to worry about is foreign interference in our elections. I sort of twinkled my eyes and said, what? That doesn't happen. But of course, once again, the founders were a lot smarter than all of us, and they realized what a danger it would be, and now it's reared its ugly head. It happened in 2016, and there are countries aiming to do it in 2020. We know that. Well, it's the same here. People say they've made up their minds, some, not that many. I don't think a majority of senators on either side have said they've made up their minds. There are some. But the weight of history, the weight of that trial, the requirement that people are forced to sit at their desks and listen and not be punching things out on their iPhones is very, very powerful. And as I said, towards the end last night, Mazie Hirono was right. People squirm, people look the other way, they don't sit still when they don't want to hear it. But the evidence was so compelling, and Schiff's arguments were so powerful, that I looked around several times. Every Republican was looking right at him and listening. So our hope is this will have an effect. It will also have an effect on the American people. And everyone here who's elected has some duty to listen to their constituents. Their constituents are saying witnesses and documents. Yes.
You've been a politician for a long time, and you've seen good political environments, and you've had to carry both good messages and bad messages in those environments. You seem pretty confident right now of the argument you have on witnesses. Do you believe that the Republican position against witnesses is sustainable politically?
Look, I think it's not sustainable substantively, for sure. And the American people seem to agree with us. And look, I don't know what will happen. Am I certain that we'll get those 4 Republicans? Absolutely not. Am I certain we won't absolutely get those 4 Republicans? Certainly not. You've got it when you have truth on your side, when you have facts on your side, you often win, because that's the way, my belief, God made the world, and that's the way our republic is structured. So you just keep at it and keep at it and keep at it. And I can't tell you the outcome, but I feel my whole caucus, from one end to the other, feels very confident of these arguments. We're the ones out there. You don't find many Republicans going and talking to the press. Someone told me if you looked at who's going on the shows, it's overwhelmingly Democratic. Now, that's because of the faith in argument that we have. And that's because a lot of them, look, I heard the press asking 2 Republicans yesterday, I just happened to overhear it. Do you think the president did anything wrong? They couldn't even answer that question. So, please, Poppy. I have hope, is a better way to put it. Hope that we might get the witnesses and documents by the end of the day, and we're going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. Bobby.
2 points. One is, and it's relevant to a couple of questions. The reason why having a witness give testimony in this proceeding, in this trial, is not just because of the consequences, the determination the Senate has to make, but because they're not just walking in and talking about what they saw. They're coming in, they're having to swear under oath, taking the oath in a deposition or other testimony, and having to be subjected to both examination and cross-examination can reveal a lot about a person.
Democrat Bob Casey.
You saw as well how serious and quiet and somber the chamber got when people were signing the oath book after taking the oath collectively. So that's important here, having people under oath. I don't know, maybe I missed something, but I have not seen any person yet in the House proceedings who was under oath who made the argument for the president. Nothing wrong, a perfect call, all of that. I don't know of anyone who's been under oath doing that. Now maybe, as Chuck said, maybe John Bolton would say something exculpatory, but we just want them under oath and they're relevant. Last point is that on this question of what's going through the minds of Republicans, look, I've been there for every single minute of presentation. And when I look across at the Republicans for even a second, I see most who are listening very carefully. I think Chuck was right. I think they were paying very close attention yesterday, especially to the end when Adam Schiff was making a presentation. And final point here is that when we were getting the printout of the slides yesterday, it was my sense from looking at the Republican side was they weren't taking those slides and just throwing them in their desk. They wanted to see those slides. They may not admit that to you. They wanted to see them. In fact, one senator, I won't tell you who, Republican senator, was inquiring about the fact that they couldn't see the slides on the screen, and having a printout was helpful. So they want to see this information. A lot of them, even the ones that claim that there's nothing new. They knew there was a lot that was revelatory in those slides.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and other Senate Democrat leaders talking about the impeachment trial, which continues in an hour and 25 minutes on C-SPAN 2 and here on C-SPAN Radio. Well, right now in the White House driveway, Principal Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley is speaking with reporters, and we take you there now on this cold winter day.
President's comments that they say he was bragging in Davos about how you have all the material, Democrats don't have any material, essentially accusing him of bragging about obstructing Congress. Why would he do that?
He wasn't. That's a ridiculous allegation. What the president was clearly saying was that the evidence is all on our side. We'll get a chance to present our case in the days ahead, and you'll all see it.
He said we have the material, though.
All the evidence, all the material, the evidence to prove the president has done nothing wrong and get a complete and total exoneration.
On Medicare?
There are reports that this Middle East peace plan could be announced as soon as tomorrow and that Prime Minister Netanyahu could come next week. Do you have any information on this or any updates?
I don't at this time.
There are reports that Mohammed bin Salman has hacked the phone of a private American citizen, in this case Jeff Bezos. First off, does the White House have any comments? And secondly, does the White House believe that businesses need to be warned or be suspect at all of dealings with Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia is obviously a partner and an ally. I'm aware of the reports. I don't have any more information than that. We obviously take those situations seriously, and so when we have something more, I'll let you know.
Hogan, on coronavirus, what's the level of concern here? What's the White House doing about it? What's the message to America?
Look, the American people should rest assured that they are safe. We are monitoring this situation in real time. The president has been briefed and remains consistently vigilant in making sure that this doesn't spread throughout our country. We've sent more entities to airports. We are, as usual, conducting the same level of coordination at the state level, at the federal level with DHS, DOT, and others to ensure the American people's safety. The CDC has the lead on this, and they have all the information as they continue to monitor it. But the American people should rest assured that we've taken all the precautions necessary, that we would in this situation that we've done in the past, and we'll continue to do so.
Hogan, on Medicare briefly.
Becoming the first president to go to the March for Life tomorrow. Why is he doing that? And can you say, is he actively working to overturn Roe v. Wade?
You've heard a lot of religious leaders, a lot of Republicans say that this president is the biggest champion for life, the biggest advocate for the pro-life movement in history, and that remains to be true to this day. This is another instance in which, the first time ever, the president will address the hundreds of thousands that show up for this march every single year in the protection of life. And it's a president who continues to be the first in a lot of things, to make a lot of historic moves, and this is just another one in a long line of things he's done. But he's a friend to those who stand up for life at all stages, and this is just another instance in which he can do that.
This is a re-air of C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday.
The second part of that question, though, on Roe v. Wade. Is he working with his judicial selections to overturn this decision? Does he want to see it overturned? Look,
he believes in life. He believes it begins at conception, and he wants to protect life at all levels. That's a court ruling that's been quite controversial for quite some time. But as he gets up to speak and as he gets up to explain his record on the matter and on the issue, it's going to be very clear where he stands. There is no conversation. There is no litmus test. There is no dealing with incoming judges on that matter.
Hacking. Is there going to be an investigation into what happened with his phone?
I'm sorry?
Back on the Jeff Bezos phone, is there going to be an investigation into exactly what happened there?
I'm not going to get ahead of any investigations or any announcement. When we have something, though, I'll let you know, Steve.
Hogan, has the president been in touch with Senator McConnell since the trial began? How does the president feel about how it's gone so far?
If so, I'm not aware of it. We have a team, obviously, it's been up at the Senate. I've been a part of that, and we're working closely with those on the Hill, those in the Senate, those in the House. The president, though, has been very pleased with the way it's going for a myriad of reasons. One is because the evidence and the facts prove that he's done nothing wrong. We're looking forward to the chance when we get to lay out our case. The attorneys are excited about that, and they're going to attack it on that front and release that evidence and prove once and for all that this whole thing is illegitimate, that it's a sham, but also the fact that this president has been denied due process that any other American citizen would get in any other situation. You get a traffic ticket, you get treated more fairly than this president has been treated, and they're trying to impeach him. So we look forward to getting back over there today and continuing to put out our side of this and prove to the American people once and for all that he's done nothing wrong and that he will be exonerated.
Dismiss, and when would that? The motion to dismiss. Do you plan to do that? When would that might happen?
I'm not going to get ahead of legal strategy. I've got to get over there right now. The attorneys have this well in hand, and as we've said many times, whether this is a long, drawn-out process with witnesses, whether it's a dismissal outright, whether it's something in between, we'll be ready. It's pretty clear, though, with the merits and the facts of this case, it should be dismissed. I mean, if you went into a courtroom and said, "I'm ready," and then when the judge asked you to show the evidence, you said, "Well, we need more evidence," and what they have now is so flimsy, it absolutely should be dismissed. But we're going to be ready either way. And as this continues to drag on, we think the American people are sick and tired of it. And look, it's pretty clear the Democrats don't have any problem wasting people's time or money. But we want to get back to work. The president has been vigilant in doing things for the American people. When you see the juxtaposition of him signing a China trade deal and then marching over sham illegitimate impeachment articles that don't even allege a crime. You look at yesterday when he's in Davos addressing the media, talking to world leaders, talking about trade deals coming down the pike that will undoubtedly help the American people more than the ones we've seen from politicians in the past. And then Democrats droning on for hours and hours and hours talking about the same thing they've been talking about now for months. I think the American people see that somebody's working for them and someone's working for their own political interests. And it's very clear that in this process, as the president continues to rack up victory after victory to improve the lives of the American people, Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats continue to put their own selfish interests, their own political desires above the needs of the American people, and that's a shame. But we'll get back to it today, and we'll have more for you then. See you guys.
White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley speaking with reporters in the White House driveway. You're listening to C-SPAN Radio.
The Senate impeachment trial of President Trump continues today at 1 p.m. Eastern as House managers continue to present their case. Watch live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial on C-SPAN 2 on demand at cspan.org/impeachment and listen on the free C-SPAN radio app.
We'll take you to the floor of the Senate at 1 p.m. Eastern Time and continue our live coverage of the opening arguments of the impeachment of President Trump on abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. We take you back now to Wednesday's impeachment trial and join as Representative Hakeem Jeffries, a Democrat of New York and a House impeachment manager, is presenting his argument.
Mr. Chief Justice, distinguished members of the Senate, I thank you once again for your indulgence and for your courtesy as we all undertake our solemn constitutional responsibilities during this Senate trial. George Washington once observed in his farewell address to the nation that the Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. That means everyone. And in fact, that is what makes our great country so distinct from authoritarian regimes and enemies of democracy. Vladimir Putin is above the law in Russia. Erdogan is above the law in Turkey. Kim Jong-un is above the law in North Korea. But in the United States of America, no one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. That is what this moment is all about. As we all know, Congress is a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for this president or any president. We, of course, work for the American people. We have a constitutional responsibility to serve as a check and balance on an out-of-control executive branch. That is not the Democratic Party playbook. That is not the Republican Party playbook. That is the playbook in a democratic republic. James Madison once observed in Federalist 51 that the Congress should serve as a rival to the executive branch. In my humble opinion, why would Madison use the word rival? It's because the framers of the Constitution, I think, did not want a king. They did not want a dictator. They did not want a monarch. They wanted a democracy. The Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. It is through that lens that we proceed today. For the next few moments, I would like to discuss President Trump's July 25th phone call with Ukraine's newly elected leader. The president claims that his call was perfect. Nothing can be further from the truth. The call is direct evidence of President Trump's solicitation of foreign interference in the 2020 election as part of a corrupt scheme. It is important, of course, to remember the context of this call. The new Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, was in a vulnerable position and viewed American and diplomatic military support as critical to his standing and to Ukraine's fragile future as a democracy. Equally significant, as outlined by my colleagues, America has a strong national security interest in supporting Ukraine against Russia's continued aggression. William Taylor, West Point graduate, Vietnam War hero, ambassador to Ukraine, appointed by Donald Trump, testified, Ukraine is a strategic partner of the United States, important for the security of our country as well as Europe. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, National Security Council officer, Trump appointee, Purple Heart recipient, Iraq War veteran, testified a strong and independent Ukraine is critical to our national security interests. Ukraine remains under attack by Russian-backed separatists in Crimea. It is an ongoing hot war. Ukraine is a friend. Russia is a foe. Ukraine is a democracy. Russia is a dictatorship. The United States may very well be one of the only things standing between Russia and Ukraine being completely overrun as part of Vladimir Putin's continued aggression against the free world. That is why this Congress allocated $391 million in military and security aid to a vulnerable Ukraine on a bipartisan basis, because it is in America's national security interests. On the July 25th call, Mr. Trump could have endeavored to strengthen the relationship with this new Ukrainian leader. Instead, President Trump focused on securing a personal favor. He wanted Ukraine to conduct phony investigations designed to enhance his political standing and solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. On a July 25th call, President Trump maligned a highly respected American ambassador known as an anti-corruption crusader. At the same time, he praised a corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutor. And on multiple occasions, President Trump directed Ukraine's new leader to speak with his personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, on an official call. Mr. Giuliani is not a member of the Trump administration. For these and other reasons, the July 25th call warrants our close scrutiny. It presents significant and shocking evidence of President Trump's corrupt intent. The call lays bare the president's willingness to do whatever it takes to get what he wants, even if his behavior undermines the national security interests of the United States of America. At the beginning of the call, President Zelensky mentioned U.S. military aid, and he states, "I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense." The great support in the area of defense includes the security assistance passed by this Congress on a bipartisan basis that Donald Trump held up in violation of the law. Immediately after President Zelensky raised the issue of defense support, President Trump responded, "I would like you to do us a favor, though." These words will live in infamy. First, President Trump said to President Zelensky, as part of the two demands that he requested, "I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation in Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server, they say, Ukraine has it." President Trump continued, "I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I would like you to get to the bottom of it. As you saw yesterday, that whole nonsense ended with a very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller, a Vietnam War hero, by the way. A very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller, an incompetent performance. But they say a lot of it started with Ukraine. Whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible." Who is the they referred to by President Trump, putting forth the baseless conspiracy theory that the Ukrainians, not the Russians, were behind the hack of the Democratic National Committee server in 2016? They means Russia. They means Putin. They are enemies of the United States. Not a single witness who testified before the House knew of any factual basis for President Trump's belief in the CrowdStrike Ukraine fairy tale. To the contrary, the U.S. intelligence community and this Senate Intelligence Committee assessed that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. As Dr. Fiona Hill testified, the theory that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election is, quote, "a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services." The conspiracy theory that President Trump advanced on the July 25th phone call is stone-cold Russian propaganda. As early as February 2017, Vladimir Putin began to promote this lie during a press conference, saying, quote, "The Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate, to be precise." Those are the words of Vladimir Putin, a script apparently adopted by President Donald John Trump. If there was any doubt about who benefits from this unfounded, Russian-inspired conspiracy theory advanced by Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin made it clear when he said in November of 2019, "Thank God no one is accusing us anymore of interfering in U.S. elections. Now they're accusing Ukrainians." Unfortunately, this is not the first time President Trump tried to capitalize on Russian propaganda and misinformation for his own political benefit. On July 24th, just one day before this call, Special Counsel Robert Mueller testified before Congress that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 election in sweeping and systematic fashion in order to support the Trump campaign and divide America. Mr. Mueller also found that the Trump campaign welcomed Russian interference in the 2016 election and utilized it as part of its campaign messaging. Despite the clear and overwhelming conclusion of U.S. intelligence agencies, as well as the distinguished Senate Intelligence Committee, that Russia, not Ukraine, interfered in the 2016 election, President Trump continued to press the new Ukrainian leader to announce an investigation into the CrowdStrike Ukraine conspiracy theory. Why? President Trump sought a political favor. That's why. It's part of a scheme to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. The second demand made by President Trump on the July 25th call related to the campaign of Vice President Joe Biden, who announced his intention to run for the office of the presidency last April. Throughout the spring and early summer of last year, public polling consistently showed that Biden would decisively defeat President Trump. In fact, on June 16th of last year, June 16th, a Fox News poll showed that President Trump would lose to Joe Biden by 10 points. The concern with Joe Biden's candidacy provides motive for President Trump's demand that the Ukrainian government investigate the former vice president and his son, Hunter. Here is what President Trump said on that call. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution. And a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. Now, the Trump administration officials who participated in the impeachment inquiry unanimously testified that there was no factual support for the allegation that Vice President Biden did anything wrong or misused his authority when he pressed for the removal of Ukraine's corrupt former prosecutor general.
House impeachment manager Hakeem Jeffries from the Senate floor on Wednesday. C-SPAN Radio, WCSP-FM, Washington.
Joe Biden did nothing wrong. The witnesses testified that Vice President Biden was in fact carrying out official U.S. policy to clean up the Prosecutor General's office in Ukraine. This policy, of course, aligned with the perspective of many in this very distinguished body, as well as our European allies throughout the world, as well as the International Monetary Fund. Vice President Biden did not remove Yuri Lutsenko, the corrupt prosecutor. The Ukrainian government did, with the support of the free world. Nonetheless, on October 3rd, 2019, when a reporter asked President Trump, what exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call? President Trump responded as follows.
Mr. President, what exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call? Exactly.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer.
Start a major investigation into the Bidens. The evidence of wrongdoing by President Trump is hiding in plain sight. During the July 25th call, President Trump also repeatedly pressed the Ukrainian president to coordinate with his personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani. Why was Rudolph Giuliani's name mentioned multiple times during the July 25th phone call? Giuliani is not the Secretary of State. He's not an ambassador. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. Rudolph Giuliani is a cold-blooded political operative for President Trump's re-election campaign. That is why he was referenced multiple times on that July 25th phone call. And it is evidence of corrupt intent by President Trump. By the time the call took place, President Zelensky understood Giuliani's connection to the shakedown scheme. He recognized Giuliani's role as the president's political operative as matters related to Ukraine. Zelensky informed President Trump that one of his aides spoke with Mr. Giuliani just recently, and we are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine and we will meet once he comes. The Ukrainian leader knew Giuliani represented President Trump's political interest in his country and could help unlock the long sought after Oval Office meeting that President Zelensky desired. The phony investigations sought by President Trump on the July 25th call were not designed to bolster the national security interests of the United States of America. Quite the contrary, President Trump sought to benefit himself and his own re-election prospects. On the July 25th call, President Trump also suggested that President Zelensky speak with the Attorney General, William Barr, about the two fake investigations that the president sought. This is important to keep in mind. At no time during this entire sordid scheme was there an ongoing American law enforcement investigation into the phony slander related to Joe Biden or the conspiracy theory related to Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. At no time was there an ongoing American law enforcement investigation. America is the leader of the free world. We do not urge other sovereign countries to target American citizens, absent any legitimate basis whatsoever, absent any scintilla of evidence. Apparently, President Trump does not play by those rules. During the July 25th call, President Trump didn't raise legitimate corruption concerns as it relates to Ukraine. President Trump did not mention the word corruption once. The president did, however, viciously malign former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, a distinguished anti-corruption advocate whom he abruptly removed because she was seen as an obstacle to his geopolitical shakedown. Ambassador Yovanovitch joined the diplomatic corps under President Ronald Reagan and subsequently served 3 other Republican presidents. She is a highly respected diplomat and foreign service professional. Yet, President Trump told the new Ukrainian leader, the former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news. And the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were bad news. So I just want to let you know that. He didn't stop there. Later in the call, President Trump ominously added, well, she's going to go through some things. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. Ambassador Yovanovitch did not know of President Trump's disparaging remarks at the time. She didn't learn of them until the call record became public in September. Asked whether she felt threatened by President Trump's statement that she was going to go through some things, Ambassador Yovanovitch answered that she did. Here is what she said.
House Impeachment Manager Congressman Hakeem Jeffries from Wednesday on the Senate floor.
The next excerpt, when the President references you, is a short one, but he said, well, she's going to go through some things. What did you think when President Trump told President Zelensky, and you read, that you were going to go through some things?
I didn't know what to think, but I was very concerned.
What were you concerned about?
She's going to go through some things. It didn't sound good. It sounded like a threat.
Did you feel threatened?
I did.
During that same call, President Trump also took the opportunity to praise Yuri Lutsenko. Mr. Lutsenko is the former Ukrainian prosecutor general who was widely regarded by the entire free world, including our European allies and the International Monetary Fund, to be corrupt and incompetent. But Donald John Trump, our president, praised him on that call. He told President Zelensky, quote, I heard you had a prosecutor who was very good, and he was shut down, and that's really unfair. A lot of people are talking about that, the way they shut your very good prosecutor down. And you had some very bad people involved. Think about this contrast. The president bashed a career American diplomat, an anti-corruption champion, who he unceremoniously removed because she was viewed as an obstacle to his efforts to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election, and at the same time praised someone who he thought could be an asset, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor, who the free world viewed as an obstacle to the rule of law. The idea that President Trump cares about corruption is laughable. It's laughable. Plain reading of the rough transcript of the July 25th call also sheds light on the quid pro quo involving the Oval Office meeting that had been sought. President Zelensky said on the call, I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also wanted to ensure that we will be very serious about the case and will work on the investigation. As all of you know, here in this distinguished body, quid pro quo is a Latin term. It means this for that. Statement that I just read shows that President Zelensky fully understood at the time of this July 25th call that if he yielded to President Trump's demand for phony investigations, he would get the White House meeting in the Oval Office that he desperately sought. This for that. President Trump has repeatedly insisted that his July 25th conversation with President Zelensky was a perfect call. His staff at the White House apparently believed otherwise. The press office issued a short and incomplete summary of the July 25th call. Let me read it for your hearing. Today, President Donald J. Trump spoke by telephone with President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine to congratulate him on his recent...
Senate will be in order. The Sergeant at Arms will restore order in the gallery.
This is a re-air of C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday. WCSB from Washington.
And the scripture says, "For the Lord loves justice and will not abandon his faithful ones." Official White House call readout, July 25th, 2019. Today, President Donald J. Trump spoke by telephone with President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine to congratulate him on his recent election. President Trump and President Zelensky discussed ways to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Ukraine, including energy and economic cooperation. Both leaders also expressed that they look forward to the opportunity to meet. That is the official White House call readout dated July 25th, 2019. The official readout provided to the American people omitted key elements of the president's conversation. Let's review. The official readout did not mention the phony investigations requested by President Trump. The official readout did not mention the Oval Office meeting sought by President Zelensky. The official readout did not mention President Trump's elevation of a debunked conspiracy theory promoted by Vladimir Putin about 2016 election interference. The official readout did not mention President Trump's demand that Ukraine investigate his domestic political rival, Joe Biden. The official readout did not mention that President Trump maligned and threatened Ambassador Yovanovitch. And the official readout did not mention that President Trump praised a corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutor. The complete conversation, however, between President Trump and President Zelensky that we just outlined offers powerful evidence that President Trump abused his power and solicited foreign interference in the 2016 election. The 2020 election. Several members of the president's staff listening in on the call immediately grew concerned. As he sat in the White House Situation Room listening to the conversation, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman realized that the president's demands of the Ukrainian leader were inappropriate and improper. He quickly recognized that as the president began referencing the Bidens and CrowdStrike, the call was diverging from the official National Security Council approved talking points that he helped prepare. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, 20-year Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, and American patriot. He testified in the context of the call that due to the unequal bargaining position of the two leaders and Ukraine's dependence on the United States, the favor that President Trump sought would have been perceived by President Zelensky as a demand. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman worried that the call would undermine U.S. national security interests, and he knew immediately that he had a duty to report the contents of the call to White House lawyers.
I was concerned by the call. What I heard was inappropriate, and
and I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent. I was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation, it was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation into the 2016 elections, the Bidens and Burisma, it would be interpreted as a partisan play. This would undoubtedly result in Ukraine losing bipartisan support, undermining U.S. national security, and advancing Russia's strategic objectives in the region.
Recounting the content of the call based on his detailed handwritten notes, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman told the lawyers that he believed it was wrong for President Trump to ask President Zelensky to investigate Vice President Biden. Other witnesses were also troubled by what they heard. Vice President Pence's advisor, Jennifer Williams, expressed concern that President Trump raised a domestic political matter on an official call with a foreign leader. She testified that the mention of investigations struck her as unusual and possibly political in nature. She said, "I guess for me, it shed some light on possible other motives behind a security assistance hold." Timothy Morrison, a former Republican congressional staffer who replaced Dr. Fiona Hill in July of 2019, also reported the call to National Security Council lawyers. After the call, President Trump continued to push the scheme forward. On July 26th, the very next day, Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Taylor met with President Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials in Kyiv. According to David Holmes, the Ukraine-based U.S. diplomat who served as the note-taker, the Ukrainian leader mentioned that President Trump had brought up some very sensitive issues during the July 25th call. Very sensitive issues. Ambassador Sondland then had a private meeting with Andrei Yermak, President Zelensky's top aide. The two men insisted that the meeting be one-on-one with no note-taker, perhaps due to the sensitive issues that might come up. Ambassador Sondland testified that he and President Zelensky's aide probably discussed the issue of investigations. After these key moments in Ukraine, Ambassador Sondland went to lunch with David Holmes and two other American officials. Mr. Holmes sat directly across from Ambassador Sondland, close enough to hear the details of an extraordinary telephone call between Mr. Sondland and President Trump. As Mr. Holmes relayed during his sworn testimony under oath, Ambassador Sondland pulled out his unsecured cell phone and said that he was going to call President Trump to give him an update. What happened next was shocking.
While Ambassador Sondland's phone was not on speakerphone, I could hear the president's voice through the earpiece of the phone. The president's voice was loud and recognizable. And Ambassador Sondland held the phone away from his ear for a period of time, presumably because of the loud volume. I heard Ambassador Sondland greet the president and explain he was calling from Kyiv. I heard President Trump then clarify that Ambassador Sondland was in Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland replied yes, he was in Ukraine, and went on to state that President Zelensky, quote, loves your ass. I then heard President Trump ask, so he's going to do the investigation. Ambassador Sondland replied that he's going to do it, adding that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to do.
He's going to do it. He will do anything you ask him to do. Immediately after this call with President Trump, Mr. Holmes followed up with Ambassador Sondland.
After the call ended, Ambassador Sondland remarked that the president was in a bad mood. As Ambassador Sondland stated, it was often the case early in the morning. I then took the opportunity to ask Ambassador Sondland for his candid impression of the president's views on Ukraine. In particular, I asked Ambassador Sondland if it was true that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland agreed that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. I asked why not. Ambassador Sondland stated that the president only cares about big stuff. I noted there was big stuff going on in Ukraine, like a war with Russia. And Ambassador Sondland replied that he meant big stuff that benefits the president, like the Biden investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. The conversation then moved on to other topics.
During the July 25th call, President Trump asked for the favor of these two phony political investigations immediately after the Ukrainian president brought up defense assistance for Ukraine. And the following day, Ambassador Sondland confirmed to President Trump that Ukraine would indeed initiate the investigations discussed on the call, which was the only thing President cared about with respect to Ukraine. He didn't care that Russia was forcefully occupying eastern Ukraine. President Trump didn't care that thousands of Ukrainians apparently have died fighting for their democracy. He didn't seem to care that supporting Ukraine bolsters America's national security. But he cared about himself as it relates to the prospects of his reelection in 2020. In November, President Trump denied that he spoke to Ambassador Sondland on July 26, telling reporters, "I know nothing about that." But in his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland contradicted that assertion with official records he obtained from the White House. Ambassador Sondland further explained that Holmes' testimony refreshed his reelection about the July 26 call, which Ambassador Sondland had not originally described when he first appeared at a deposition before the House.
Also, on July 26, shortly after our Kiev meetings, I spoke by phone with President Trump. The White House, which has finally shared certain call dates and times with my attorneys, confirms this. The call lasted 5 minutes. I remember I was at a restaurant in Kiev, and I have no reason to doubt that this conversation included the subject of investigations. Again, given Mr. Giuliani's demand that President Zelensky make a public statement about investigations, I knew that investigations were important to President Trump.
President Trump said that his July 25th conversation was a perfect call. It was far from perfect. In a perfect call, the president would not demand a political favor from a vulnerable Ukraine under attack by a Russian foe. In a perfect call, the president would not demand that a foreign leader investigate a Russian-inspired conspiracy about the 2016 election. In a perfect call, the president would not pressure a foreign government to target an American citizen for political personal gain. In a perfect call, the president would not solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. In a perfect call, the president would not threaten the well-being of a highly respected American ambassador and say that she was going to go through some things. In a perfect call, the president would not praise a disgraced former prosecutor who the free world viewed as corrupt and incompetent. And in a perfect call, the president would not have directed a foreign leader to follow up with Rudolph Giuliani, a human hand grenade. This was not a perfect call. It is direct evidence that President Donald John Trump corruptly abused his power and solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, colleagues, we'll now take a 30-minute break for dinner.
The opening arguments of the impeachment trial of President Trump on abuse of power and obstruction of Congress continues today at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, live here on C-SPAN Radio and on C-SPAN 2 television. Up next, we'll hear from President Trump's attorney, Jay Sekulow, speaking to reporters last night.
Good. All right. I'm answering your questions. How about that?
Is the president's defense team
open to witnesses at this point, or are you ruling out calling witnesses?
Our position has been consistent. They've got to meet a burden to do that. We don't think they will. This is going to be a decision that the Senate makes. But we're prepared for any way it goes. We're ready to go. I mean, we've been ready to go for, I've been ready to go for 33 days. So we're certainly ready to go now. We're glad at least the process started.
Do you want to call Hunter Biden?
We're not making any determinations on what witnesses we might call because we don't know yet their case. We're still hearing it. We'll see what happens. We don't even know if there will be witnesses. So we're just going to have to play that as it goes.
What have you heard so far from House managers that as an attorney you immediately wanted to start rebutting?
Well, I mean, what I heard this afternoon was that the concern was, I mean, there was a whole presentation on this which I thought was odd, that the president did not meet with President Zelensky at the Oval Office. He instead met with him at the United Nations General Assembly, as if that's a ground for impeachment. And also the fact, what was the second one they said was the delegation sent to President Zelensky swearing in wasn't a high enough ranking delegation. I mean, we've had an hour and a half of that today so far. So, like I said, we haven't even started our case yet. They've just gotten theirs underway.
Can you give us a summary of the case?
No. Of course not.
Do you feel that you need to make a case about the president's motivations for? Is it related?
There's two parts of what we're going to do. We're going to respond, of course, to what the House managers have put forward, and we are going to make an affirmative case defending the president. Yes.
The president said this morning he suggested that he may like to sit in his own trial, but that his counsel may recommend against that.
His counsel might recommend against that.
He should show up.
No, that's not the way it works. I mean, no, presidents don't do that.
Do you think the Democrats move too slowly? Will you pick up the pace?
You tell me. Are they moving too slowly? I mean, here's the reality. They have 24 hours to put their case forward. Okay? It looks like they will take all 24 hours. We will make the determination on our presentation of the case based on what we're responding to and based on our affirmative case. I don't know if it's going to take 10 hours, 14 hours, 24 hours, or 6 hours. We're going to have to, listen, when you're in a proceeding like this, you have to be flexible, you have to be fluid. We're doing that. Next.
Is it damaging to have the president be seen on TV?
I'm sorry.
Is it damaging to his motive to have the president on ABC saying he would accept Operation?
No, it's not. I mean, I understand what they're making it for an emotive purpose. It's a video that's been seen before. It was there was a lot more to that video than was seen. And the fact of the matter, none of that violates any laws or rules or regulations. Next.
Has the president taken an active role in here? Is he giving you guys notes as this is playing
Well,
out?
A, I would never tell you if he was. B, he's been a little busy.
How would you handle it if Bolton was called as a witness?
How would I handle it? It would not be a decision I would make individually as the president's private counsel. The White House counsel obviously would be the primary there. As a former.
Would you recommend executive privilege?
I'm not going to look.
Any witness like Mick Mulvaney?
Well, I'm not going to say. Look, I mean, I had the whole discussion yesterday about executive privilege. I had the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, who's now a House manager, saying that executive privilege and other nonsense, as if the Constitution and the Supreme Court's decisions on executive privilege didn't exist. They do exist. We will apply them when appropriate. We'll determine that as the proceedings move forward. I got time. One more, last one.
Senator Cruz was just here saying that Hunter Biden's testimony is critical and directly relevant. Do you agree with that?
I'm not going to. I have tremendous respect for Senator Cruz. I am not going to comment on what testimony may or may not be relevant. I'll take one more.
After the Chief Justice admonished both sides yesterday, is that going to change how you approach your defense?
I have known John Roberts for a long time. I have appeared before John Roberts. I have been co-counsel with John Roberts. There was some emotion on the floor yesterday, but when they accused my client of lying, when they accused the United States Senate of lying, when they've accused my colleagues of lying, and then the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee says the words executive privilege and other nonsense, it's going to evoke a reaction. That's all I'll say. Thank you, everybody.
The president's personal attorney, Jay Sekulow, from last night. The opening arguments of the impeachment trial continue today in 30 minutes. You can watch it on C-SPAN 2 television or listen to it here on C-SPAN radio. But earlier this morning, Senate Democrats spoke to reporters about the trial.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And before I begin on the impeachment issue, I want to say this. The president said in an interview yesterday at Davos that he will take a look at cutting Social Security and other entitlements after the 2020 election, and that it is Actually, he said, the easiest of all things. The president promised that unlike other Republicans, he wouldn't touch Social Security and Medicare. He's already broken that promise and gone after Medicare. Now it looks like Social Security is in the president's crosshairs as well. Even as this important trial continues, Americans should hear that the president is casually talking about cutting their Social Security at a Swiss ski resort with the global financial elite. Now we get the impeachment stuff. Okay, to the matter at hand. Today was a discussion, Tuesday was a discussion over amendment votes. But yesterday, the managers got to lay out their case uninterrupted. As manager after manager stepped up to lay out the evidence amassed against the president in precise and devastating detail, the atmosphere of the Senate took on an entirely different dimension. It may have been the first time that many of my Republican colleagues heard the full story, the complete narrative from start to finish, uninterrupted and not filtered through the kaleidoscope lens of Fox News, where at best things are left out and at worst things are terribly distorted. It may have planted the first seed in their minds that yes, perhaps the president did something very wrong here. Mr. Schiff and the other managers did an exceptional job laying out the facts of the president's alleged abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, meticulously walking through the chronology, anticipating and rebutting the most predictable counter-arguments from the president's counsel along the way, and knocking those arguments down before they got there. I was particularly impressed how Mr. Schiff undid the ability of the managers to say, well, the president said there's no collusion, and they kept pointing out in a very clear way, in the same phone call, and in the same letter, or in the same conversation, he then went back to holding back the aid. It has been only one day, but House managers are setting the bar very high for the President's Council to meet. At this point, I'm not sure how the President's Council, as unprepared, confused, and tending towards conspiracy theories as they have been, can clear it. And I'd say one other thing, particularly in the last 2 hours, when Mr. Schiff summed everything up. I was there, and I like to watch my Republican colleagues, and many of them really don't want to be there. And so, for some of it, they're looking the other way. They may be chatting with somebody sitting this way. Schiff had such power in his speech that he almost forced them to look at him and listen. And just about every Republican's eyes were glued on Mr. Schiff. So it was a powerful rendition. Now, what are the Republicans saying after yesterday? Well, the same Republicans are saying that they heard nothing new. But these Republicans voted 9 times on Tuesday against amendments to ensure new witnesses and new documents to come before the Senate. Let me repeat. The same Republicans saying they heard nothing new just voted 9 times on Tuesday to hear nothing new. If they want new stuff, there's plenty of it. As the managers made clear, a lot of the documents are sitting there, all compiled, all ready to go, with simply a vote of 4 Republicans to subpoena them. So this argument that they heard nothing new when they vote against new evidence repeatedly rings very, very hollow. If my Republican colleagues are interested in some new evidence on top of the very substantial House record, there's a very simple answer. Vote with Democrats to call relevant witnesses and documents. The presentations themselves argued both implicitly and explicitly for the importance of witnesses and documents. At key points yesterday, it was so clear that we ought to hear from Mulvaney and Blair and Duffy and Bolton, who are at the center of these events. It was so clear that we must review relevant documents. If someone doubts a witness reporting a phone call, the way to verify it, see if it's true, is look at the underlying document. They don't want that. The managers kept referring back to important documents that we know exist and that we know concern the charges, but are being hidden from the Senate and the public by the President. One example. Ambassador Taylor's memo to Secretary Pompeo after he spoke to Bolton, in which he gave a contemporaneous account of his concerns about the President's corrupt scheme in Ukraine. Why wouldn't my fellow Republicans want to see it? Why wouldn't they want the American people to see it? I don't see how any senator, Democrat or Republican, could sit on the floor, listen to Adam Schiff and the House impeachment managers and not demand witnesses and documents, unless, that is, they're not interested in the truth.
Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer.
That they know the President is hiding the truth. I think the case for witnesses and documents is so self-evident that many of my Republican colleagues are desperate to talk about anything else. They're so eager to change conversation from witnesses and documents, from over the question of fairness of the trial, that they're inventing shiny objects and so-called outrages. We don't know what the next one will be, but it'll surely be something irrelevant to a fair trial, because they don't want to debate that issue. So they try to turn you, the press, and the American people away to look at something else that has nothing to do with the trial. Make no mistake about it. The issue of relevant evidence, documents, and witnesses is going to come back up, and Senate Republicans will have the power to bring that evidence into the trial. We saw how Leader McConnell was forced to modify his resolution on Tuesday after certain Republicans raised objections. Republican senators, 4 of them, it's in their hands, can make this trial more fair if they want to. The question is, will they use that power when it really matters? Senator Hirono.
Thank you very much. I'm glad our leader started by saying that the President has said that he is going to cut Social Security. And this reminded me of in the midnight hour on Tuesday when Cipollone got up and said that the President is a man of his word. I wrote on my notebook, what a whopper. That's not the only time. The House managers, definitely not. The House manager gave a powerful presentation, the factual basis for why the House voted to impeach this President. And it's good to be reminded of the human dimension of what the President did, because we all know that the President doesn't give a rip about the human dimension and the consequences of what he does, because he only cares about himself. But when Jason Crow said during his presentation that as a veteran, having fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, what it felt like to search for scrap metal to fortify their vehicles because they didn't have those kinds of protections, or to watch Ambassador Taylor on video saying that when he went to eastern Ukraine and talked to the commander who was fighting the Russians there, and the commander thanking him for the American aid, and Ambassador Taylor knowing full well that aid had been held up, who of us would not feel like, you know what? You know, he said he felt badly. I'm sure he felt worse than badly because our country did not keep our word. So the human dimension of what the President did is something we should not forget. And yes, we've all heard that our colleagues are saying, well, why don't we have new evidence, which, by the way, we spent 12 hours or 13 hours on Tuesday. They spent shutting down. So that's total hypocrisy on their part, or that they're getting restless. Most of us get restless when we are presented with information we don't want to hear. Right? And they don't want to hear what the President did. And if they were to ask themselves, there's just a simple question of, is it okay for the president to have shaken down the president of another country, a very vulnerable country, who needed our support and almost $400 million in taxpayer money so his troops can fight against Russian aggression? And the president used our taxpayer money to bribe that president. Just ask themselves that question. They don't want to face that. And so they're squirming. Why? Because the truth hurts.
Thank you, Casey. Senator Casey.
This is a re-air C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday.
Thanks very much. I want to thank my colleagues. I was listening yesterday with a degree of attentiveness that maybe some of us don't always exhibit in our daily work because of the gravity of the story, the consequences for the country, but also the manner in which the House managers presented the case. This record, which came over from the House, is substantial, it's compelling, and I think it lays out the fundamental case for both abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. But when you add into that what has transpired since they voted, all the new information we've seen, and then when you hear the presentation by the House managers yesterday, which should be supplemented by the testimony of witnesses as well as documentary evidence, you can see the power of this case and how disturbing it is. I'm still stunned that Republicans don't want to hear from relevant witnesses. The ones we've asked for, the ones that Leader Schumer put in his December 15th letter, Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Bolton, Mr. Duffy, and Mr. Blair, are all relevant, and we're only asking for those four in the documents that pertain to their testimony. I think that's why you see these high numbers of Americans that want to have hear from witnesses and documents beyond what's already in the substantial record the House developed. But I want to echo both what Senator Schumer said and Senator Hirono on Ambassador Bill Taylor, that moment, which was proof positive of how important a document can be. The cable from Mr. Taylor to Secretary of State Pompeo, which, by the way, written by a decorated Vietnam War vet who understands the horror of combat, understands what military aid can mean on the battlefield, putting those words in a classified cable in real time, contemporaneously, and then we're told by the evidence that Secretary of State Pompeo brought the cable with him to a meeting in the White House, in the Oval Office with the President, in a meeting which we're told, and we'd like to know more about that meeting, was meant to persuade the President to finally release this aid so those Ukrainians on the battlefield could have the benefit of that aid. So when he said, "Wouldn't you like to read that cable?" I think Republican heads were shaking, at least mentally. I'm sure they didn't want to be caught. The President might see them on camera shaking their head up and down, yes. But they know how important that cable is. They know how relevant it is to the underlying charges. They know that. And they also know that to make the case, as the lawyers do in their brief, or try to make the case that the President did nothing wrong, no one believes that. That just doesn't pass any test that most Americans would apply to credibility. So the last thing I'll say is just to highlight again what the Leader Schumer said and Senator Hirono said as well. Here's what Bill Taylor said on page 129 of the House Intel report, talking about that cable. It says, and I quote, "Ambassador Taylor worried about the public message that such a hold on vital military assistance would send in the midst of Ukraine's hot war with Russia." Quote, he's quoting Taylor, "The Russians, as I said at my deposition, would love to see the humiliation of President Zelensky at the hands of the Americans. I told the Secretary," meaning Secretary Pompeo, "that I could not and would not defend such a policy," unquote. This is from a decorated Vietnam veteran who always would follow his duty, who understands what that duty is to the country, who's saying, "I cannot follow that policy. It is so egregious, so offensive, so damaging." that I can't follow that order or that policy. I don't know what more we can say to our colleagues to say, why don't we have the benefit of that cable? Why don't we have the benefit of the testimony of Mr. Bolton, who can also testify about that vignette in time, where Bolton says to Taylor, send a classified cable to the Secretary of State, which he, by the way, had never done before in his long career, distinguished career as a diplomat. So I'll end with asking Adam Schiff's question. Wouldn't you want to read that cable, among many other things we should read? Senator Udall.
Senator Udall.
Thank you.
That was Senator Bob Casey, Senate Democratic Senators news conference from this morning.
Schumer, for asking us to accompany you, and I also feel that Ambassador Taylor was very powerful. I think that one moment where he was standing with the Ukrainian commander at the line with battling the Russians, and his story he told there was just so powerful. So I would agree with both Senator Schumer, Senator Rono, and Senator Casey. The House managers, Adam Schiff and his team, have done an incredible job in terms of presenting a powerful case, a compelling case. As a former Attorney General and a former federal prosecutor, I've seen many cases presented. They are really at the top of their game and doing an excellent job. And what is the contrast here? President Trump, as Leader Schumer has said, is over in Davos. Number one, what he's doing in Davos, which I find outrageous, is he's playing with the jury intimidation. He said, there in Davos at the camera, he says, don't call Bolton as a witness. He said it could hurt our national security. I think that's a very dangerous road to go down, to say that Congress cannot handle the national security issues. Obviously, Bolton has a lot to say in public just about what went on in the meetings, but we can handle the national security part in our secure facilities, and I think we're willing to do that. The other thing that I found was really upsetting in terms of President Trump's behavior over in Davos was he and this is his quote, honestly, we have all the material and we don't, he says, honestly, we have all the material and they don't have the material. Here he is gloating over the fact that he has the documents. He's not turned them over to Congress. He's violated that special relationship, Article 1, Article 2, where Congress is supposed to be able to subpoena documents and to do oversight. And here he is gloating in it while he's sitting over in Davos. So it is beyond belief that the President of the United States would even go to Davos in the middle of an impeachment trial and then make statements like that to intimidate the jury and to gloat over the fact that he has not turned documents over. And then let me just say finally that Senate Democrats take their oath very seriously. As a former federal prosecutor and attorney general, I know how trials use evidence. I've seen it over and over again. And the case here to be made is that we've got to have the evidence, we've got to have the documents, we've got to have the witnesses. And so it's pretty astounding that Republicans would be going around the hill saying, well, we haven't seen anything new, when all they're trying to do is shut down this trial and make sure that nothing new comes in. And I think when it comes to history, a lot of this is going to break over time. And if they don't want to see this information now, a lot of it's going to come out, and I think they're going to regret it.
Hi, this is Maria Pena with Telemundo. Thank you for doing this. 2 questions. How close are you to persuading at least 4 Republicans to join you in calling additional witnesses and documents, number 1? And number 2, President Trump has tweeted over 100 times saying that Democrats are doing this because they can't accept the defeat of the 2016 elections. So are you concerned about any political risk for the Democratic Party in November?
We're looking for the truth. The impeachment, the ability to impeach and then try that impeachment is one of the most fundamental, solemn, and sacred rights given to the Congress to deal with the president who might abuse his power, who might overreach, who might break the law.
Senator Schumer.
We feel that's our obligation. So we have asked for witnesses. We didn't ask for Democratic witnesses who might be, talking on our side. These are the president's appointees. The documents are all written by the president's appointees. We want the truth. Now, maybe that evidence will be exculpatory, helpful to Trump. Maybe it'll be further incriminating. But we want the truth, and the political chips will fare where they may. I will tell you this. The American people, there was another new poll today by Reuters, I think it was, that showed that the overwhelming number of people, the overwhelming majority of Americans want the witnesses and documents, want the truth, want the new evidence. It was asked that way in one of them. And in most of the polls, a majority of the Republicans, every poll, more Republicans than not, want witnesses and documents. And it's rare for the Republican rank and file to break with Trump. But I think the American people, and particularly after yesterday, saw the gravity of this situation and the need to make it fair. And I will say this to the President and any of my Republican friends. If the American people believe this is not a fair trial, which right now they seem to believe because there are no witnesses and documents, acquittal will have zero value to the President or to the Republicans.
How about the witnesses?
No.
Republicans?
Well, there are lots of conversations going on. I'm not going to comment on anything explicit. Yes.
Mr. Leader, can you clarify your remarks yesterday about witnesses? And Ted Cruz was talking about a one-for-one deal. Are you saying that you're closed to any potential deal, or only those involving
no Republicans? No Republicans are talking to us about deals. We want these 4 witnesses, these 4 sets of documents. They go to the truth. But not a single Republican has approached me and said, what about this, what about that? It's not happening. There was one report that I thought was false, and now everyone's jumping on it. Yes.
Leader Schumer, are Senate Republicans complicit in a cover-up by not accepting witnesses and documents at this point?
The bottom line is the president is clearly covering up. His people are covering up. And the question is, will our Republican colleagues rise to their constitutional mandate to create a fair trial? And I don't think it will sit very well with history or with the American people if they don't.
This is supposed to be, as Chief Justice John Roberts put it, the world's greatest deliberative body. What should the American people make of the fact that so many senators appear to have already made up their minds long before this trial is even over?
Well, again, I give faith to the wisdom of the founders. When I read in high school, I mentioned this once before, when I read in high school, one of the greatest things we've got to worry about is foreign interference in our elections. I sort of twinkled my eyes and said, what? That doesn't happen. But of course, once again, the founders were a lot smarter than all of us, and they realized what a danger it would be, and now it's reared its ugly head. It happened in 2016, and there are countries aiming to do it in 2020. We know that. Well, it's the same here. People say they've made up their minds, some, not that many. I don't think a majority of senators on either side have said they've made up their minds. There are some. But the weight of history, the weight of that trial, the requirement that people are forced to sit at their desks and listen and not be punching things out on their iPhones is very, very powerful. And as I said, towards the end last night, Mazie Hirono was right. People squirm, people look the other way, they don't sit still when they don't want to hear it. But the evidence was so compelling, and Schiff's arguments were so powerful, that I looked around several times. Every Republican was looking right at him and listening. So our hope is this will have an effect. It will also have an effect on the American people. And everyone here who's elected has some duty to listen to their constituents. Their constituents are saying witnesses and documents. Yes.
You've been a politician for a long time, and you've seen good political environments, and you've
have to carry both good messages and bad messages in those environments. You seem pretty confident right now of the argument you have on witnesses. Do you believe that the Republican position against witnesses is sustainable politically?
Look, I think it's not sustainable substantively, for sure. And the American people seem to agree with us. And we are, look, I don't know what will happen. Am I certain that we'll get those 4 Republicans? Absolutely not. Am I certain we won't absolutely get those 4 Republicans? Certainly not. You've got it, when you have truth on your side, when you have facts on your side, you often win because that's the way, I believe, God made the world, and that's the way our republic is structured. So you just keep at it and keep at it and keep at it. And I can't tell you the outcome, but I feel my whole caucus, from one end to the other, feels very confident of these arguments. We're the ones out there. You don't find many Republicans going and talking to the press. Someone told me if you looked at who's going on the shows, it's overwhelmingly Democratic. Now, that's because of the faith in argument that we have. And that's because a lot of them, look, I heard the press asking 2 Republicans yesterday, I just happened to overhear it. Do you think the president did anything wrong? They couldn't even answer that question.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Please, Bobby. I have hope, is a better way to put it. Hope that we might get the witnesses and documents by the end of the day. And we're going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. Bobby.
2 points. One is, and it's relevant to a couple of questions.
Senator Bob Casey.
The reason why having a witness give testimony in this proceeding, in this trial, is not just because of the consequences, the determination the Senate has to make, but because they're not just walking in and talking about what they saw. They're coming in, they're having to swear under oath, taking the oath in a deposition or other testimony, and having to be subjected to both examination and cross-examination can reveal a lot about a person. We saw as well how serious and quiet and somber the chamber got when people were signing the oath book after taking the oath collectively. So that's important here, having people under oath. I don't know, maybe I missed something, but I have not seen any person yet in the House proceedings who was under oath who made the argument for the president. Nothing wrong, a perfect call, all of that. I don't know of anyone who's been under oath doing that. Now maybe, as Chuck said, maybe John Bolton would say something exculpatory, but we just want them under oath and they're relevant. Last point is that on this question of what's going through the minds of Republicans, look, I've been there for every single minute of presentation. And when I look across at the Republicans for even a second, I see most who are listening very carefully. I think Chuck was right. I think they were paying very close attention yesterday, especially to the end when Adam Schiff was making a presentation. And final point here is that when we were getting the printout of the slides yesterday, it was my sense from looking at the Republican side is they weren't taking those slides and just throwing them in their desk. They wanted to see those slides. They may not admit that to you. They wanted to see them. In fact, one senator, I won't tell you who, Republican senator, was inquiring about the fact that they could see the slides on the screen, and having a printout was helpful. So they want to see this information. A lot of them, even the ones that claim that there was nothing new. They knew there was a lot that was revelatory in those slides.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Senator Bob Casey, Senator Chuck Schumer, Senator Mazie Hirono, and Senator Tom Udall, all Democrats, speaking with reporters this morning.
The Senate impeachment trial of President Trump continues today at 1 p.m. Eastern as House managers continue to present their case. Watch live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial on C-SPAN 2 on demand at cspan.org/impeachment and listen on the free C-SPAN radio app.
And that's coming up in just a couple of minutes here on C-SPAN Radio. House Democrats say they plan to use this second day of 3 they are given to lay out their case to tie what President Trump has allegedly done to the constitutional framework for why those alleged misdeeds rise to high crimes and misdemeanors, and President Trump should be removed from office. That's Article 1 of the impeachment articles, abuse of power. And those House Democrats were given 24 hours over 3 days. They have 16 hours and 45 minutes remaining over the next 2 days. Well, while we wait for the Senate impeachment trial, President Donald Trump to resume, Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, met up with one of the impeachment managers, Congressman Adam Schiff, last night. You might have seen a picture that was tweeted out, shaking his hand and saying to Adam Schiff, "Good job. You're very well spoken." Senator Graham was asked about this morning.
Hello.
So you had some nice words for Congressman Schiff last night?
Yeah.
I criticized him many times before I handled everything.
So what I said, I thought he's well spoken, did a good job of creating a tapestry, taking bits and pieces of evidence and emails and giving a rhetorical flourish, making the email come alive, sometimes effectively, sometimes a little over the top. But quite frankly, I thought they did a good job of taking bits and pieces of the evidence and creating a quilt out of it. So what I will tell my colleagues is the other side gets to talk and see if they can pull a thread here and pull a thread there and see if it holds up. But the thing that I wanted to talk to you about was the Biden connection. I don't know how many times it was said by the managers that the Biden conflict of interest allegations has been debunked and has been, there's no scintilla of evidence in terms of conflicts of interest and potential wrongdoing. I know a lot about the Trump family and their dealings in Russia. I don't know anything about the Biden connection to the Ukraine. So when the managers tell me this has been looked at and debunked, by who? So that's becoming relevant because they talked about it almost 50 times that the president had no reason to believe that anything improper occurred in the Ukraine with the Bidens, and he was just out to create a political advantage. The question is, will that withstand scrutiny? The point of fact is that nobody, particularly in your business, has done much looking at what happened in the Ukraine with Hunter Biden. You're going to hear more about that, and I'll tell you more tomorrow. So I supported Mueller's ability to investigate the president's campaign and pretty much everything Trump, because I didn't know what they were up to and if they did have any connections with the Russians. 2 years later, I'm good to go. Somebody other than me looked at the Trump campaign. Nobody has looked at what's happened in the Ukraine. So in 2014, Joe Biden's given the Ukraine portfolio by President Trump. It's a notoriously corrupt place. Within a month of being given the Ukrainian portfolio, the vice president's son is hired by Burisma, one of the most corrupt companies in the Ukraine, at a fairly exorbitant salary.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican, speaking with reporters a short time ago. WCSP-FM Washington. The Senate impeachment trial of President Donald Trump is now resuming. Chief Justice John Roberts taking his spot in the presiding officer's chair. Live coverage on C-SPAN Radio.
We'll convene as a court of impeachment. The chaplain will lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our rock of ages, be omnipresent during this impeachment trial, providing our senators with the assuring awareness of your powerful involvement. May they strive to have a clear conscience in whatever they do,
for you and country. Lord, help them remember that listening is often more than hearing. It can be an empathetic attentiveness that builds bridges and unites. May our senators not permit fatigue or cynicism to jeopardize friendships that have existed for years. At every decision point throughout this trial, may they ask, which choice will bring God the greater glory? We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Senate chaplain is retired Rear Admiral Barry Black.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senators will please be seated. If there is no objection, the journal of proceedings of the trial are approved today. The Sergeant-at-Arms will make the proclamation.
Senate Sergeant-at-Arms is Michael Stenger.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
Mr. Chief Justice.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Senator Mitch McConnell.
Standing the schedule today will be similar to yesterday's proceedings. We'll plan to take short breaks every 2 or 3 hours, and we'll accommodate a 30-minute recess for dinner, assuming that is needed.
Thank you. Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 483, the managers of the House of Representatives have 16 hours and 42 minutes remaining to make the presentation of their case. The Senate will now hear you. The presiding officer recognizes Mr. Manager Schiff to continue the presentation of the case for the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Chief Justice, and thank you to the senators for 2 now very long days. We're greatly appreciative of Chief Justice, knowing that prior to your arrival in the chamber each day, you have a lot of work at the court, necessitating our beginning in the afternoon and going into the evening. But I also want to again take this opportunity to thank the senators for their long and considerable attention over the course of the last 2 days. I'm not sure the Chief Justice is fully aware of just how rare it is, how extraordinary it is for the House members to be able to command the attention of senators sitting silently for hours, or even for minutes for that matter. Of course, it doesn't hurt that the morning starts out every day with a Sergeant-at-Arms warning you that if you don't, you will be imprisoned. It's our hope that when the trial concludes, and you've heard us and you've heard the President's counsel over a series of long days, that you don't choose imprisonment instead of anything further. 2 days ago, we made the case for documents and for witnesses in the trial. Yesterday, we walked through the chronology, the factual chronology at some length. Today, we'll go through Article 1, the constitutional underpinnings of abuse of power, and apply the facts of the President's scheme to the law and Constitution. And here I must ask you for some forbearance. Of necessity, there will be some repetition of information from yesterday's chronology, and I want to explain the reason for it. You've now heard hundreds of hours of deposition and live testimony from the House, condensed into an abbreviated narrative of the facts. We will now show you these facts and many others and how they are interwoven. You will see some of these facts and videos, therefore, in a new context, in a new light, in the light of what else we know and why it compels a finding of guilt and conviction. So there is some method to our madness. Tomorrow, we will conclude the presentation of the facts and law on Article 1, and we will begin and complete the same on Article 2, the President's unconstitutional obstruction of Congress. The President's Counsel will then have 3 days to make their presentations, and then you will have 16 hours to ask questions, and then the trial will begin. And then you will actually get to hear from the witnesses yourself, and then you will get to see the documents yourself, or so we hope, and so do the American people. And after their testimony and after we've had closing arguments, then it will be in your hands. So let's begin today's presentation, and I yield to House Manager Nadler.
This is a re-air C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday, WCSB from Washington.
Good morning, Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, my fellow House managers, and counsel for the President. This is the third day of a solemn occasion for the American people. The articles of impeachment against President Trump rank among the most serious charges ever brought against the President. And as our recital of the facts indicated, the articles are overwhelmingly supported by the evidence amassed by the House, notwithstanding the President's complete stonewalling, his attempt to block all witnesses and all documents from the United States Congress. The first article of impeachment charges the President with abuse of power. President Trump used the powers of his office to solicit a foreign nation to interfere in our elections for his own personal benefit. Note that the act of solicitation itself, just the ask, constitutes an abuse of power. But President Trump went further. In order to secure his favor from Ukraine, he withheld two official acts of immense value. First, he withheld the release of $391 million in vital military assistance appropriated by Congress on a bipartisan basis, which Ukraine needed to fight Russian aggression. And second, President Trump withheld a long sought-after White House meeting, which would confirm to the world that America stands behind Ukraine in its ongoing struggle. The President's conduct is wrong. It is illegal. It is dangerous, and it captures the worst fears of our founders and the framers of the Constitution. Since President George Washington took office in 1789, no president has abused his power in this way. Let me say that again. No president has ever used his office to compel a foreign nation to help him cheat in our elections. Prior presidents would be shocked to the core by such conduct, and rightly so. Now, because President Trump has largely failed to convince the country that his conduct was remotely acceptable, he has adopted a fallback position. He argues that even if we disapprove of his misconduct, we cannot remove him for it. Frankly, that argument is itself terrifying. It confirms that this president sees no limits on his power or on his ability to use his public office for private gain. And of course, the president also believes that he can use his power to cover up his crimes. That leads me to the second article of impeachment, which charges that the president categorically, indiscriminately, and unlawfully obstructed our inquiry, the congressional inquiry into his conduct. This presidential stonewalling of Congress is unprecedented in the 238-year history of our constitutional republic. It puts even President Nixon to shame. Taken together, the articles and the evidence conclusively establish that President Trump has placed his own personal political interests first. He has placed them above our national security, above our free and fair elections, and above our system of checks and balances. This conduct is not America first. It is Donald Trump first. Donald Trump swore an oath to faithfully execute the laws. That means putting the nation's interests above his own. And the president has repeatedly, flagrantly violated his oath.
I just want to stress
that if what we're talking about is not impeachable, then nothing is impeachable. This is precisely the misconduct that the framers created a Constitution, including impeachment, to protect against.
All of the legal experts who testified before the House Judiciary Committee, those invited by the Democrats and those invited by the Republicans, all agreed that the conduct we have charged constitutes high crimes and misdemeanors. Professor Michael Gerhardt, the author of 6 books and the only joint witness when the House considered President Clinton's case, put it simply: if what we're talking about is not impeachable, then nothing is impeachable. Professor Jonathan Turley, called by the Republicans as a witness, agreed that the articles charge an offense that is impeachable. In his written testimony, he stated, "The use of military aid for a quid pro quo to investigate one's political opponent, if proven, can be an impeachable offense." Close quote. Thus far, we have presented the core factual narrative. None of that record can be seriously disputed, and none of it will be disputed. We can predict what the President's lawyers will say in the next few days. I urge you, Senators, to listen to it carefully. You will hear accusations and name-calling. You will hear complaints about the process in the House and the motives of the managers. You will hear that this all comes down to a phone call that was perfect, as if you had not just seen evidence of a months-long government-wide effort to extort a foreign government. But you will not hear a refutation of the evidence. You will not hear testimony to refute the testimony you have seen. Indeed, if the President had any exculpatory witnesses, even a single one, he would be demanding their appearance here instead of urging you not to permit additional witnesses to testify.
House Impeachment Manager Gerald Nadler.
So now let me offer a preview of the path ahead. First, we will examine the law of impeachable offenses with a focus on abuse of power. That will be the subject of my presentation. Then my colleagues will apply the law to the facts. They will demonstrate that the President has unquestionably committed the high crimes and misdemeanors outlined in the first article of impeachment. Once those presentations are concluded, we will take the same approach to demonstrating President Trump's obstruction of Congress, the second article of impeachment. We will begin by stating the law. Then we will review the facts, and then we will apply the law to the facts, proving that President Trump is guilty on the second article of impeachment as well. With that roadmap to guide us, I will begin by walking through the law of abuse of power. Here I'll start by defining the phrase in the Constitution, high crimes and misdemeanors. When the framers selected this term, they meant it to capture, as George Mason put it, all manner of great and dangerous offenses against the nation. And in contemporary terms, the framers had 3 specific offenses in mind: abuse of power, betrayal of the nation through foreign entanglements, and corruption of elections. You can think of these as the ABCs of high crimes and misdemeanors: abuse, betrayal, and corruption. The framers believed that any one of these standing alone justified removal from office. Professor Noah Feldman of Harvard Law School explained this well before the House Judiciary Committee. Here is his explanation of why the framers created the impeachment power.
The framers provided for the impeachment of the president because they feared that the president might abuse the power of his office for personal benefit, to corrupt the electoral process and ensure his re-election, or to subvert the national security of the United States.
That is the standard as described by Professor Feldman. It is correct. And of course, where all 3 of these concerns appear at once, abuse, betrayal, and corruption, that is where we have the strongest possible case for removing a president from office. Later on, we will apply this rule to the facts. Abuse. We will show that President Trump abused his power when he used his office to solicit and pressure Ukraine to meddle in our elections for his personal gain. Betrayal. We will show that he betrayed vital national interests, specifically our national security, by withholding diplomatic support and military aid from Ukraine, even as it faced armed Russian aggression. Corruption. President Trump's intent was to corrupt our elections to his personal political benefit. He put his personal interest in retaining power above free and fair elections, and above the principle that Americans must govern themselves without interference from abroad. Article 1 thus charges a high crime and misdemeanor that blends abuse of power, betrayal of the nation, and corruption in elections into a single unforgivable scheme. That is why this president must be removed from office, especially before he continues his effort to corrupt our next election. The charges set forth in the first article of impeachment are firmly grounded in the Constitution of the United States. Simply stated, impeachment is the Constitution's final answer to a president who mistakes himself for a king. The framers had risked their freedom and their lives to escape monarchy. Together, they resolved to build a nation committed to democracy and the rule of law, a beacon to the world in an age of aristocracy. In the United States of America, we the people would be sovereign. We would choose our leaders and hold them accountable for how they exercise power in our behalf. In writing our Constitution, the framers recognized that we needed a chief executive who could lead the nation with efficiency, energy, and dispatch. So they created a powerful presidency and vested it with immense public trust. But this solution created a different problem. The framers were not naive. They knew that power corrupts. They knew that republics cannot flourish and that people cannot live free under a corrupt leader. They foresaw that a president faithful only to himself would endanger every American. So the framers built guardrails to ensure that the American people would remain free and to ensure that out-of-control presidents would not destroy everything that they sought to build. They imposed elections every 4 years to ensure accountability. They banned the president from profiting off his office. They divided the powers of the federal government across 3 branches. And they required the president to swear an oath to faithfully execute the laws. To the framers, the concept of faithful execution was profoundly important. It prohibited the president from exercising power in bad faith or with corrupt intent, and thus ensured that the president would put the American people first, not himself. A few framers would have stopped there. This minority feared vesting any branch of government with the power to remove a president from office. They would have relied on elections alone to address rogue presidents. But that view was decisively rejected at the Constitutional Convention. Convening in the shadow of rebellion and revolution, the framers would not deny the nation an escape from presidents who deemed themselves above the law. Instead, they adopted the power of impeachment. In so doing, they offered a clear answer to George Mason's question, shall any man be above justice? As Mason himself explained, some mode of displacing an unfit magistrate is rendered indispensable by the fallibility of those who choose, as well as by the corruptibility of the man chosen. Unlike in Britain, the president would answer personally to Congress and thus to the nation for any serious wrongdoing. But this decision raised the question, what conduct would justify impeachment and removal? As careful students of history, the framers knew that threats to democracy can take many forms. They feared would-be monarchs, but also warned against fake populists, charismatic demagogues, and corrupt kleptocrats. In describing the kind of leader who might menace the nation, Alexander Hamilton offered an especially striking portrait. Mr. Schiff read this portrait in his introductory remarks, and it bears repetition. When a man unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to take every opportunity of embarrassing the general government and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he may ride the storm and direct the whirlwind.
House Impeachment Manager Gerald Nadler, live coverage from the Senate floor.
Hamilton was a wise man. He foresaw dangers far ahead of his time. Given the many threats they had to anticipate, the framers considered extremely broad grounds for removing presidents. For example, they debated setting the bar at maladministration to allow removal for run-of-the-mill policy disagreements between Congress and the President. They also considered very narrow grounds, strictly limiting impeachment to treason and bribery. Ultimately, they struck a balance. They did not want presidents removed for ordinary political or policy disagreements, but they intended impeachment to reach the full spectrum of presidential misconduct that might threaten the Constitution. And they intended our Constitution to endure for the ages. So they adopted a standard meant, as Mason put it, to capture all manner of great and dangerous offenses incompatible with the Constitution. This standard, borrowed from the British Parliament, was high crimes and misdemeanors. In England, the standard was understood to capture offenses against the constitutional system itself. That is confirmed by the use of the word high, as well as by parliamentary practice. From 1376 to 1787, the House of Commons impeached officials on a few general grounds, mainly consisting of abuse of power, betrayal of national security and foreign policy, corruption, treason, bribery, and disregarding the powers of Parliament. The phrase high crimes and misdemeanors thus covered offenses against the nation itself. In other words, crimes against the British Constitution. As scholars have shown, the same understanding prevailed on this side of the Atlantic. In the colonial period and under newly ratified state constitutions, most impeachments targeted abuse of power, betrayal of the revolutionary cause, corruption, treason, and bribery. These experiences were well known to the framers of the Constitution. History thus teaches that high crimes and misdemeanors referred mainly to acts committed by officials using their power or privileges that inflicted grave harm on society. Such great and dangerous offenses included treason, bribery, abuse of power, betrayal of the nation, and corruption of office. And they were unified by a clear theme. Officials who abused, abandoned, or sought to benefit personally from their public trust and who threatened the rule of law if left in power faced impeachment and removal. Abuse, betrayal, corruption. This is exactly the understanding that the framers incorporated into the Constitution. As Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson wisely observed, the purpose of the Constitution was not only to grant power, but to keep it from getting out of hand. Nowhere is that truer than in the presidency. As the framers created the formidable chief executive, they made clear that impeachment is justified for serious abuse of power. James Madison stated that impeachment is necessary because the president, quote, might pervert his administration into a scheme of oppression, close quote. Hamilton set the standard for removal at an abuse or violation of some public trust. And in Massachusetts, Reverend Samuel Stillman asked, with such a prospect of impeachment, who will dare to abuse the powers vested in him by the people? Time and again, Americans who wrote and ratified the Constitution confirmed that presidents may be impeached for abusing the power entrusted to them. To the framing generation, moreover, abuse of power was a well-understood offense. It took two basic forms. The first occurred when someone exercised power in ways far beyond what the law allowed, or in ways that destroyed checks on their own authority. The second occurred when an official exercised power to obtain an improper personal benefit while ignoring or injuring the national interest. In other words, the president may commit an impeachable abuse of power in two different ways: by engaging in clearly forbidden acts, or by taking actions that are allowed, but for reasons that are not allowed. For instance, to obtain corrupt private benefits. Let me unpack that idea, starting with the first category: conduct clearly inconsistent with the law, including the law of checks and balances. The generation that rebelled against George III knew what absolute power looked like. It was no abstraction to them. They had a different idea in mind when they organized our government. Most significantly, they placed the president under the law, not above it. That means the president may exercise only the powers vested in him by the Constitution. He must also respect the legal limits on the exercise of those powers. A president who egregiously refuses to follow these restrictions by engaging in wrongful conduct may be subject to impeachment for abuse of power. 2 American impeachment inquiries have involved claims that a president grossly violated the Constitution's separation of powers. The first was in 1868, when the House impeached President Andrew Johnson, who had succeeded Abraham Lincoln after his assassination at Ford's Theater. In firing the Secretary of War, President Johnson allegedly violated the Tenure of Office Act, which restricted the president's power to remove cabinet members during the term of the president who had appointed them. The House of Representatives approved articles charging him with conduct forbidden by law. That is an action that is an abuse of power on its face. Ultimately, the Senate acquitted President Johnson by 1 vote. This was partly because there was a strong argument that the Tenure of Office Act, which President Johnson was charged with violating, was itself unconstitutional, a position the Supreme Court later accepted. Of course, historians have also noted that a key senator appears to have changed his vote at the last minute in exchange for promises of special treatment by President Johnson. So perhaps that acquittal means a little less than meets the eye. In any event, just over 100 years later, the House Judiciary Committee accused the second chief executive of abusing his power in a manner egregiously inconsistent with the law. Now, the committee charged President Nixon with obstruction of Congress based on his meritless assertion of executive privilege to cover up key White House tape recordings. We will have more to say about the obstruction charge in a moment. But the Nixon case also exemplifies the second way a president can abuse his power. President Nixon faced 2 more articles of impeachment. Both of these articles charged him with abusing the powers of his office with corrupt intent. One focused on his abuse of power to obstruct law enforcement. The other targeted his abuse of power to target political opponents. Each article enumerated specific abuses by President Nixon, many of which involved the wrongful, corrupt exercise of presidential power, and many of which were likely not statutory crimes. In explaining its second article, the House Judiciary Committee stated that President Nixon's conduct was undertaken for his personal political advantage and not in furtherance of any valid national policy objective. That should sound familiar to everyone here.
House Impeachment Manager Gerald Nadler, Senate impeachment trial of President Trump, live.
It reflects the standard I've already articulated, the exercise of official power to corruptly obtain a personal benefit while ignoring or injuring the national interest. To be sure, all presidents account to some extent for how their decisions in office may affect their political prospects. The Constitution does not forbid that. Elected officials can and should care about how voters will react to their decisions. They will often care about whether their decisions make it more likely that they will be reelected. But there is a difference that matters between political calculus and outright corruption. Some uses of presidential power are so outrageous, so obviously improper, that if they are undertaken for a president's own personal gain, with injury or indifference to core national interests, then they are obviously high crimes and misdemeanors. Otherwise, even the most egregious wrongdoing could be justified as disagreement over policy or politics, and corruption that would have shocked the framers, that they expressly sought to prohibit, would overcome the protections they established for our benefit. And there should be nothing surprising about impeaching a president for using his power with corrupt motives. The House and Senate have confirmed this point in prior impeachments. More important, the Constitution itself says that we can do so. To start, the Constitution requires that the president faithfully execute the law. A president who acts with corrupt motives, putting himself above country, has acted faithlessly, not faithfully executed the laws. Moreover, the two impeachable offenses that the Constitution enumerates, treason and bribery, each require proof of the President's mental state. For treason, he must have acted with a disloyal mind, according to the Supreme Court. And it is well established that the elements of bribery include corrupt motives. In sum, to the framers, it was dangerous for officials to exceed their constitutional power. But it was equally dangerous, perhaps more so, for officials to use their power with corrupt, nefarious motives, thus perverting public trust for private gain. Abuse of power is clearly an impeachable offense under the Constitution. To be honest, this should not be a controversial statement. I find it amazing that the President rejects it, yet he does. He insists that there is no such thing as impeachable abuse of power. This position is dead wrong. All prior impeachments considered of high office have always included abuse of power. All of the experts who testified before the House Judiciary Committee, including those called by the Republicans, agreed that abuse of power is a high crime and misdemeanor. Here is testimony from Professor Pam Carlin of Stanford Law School, joined by Professor Gerhardt.
Do scholars of impeachment generally agree that abuse of power is an impeachable offense?
Yes, they do.
Professor Gerhardt, do you agree that abuse of power is impeachable?
Yes, sir.
Professor Turley, who testified at Republican invitation, echoed that view. In fact, he not only agreed, but he, quote, stressed that it is possible to establish a case for impeachment based on a non-criminal allegation of abuse of power. Professor Turley is hardly the only legal expert to take that view. Another who comes to mind is Professor Alan Dershowitz, at least Alan Dershowitz in 1998. Back then, here is what he had to say about impeachment for abuse of power.
It certainly doesn't have to be a crime. If you have somebody who completely corrupts the office of president and who abuses trust and who poses great danger to our liberty, you don't need a technical crime.
But we need not look to 1998 to find one of President Trump's key allies espousing this view. Consider the comments of our current Attorney General, William Barr, a man known for his extraordinarily expansive view of executive power. In Attorney General Barr's view, as expressed about 18 months ago, presidents cannot be indicted or criminally investigated. But that's okay, because they can be impeached. That's the safeguard. And in an impeachment, Attorney General Barr added, the president is answerable for any abuses of discretion and may be held accountable under law for his misdeeds in office. In other words, Attorney General Barr, who believes, along with the Office of Legal Counsel, that a president may not be indicted, believes that that's okay. We don't need that safeguard against a president who would commit abuses of power. It's okay because he can be impeached. That's the safeguard for abuses of discretion and for his misdeeds in office. More recently, a group of the nation's leading constitutional scholars, ranging across the ideological spectrum from Harvard Law professor Larry Tribe to former Ronald Reagan Solicitor General Charles Fried, issued a statement affirming that, quote, abuse of power counts as an instance of impeachable high crimes and misdemeanors under the Constitution. They added, that was clearly the view of the Constitution's framers. I could go on, but you get the point. Everyone except President Trump and his lawyers agree that presidents can be impeached for abuse of power. The president's position amounts to nothing but self-serving constitutional nonsense. And it is dangerous nonsense at that. A president who sees no limit on his power manifestly threatens the republic. The Constitution always matches power with constraint. That is true even of powers vested in the chief executive. Nobody is entitled to wield power under the Constitution if they ignore or betray the nation's interests to advance their own. President Nixon was wrong in asserting that, quote, when the president does it, that means it is not illegal. And President Trump was equally wrong when he declared that he had the right to do whatever I want as president.
House Impeachment Manager Gerald Nadler.
This is a re-air of C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday.
Under the Constitution, he is subject to impeachment and removal for abuse of power. And as we will prove, that is exactly what must happen here. Of course, President Trump's abuse of power, as charged in the first article of impeachment and supported by a mountain of evidence, is aggravated by another concern at the heart of the Constitution's impeachment clause: betrayal. The founders of our country were not fearful men. When they wrote our Constitution, they had only recently won a bloody war for independence. But as they looked outward from their new nation, they saw kings scheming for power, promising fabulous wealth to spies and deserters. The United States could be enmeshed in such conspiracies. Former foreign powers, warned Elbridge Gerry, will intermeddle in our affairs and spare no expense to influence them. The young republic might not survive a president who schemed with other nations, entangling himself in secret deals that harmed our democracy. That reality loomed over the impeachment debate in Philadelphia. Explaining why the Constitution required an impeachment option, Madison argued that a president might betray his trust to foreign powers. To be sure, the framers did not intend impeachment for genuine good faith disagreements between the president and Congress over matters of diplomacy. But they were explicit that betrayal of the nation through plots with foreign powers must result in removal from office. And no such betrayal scared them more than foreign interference in our democracy. In his farewell address, George Washington warned Americans, quote, to be constantly awake, since history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican government, close quote. And in a letter to Thomas Jefferson, John Adams wrote, you are apprehensive of foreign interference, foreign intrigue, influence. So am I. But as often as elections happen, the danger of foreign influence recurs. The framers never suggested that the president's role in foreign affairs should prevent Congress from impeaching him for treachery in his dealings. Case in point, they wrote a Constitution that gives Congress extensive responsibility over foreign affairs, Congress, including the power to declare war, regulate foreign commerce, establish uniform rule of naturalization, and define offenses against the law of nations. Contrary to the claims you heard the other day that the president has plenary authority in foreign affairs and there is nothing Congress can do about it, the Supreme Court has stated that constitutional authority over the conduct of the foreign relations of our government is shared between the executive and legislative branches. Or to quote another Supreme Court case, the executive is not free from the ordinary controls and checks of Congress merely because foreign affairs are at issue. In these realms, Justice Jackson wrote, the Constitution enjoins upon its branches separateness but interdependence, autonomy but reciprocity. Where the President betrays our national security and foreign policy interests for his own personal gain, he is unquestionably subject to impeachment and removal. The same is true of a different concern raised by the framers, the use of presidential power to corrupt the elections and the office of the presidency. The framers were no strangers to corruption. They understood that corruption had broken Rome, debased Britain, and threatened America. They saw no shortage of threats to the Republic and fought valiantly to guard against them. But as one scholar writes, the big fear underlying all the small fears was whether they'd be able to control corruption. So the framers attempted to build a government in which officials would not use public power for personal benefits, disregarding the public good in pursuit of their own advancement. This principle applied with special force to the presidency. As Madison emphasized, because the presidency was to be administered by a single man, his corruption might be fatal to the republic. Indeed, no fewer than 4 delegates to the Constitutional Convention, Madison, plus Morris, Mason, and Randolph, listed corruption as a central reason why presidents must be subject to impeachment and removal from office. Impeachment was seen as especially necessary for presidential conduct corrupting our system of political self-government. The framers foresaw and feared that a president might someday place his personal interest in re-election above our abiding commitment to democracy. Such a president, in their view, would need to be removed from office. Professor Feldman made this point in his testimony before the House Judiciary Committee.
The framers reserved impeachment for situations where the president abused his office, that is, used it for his personal advantage, and in particular, they were specifically worried about a situation where the president used his office to facilitate corruptly his own re-election. That's in fact why they thought they needed impeachment and why waiting for the next election wasn't good enough.
Professor Feldman's testimony is grounded in the records of the Constitutional Convention. There, William Davey warned that a president who abused his office might spare no efforts or means whatever to get himself reelected, and thus to escape justice. George Mason built on Davey's position, asking, "Shall the man who has practiced corruption, and by that means procured his appointment in the first instance, be suffered to escape punishment by repeating his guilt?" Mason's concern was straightforward. He feared that presidents would win election by improperly influencing members of the Electoral College. Governor Morris later echoed this point, urging that the executive ought therefore to be impeachable for corrupting his electors. Taken together, these debates demonstrate an essential point. The framers knew that a president who abused power to manipulate elections presented the greatest possible threat to the Constitution. After all, the beating heart of the framers' project was a commitment to popular sovereignty. At a time when democratic self-government existed almost nowhere on earth, the framers imagined a society where power flowed from and returned to the people. That is why the President and members of Congress must stand before the public for re-election on fixed terms. And if a president abuses his power to corrupt those elections, he threatens the entire system. As Professor Carlin explained in her testimony,
drawing a foreign government into our elections is an especially serious abuse of power because it undermines democracy itself. Our Constitution begins with the words, "We the people," for a reason. Our government, in James Madison's words, derives all its powers directly or indirectly from the great body of the people. And the way it derives these powers is through elections. Elections matter, both to the legitimacy of our government and to all of our individual freedoms, because as the Supreme Court declared more than a century ago, voting is preservative of all rights.
Professor Carlin is right. Elections matter. They make our government legitimate, and they protect our freedom. A president who abuses his power in order to kneecap political opponents and spread Russian conspiracy theories, a president who uses his office to ask for, or even worse, to compel foreign nations to meddle in our elections, is a president who attacks the very foundation of our liberty.
House Impeachment Manager and Chair of the Judiciary Committee, Congressman Gerald Nadler.
That is a grave abuse of power. It is an unprecedented betrayal of the national interest. It is a shocking corruption of the election process. And it is without doubt a crime against the Constitution, demanding removal from office. The framers expected that free elections would be the usual means of protecting our freedoms. But they knew that a president who sought foreign assistance in his campaign must be removed from office before he could steal the next election. In a last-ditch legal defense of their client, the president's lawyers argue that impeachment and removal are subject to statutory crimes, or to offenses against established law. That the president cannot be impeached because he has not committed a crime. This view is completely wrong. It has no support in constitutional text and structure, original meaning, congressional precedents, common sense, or the consensus of credible experts. In other words, it conflicts with every relevant consideration. Professor Gerhardt succinctly captured the consensus view in his testimony.
Professor Gerhardt, does a high crime and misdemeanor require an actual statutory crime?
No, it plainly does not. Everything we know about the history of impeachment reinforces the conclusion that impeachable offenses do not have to be crimes, and again, not all crimes are impeachable offenses. We look at the context and gravity of the misconduct.
This position was echoed by the Republicans' expert witness, Professor Turley, in his written testimony. There he stated that it, quote, "It is possible to establish a case for impeachment based on a non-criminal allegation of abuse of power." He also stated, "It is clear that high crimes and misdemeanors can encompass non-criminal conduct." More recently, Professor Turley, again the Republican witness at our hearing, wrote an opinion piece in the Washington Post entitled, "Where the Trump Defense Goes Too Far." In this piece, he stated that the president's argument is as politically unwise as it is constitutionally short-sighted. He added, if successful, it would also come at a considerable cost for the Constitution. Although I disagree with Professor Turley on many, many issues, here he is clearly right. And I might say the same thing of then House Manager Lindsey Graham, who in President Clinton's trial flatly rejected the notion that impeachable offenses are limited to violations of established law. Here is what he said.
What's a high crime? How about if an important person hurts somebody of low means? It's not very scholarly, but I think it's the truth. I think that's what they meant by high crimes. Doesn't even have to be a crime. It's just when you start using your office and you're acting in a way that hurts people, you've committed a high crime.
There are many reasons why high crimes and misdemeanors are not and cannot be limited to violations of the criminal code. We address them at length in the briefs we have filed and the report of the House Judiciary Committee respecting these articles of impeachment. But I would like to highlight a few especially important considerations. I'll tick through them quickly. First, there is the matter of the historical record. The framers could not have meant to limit impeachment to statutory crimes. Presidents are to be impeached and removed from office for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. But bribery was not made a statutory crime until 1837. Second, the president's position is contradicted by the Constitution's text. The framers repeatedly referred to crimes, offenses, and punishment elsewhere in the Constitution. But here they refer to high crimes. That matters. It matters because the phrase high crimes refers to offenses against the state rather than to workaday crimes. And it matters because the phrase high crimes and misdemeanors had a rich history in England where it had been applied in many, many cases that did not involve crimes under British law. When the framers added high crimes here, but nowhere else in the Constitution, they made a deliberate choice. Any doubt on that score is dispelled by the framers' own statements. In Federalist Number 65, Alexander Hamilton explained that impeachable offenses are defined fundamentally by the abuse or violation of some public trust. A few years later, James Wilson, a Constitutional Convention delegate, agreed with Hamilton. Wilson stated, impeachments and offenses and offenders impeachable come not within the sphere of ordinary jurisprudence. They are founded on different principles, are governed by different maxims, and are directed to different objects. George Mason expressed concern that the president might abuse the pardon power to, quote, screen from punishment those whom he had secretly instigated to commit a crime, and thereby prevent a discovery of his own guilt. Sound familiar? James Madison responded directly to Mason's concern, because Mason's concern was that the pardon power might be too broad. The president might misuse his broad pardon power to pardon his own co-conspirators and prevent the discovery of his own guilt. Madison responded, if the president be connected in any suspicious manner with any person, and there be grounds to believe he will shelter him, the House of Representatives can impeach him. They can remove him if found guilty. At the North Carolina ratifying convention, James Iredell, who would go on to serve on the Supreme Court, responded to the same concern. He assured delegates that if the president abused his power with, quote, some corrupt motive or other, he would be liable to impeachment. In the early 1800s, this understanding was echoed by Supreme Court Justice Story, who wrote his famous treatise on the Constitution. There he rejected the equation of crimes and impeachable offenses, which he stated must be examined upon very broad and comprehensive principles of public policy and duty. Later in American history, Chief Justice and former President William Howard Taft, as well as Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes, publicly stated that impeachable offenses are not limited to crimes, but instead capture a broader range of misconduct. Indeed, under Chief Justice Taft, the Supreme Court unanimously observed that abuse of the president's pardon power to frustrate the enforcement of court orders would suggest resort to impeachment. And this is square. Now notice, pardon power is unlimited. What they're saying here is abuse of the pardon power, use of the pardon power for corrupt motive was impeachable. And if all that authority is not enough to convince you, there is more. Historians have shown that American colonists before the Revolution and American states after the Revolution, but before 1787, all impeached officials for non-criminal conduct. Over the past 2 centuries, moreover, a strong majority of the impeachments voted by the House have included one or more allegations that did not charge a violation of criminal law. Indeed, the Senate has convicted and removed multiple judges on non-criminal grounds. Judge Archibald was removed in 1912 for non-criminal speculation in coal properties. Judge Ritter was removed in 1936 for the non-criminal offense of bringing his court into scandal and disrepute. During Judge Ritter's case, one of my predecessors as chairman of the House Judiciary Committee stated expressly, we do not assume the responsibility of proving that the respondent is guilty of a crime, as that term is known to criminal jurisprudence. What is true for judges is also true for presidents, at least on this point.
House Impeachment Manager Gerald Nadler.
The Judiciary Committee approved 3 articles of impeachment against President Nixon. Each of them encompassed many acts that did not violate federal law. One of the articles, obstruction of Congress, involved no allegations of any legal violation. And it is worth reflecting on why President Nixon was forced to resign. Most Americans are familiar with the story. The House Judiciary Committee approved articles of impeachment in July 1974. Those articles passed with bipartisan support, although most Republicans stood by President Nixon. Then the smoking tape came out. Within a week, almost everyone who supported the president a week before changed his position, and the president was forced to resign because of what was revealed on the smoking gun tape. Within a week, Senator Goldwater and others from the Senate went to the president and said, you won't have a single vote in the Senate. You must resign or you will be removed from office because of the evidence on the smoking gun tape. But what was on the smoking gun tape? The smoking gun tape were recordings of President Nixon instructing White House officials to pressure the CIA and the FBI to end the Watergate investigation. No law explicitly prohibited that conversation. It was not in that sense a crime. But President Nixon had abused his power. He had tried to use 2 government agencies, the FBI and the CIA, for his personal benefit. His impeachment and removal was certain, and he announced his resignation within days. Decades later, in President Clinton's case, the Judiciary Committee reported on the articles of impeachment stated, the actions of President Clinton do not have to rise to the level of violating the federal statute regarding obstruction of justice in order to justify impeachment. There is thus overwhelming authority against restricting impeachments to violations of established or statutory law. Every relevant principle of constitutional law compels that result. So does common sense. Impeachment is not a punishment for crimes. Impeachment exists to address threats to the political system, applies only to political officials, and responds not by imprisonment or fines, but only by stripping political power. It would make no sense to say that a president who engages in horrific abuses must be allowed to remain in office unless Congress had anticipated his or her specific conduct in advance and written a statute expressly outlawing it. For one thing, that would be practically impossible. As Justice Story observed, the threats posed by presidential abuse are of so various and complex a character that it would be almost absurd to attempt a comprehensive list. The Constitution is not a suicide pact. It does not leave us stuck with presidents who abuse their power in unforeseen ways that threaten our security and democracy. Until recently, it did not occur to me that our president would call a foreign leader and demand a sham investigation meant to kneecap his political opponents, all in exchange for releasing vital military aid that the president was already required by law to provide. No one anticipated that a president would stoop to this misconduct, and Congress has passed no specific law to make this behavior a crime. Yet this is precisely the kind of abuse that the framers had in mind when they wrote the impeachment clause. And when they charged Congress with determining when the president's conduct was so clearly wrong, so definitely beyond the pale, so threatening to the constitutional order as to require his removal. And that is why we are here today. You must judge for yourselves whether justice will be had for President Trump's crimes against our freedom and the Constitution. I will conclude by highlighting a few points that merit special emphasis as you apply the law of impeachment to President Trump's misconduct. First, impeachment is not for petty offenses. The president's conduct must constitute, as Masons put it, a great and dangerous offense against the nation, offenses that threaten the Constitution. Second, impeachable offenses involve wrongdoing that reveal the president as a continuing threat if he is allowed to remain in office. In other words, we fully recognize that impeachment does not exist for a mistake. It does not apply to acts that are merely unwise or unpopular. Impeachment is reserved for deliberate decisions by the president to embark on a course of conduct that betrays his oath of office and does violence to the Constitution. When the president has engaged in such conduct, and when there is strong evidence that he will do so again, when he has told us he'll do so again, when he has told us that it's okay to invite interference from a foreign power into our next election, the case for removal is at its peak. This is certainly the case when he invites, indeed attempts to compel, a foreign government to help him subvert the integrity of our next election. There can be no greater threat to the Republic. Finally, high crimes and misdemeanors involve conduct that is recognizably wrong to a reasonable, honorable citizen. The framers adopted a standard for impeachment that could stand the test of time. At the same time, the structure of the Constitution implies that impeachable offenses should not come as a surprise. Impeachment is aimed at presidents who act as if they are above the law, at presidents who believe their own interests are more important than those of the nation, and thus at presidents who ignore right and wrong in pursuit of their own gain. Abuse, betrayal, corruption. Here are each of the core offenses the framers feared most. The president's abuse of power, his betrayal of the national interest, and his corruption of our elections plainly qualify as great and dangerous offenses. President Trump has made clear in word and deed that he will persist in such conduct if he is not removed from power. He poses a continuing threat to our nation, to the integrity of our elections, to our democratic order. He must not remain in power one moment longer.
House Impeachment Manager Gerald Nadler, live on the Senate floor, the impeachment trial of President Donald Trump, on C-SPAN Radio, WCSP-FM, Washington. Next manager to speak will be Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, Democrat from Texas.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, President's Council, we will now walk through the President's abuse of power, the corrupt object of his scheme, his three official acts carrying out his scheme, his attempted cover-up and exposure, and the harm to our nation and continuing threat caused by his misconduct. Let's start first with the object of the President's scheme. And Senators, we have today provided handouts that you can follow along in our slides. So as this first slide indicates, in this portion of our presentation, we will discuss the evidence that shows overwhelmingly that President Trump directed this scheme with corrupt intent, with one corrupt objective: to obtain foreign assistance in his re-election bid in the 2020 United States presidential election. We will walk through first how the President wanted Ukraine to help in his re-election campaign. He wanted Ukraine to publicly announce two investigations, one into his political rival Joe Biden, and the second into the debunked conspiracy theory related to Ukraine interference in the 2016 election. President Trump himself later confirmed this intent in public statements. We will then explain how we know these investigations were solely for President Trump's personal political gain. First, President Trump made clear he cared only about the announcement of the investigations, not the actual investigations. Second, President Trump similarly made clear he cared only about the big stuff, meaning his political investigations. Third, he used his personal attorney, Mr. Giuliani, who repeatedly told us he was pursuing the investigations in his capacity as the President's personal lawyer, and that this wasn't about foreign policy. Fourth and fifth, there is no real dispute that these investigations were never part of an official U.S. policy, and they in fact went outside official channels. The Department of Justice even publicly confirmed that they were never asked to talk to Ukraine about these investigations. Never. 6 multiple officials who knew what was going on repeatedly reported these concerns to supervisors and even the NSC legal advisors. Seventh, Ukraine expressed concerns multiple times that these were political investigations and Ukraine didn't want to get involved in domestic U.S. politics. Eighth, the White House tried to bury the call. Ninth, President Trump himself told us he really wanted and cared about, in his own words, in many public statements. And finally, despite the President Council's attempts to justify his actions, the evidence makes clear that President Trump did not care about anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. This was only about one thing: his political investigations. We are following along on the slide. Now, as I mentioned, the object of the President's scheme is clear: 2 investigations to help his political re-election. The Constitution grants the President broad authority to conduct U.S. foreign policy. He is our Commander-in-Chief and Chief Diplomat. When the President of the United States calls a foreign leader, a president's first and only objective should be to get foreign leaders to do what's best for the U.S. national interest, consistent with the faithful execution of his oath of office, and consistent with official U.S. policy. But on July 25, when President Trump called the President of Ukraine, President Trump did the opposite. Instead of following official U.S. talking points, instead of listening to his staff on what was important to our national interests, President Trump asked Ukraine for something that benefited only himself: his political investigations. And not only did these investigations diverge from U.S. national interests, as you'll hear, President Trump's actions harmed our national security. In putting himself above our country, he put our country at risk. And that is why his actions are so dangerous.
This is a re-air of C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday. WCSB from Washington.
Now let's take a moment and look carefully at the two investigations that President Trump sought from Ukraine, which are at the heart of the President's scheme, and how he stood to benefit politically from Ukraine's announcement of each. As you can see on the slide, the first investigation was, of course, of former Vice President Biden. Let's go straight to that July 25 telephone call again, where President Trump stated clearly each of these investigations he wanted. So let's start with Vice President Joe Biden and the removal of corrupt prosecutor in Ukraine. The first investigation related to former Vice President Joe Biden and the Ukrainian gas company Burisma Holdings, on whose board his son, Hunter Biden, used to sit. President Trump himself summarized the theory behind his request in broad strokes in his July 25 call with President Zelensky. Here's what he said. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's thumb, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so that whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into that, it sounds horrible to me. Now let's look carefully at the investigation President Trump was asking for and what it was based on.
House Impeachment Manager Sylvia Garcia.
In short, President Trump asked for the investigation into Biden based on a made-up theory that no one agreed with. No one. We'll go into this in more detail, but at a high level, the allegation is that late in 2015, Biden pressured Ukraine to remove the then Prosecutor General, Viktor Shokin, by threatening to withhold approximately $1 billion in loan guarantees if he was not removed. According to this theory, Vice President Biden did this in order to help his son in a company called Burisma. Vice President Biden's son sat on the board of Burisma. As the theory goes, Vice President Biden tried to remove Ukraine's prosecutor, all to make sure the prosecutor wouldn't investigate that specific company, Burisma, because, again, his son was on the board. Then, senators, if that doesn't sound far-fetched and complicated to you, it should. So let's take this step by step and start from the beginning. In 2014, Vice President Biden's son, Hunter, joined the board of the Ukrainian natural gas firm Burisma Holdings. At the time, Burisma's owner, a Ukrainian oligarch and former government minister, was under investigation. In 2015, Viktor Shokin became Ukraine's prosecutor general, a job similar to attorney general in the United States. Although Shokin vowed to keep investigating Burisma amid an international push to root out corruption in Ukraine, he allowed the Burisma investigation to go dormant. Allowed it to go dormant. That is when he was removed. He was not actively investigating Burisma. He had let it go dormant. Moreover, Shokin was widely perceived as ineffective and corrupt. George Kent, the second most senior official at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv at the time, described Shokin as, quote, a typical Ukraine prosecutor who lived a lifestyle far in excess of his government salary, who never prosecuted anybody known for having committed a crime, and covered up crimes that were known to have been committed. In late 2015, Vice President Biden, who had assumed a significant role in U.S. policy toward Ukraine, publicly called for the removal of Mr. Shokin because of his failure to adequately combat corruption. But Vice President Biden wasn't alone. The European Union, our European allies, the International Monetary Fund, reformers inside Ukraine also wanted Mr. Shokin removed to reform the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office, to reform it. Reforming the Prosecutor General's office was also supported on a bipartisan basis by the Ukrainian caucus here in the Senate. On February 12, 2016, after Vice President Biden had urged for the removal of Mr. Shokin, but before the Ukrainian parliament voted to remove him, a bipartisan group of senators, including Senators Portman, Durbin, Shaheen, Ron Johnson, Murphy, Kirk, Blumenthal, and Sherrod Brown, sent a letter to President Poroshenko that urged him to make urgent reforms to the Prosecutor General's office. The month after the senators sent that letter, Mr. Shokin was fired. He was fired. So let's be very, very clear. Vice President Biden called for the removal of this prosecutor at the official direction of U.S. policy because the prosecutor was widely perceived as corrupt. And with the support of all our international allies, his actions were therefore supported by the executive branch, Congress, and the international community. Common sense would tell us that this allegation against Joe Biden is false and that there was no legitimate basis for any investigation. But there are several other reasons. You know that the only reason President Trump wanted Ukraine to announce the investigation into Biden that was also solely for his very own personal benefit. So if you look at the slide, it'll summarize some points. First, none of the 17 witnesses in the House's inquiry said there was any factual basis for this allegation. Not one of the 17. To the contrary, they testified it was false. Second, as I mentioned, the former Prosecutor General, Vice President Biden, was widely considered to be corrupt and failed to investigate corruption in Ukraine. Thus, removing him from office would only increase the chances that Burisma would be investigated for possible corruption. Third, because the prosecutor was so corrupt, Vice President Biden calling for his removal was also at the direction of official U.S. policy and undertaken with the unanimous support of our allies. Fourth, the successor to the fired Ukrainian prosecutor general admitted that Vice President Biden's son didn't do anything wrong in connection with Burisma. So the entire premise of the investigation that the president wanted Ukraine to pursue was simply false. Finally, President Trump didn't care about any of this until 2019. But when Vice President Biden became the front runner for the Democratic presidential nomination, and polls showed that he had the largest head-to-head lead against President Trump, that became a problem. Let's start with the first and second points. Vice President Biden's conduct was uniformly validated by the witnesses in the House investigation who confirmed his conduct was consistent with U.S. policy. Every single witness who was asked about the allegations again said that Biden had nothing to do with it and it was false.
House impeachment manager Sylvia Garcia, Senate trial of President Trump, live on C-SPAN radio.
That he acted properly. Every witness with knowledge of this issue testified that Vice President Biden was carrying out official U.S. policy in calling for Shokin's removal. Shokin was corrupt. And this witnesses explained the U.S. was not alone in this view. All of our European allies also supported this action. There is simply no evidence, nothing, nada, in the record to support this baseless allegation. I'd like to go through some of that testimony now. First, here are Dr. Hill and Mr. Holmes, so let's watch.
Now, Dr. Hill, are you aware of any evidence to support the allegations against Vice President Biden?
I'm not, no.
And in fact, Mr. Holmes, the former Prosecutor General of Ukraine, who Vice President Biden encouraged to fire, was actually corrupt, is that right?
Correct.
And was not pursuing corruption investigations and prosecutions, right?
My understanding is the Prosecutor General at the time, Shokin, was not at that time pursuing investigations of Burisma or the Bidens.
And in fact, removing that corrupt Prosecutor General was part of the United States anti-corruption policy, isn't that correct?
That's correct, and not just us, but all of our allies and other institutions that were involved in Ukraine at the time.
Ambassador Yovanovitch, too, confirmed these points. Let's watch her testify.
And in fact, when Vice President Biden acted to remove the former corrupt prosecutor in Ukraine, did he do so as part of official United States policy?
Official U.S. policy.
And that was
endorsed and was the policy of a number of other international stakeholders, other countries, other monetary institutions, financial institutions.
And similarly, when asked if there was any factual basis to support the allegations about Biden, George Kent replied, none whatsoever. Lieutenant Colonel Vidman and Ms. Williams also confirmed that they are not aware of any credible evidence to support the notion that Vice President Biden did anything wrong. And Ambassador Volker testified that the Biden allegations were not credible and that Biden, quote, respects his duties of higher office. Now, as I mentioned, there was also concrete reason that the U.S. government wanted Shokin removed. As David Holmes, a senior official at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, testified, by the time that Shokin was finally removed in 2016, there were strong concerns that Shokin himself was corrupt and not investigating potential corruption in the country. In fact, Part of the concern was that Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Under Shokin, the investigation into the owner of Burisma for earlier conduct had stalled and was dormant. That was part of the reason why the United States and other countries wanted to remove Shokin. Because of this, and as confirmed by witness testimony we will hear shortly, calling for Shokin's replacement would actually increase the chances that Burisma would be investigated. In other words, Shokin was corrupt and not investigating allegations against Burisma. So when Vice President Biden was calling for Shokin's removal and advocating for his replacement, it would actually increase chances of Burisma's investigation. Ambassador Yovanovitch made this point during her testimony. Let's listen.
And in fact, if he helped to remove a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who was not prosecuting enough corruption, that would increase the chances that corrupt companies in Ukraine would be investigated. Isn't that right?
One would think so.
And that could include Burisma, right?
Yes.
President Trump and his allies have tried to justify President Trump's withholding a military aid and a White House meeting unless Ukraine announced the investigations he wanted, by saying it's the same thing Vice President did when he called for Ukraine to remove its corrupt prosecutor. It is not the same thing. As you've just heard, Vice President Biden followed official U.S. policy. He went through official channels to remove the prosecutor that was corrupt. And he did it with the support of our allies. That is the exact opposite of what President Trump did. He pushed Ukraine for an investigation that has no basis, that no one agreed with, that was not at all U.S. policy, and that only benefited him. George Kent addressed this very point during his testimony. Let's listen.
And Mr. Kent and Mr. Taylor, the defenders of the president's behavior have made a big deal out of the fact that Vice President Biden encouraged the Ukrainians to remove a corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutor, 2016, Mr. Shokin. And in fact, Senator Rand Paul on Sunday said, and I quote him, "They're impeaching the President Trump for exactly the same thing that Joe Biden did." Is that correct? Is what the president did in his phone call and what Joe Biden did in terms of Mr. Shokin, are those exactly the same things? And if not, how are they different?
I do not think they are the same things. What former Vice President Biden requested of former President of Ukraine, Poroshenko, was the removal of a corrupt prosecutor general, Viktor Shokin, who had undermined a program of assistance that we had spent, again, U.S. taxpayer money, to try to build an independent investigator unit to go after corrupt prosecutors. And there was a case called the Diamond Prosecutor case in which Shokin destroyed the entire ecosystem that we were trying to help create. The investigators, the judges who issued the warrants, the law enforcement that had warrants to do the wiretapping, everybody to protect his former driver who he'd made a prosecutor. That's what Joe Biden was asking, remove the corrupt prosecutor.
So Joe Biden was participating in an open effort, established whole of government effort to address corruption in Ukraine.
That is correct.
Great. So, Mr. Kent, as you look at this whole mess, Rudy Giuliani, President Trump, in your opinion, was this a comprehensive and whole of government effort to end corruption in Ukraine?
Referring to the requests in July?
Exactly.
I would not say so. No, sir.
In short, the allegations against Vice President Biden are groundless. And so there is no comparison, none at all, between what he did and the President Trump's abuse of power. Now, let's turn to the third point. Part of the allegation against former Vice President Biden is that he pushed for the corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor's removal in order to protect his son from the investigation. In fact, the president's claim about being concerned about corruption in Ukraine has recently emphasized this component of the theory, that the president wanted Ukraine to investigate Hunter Biden's work on the board of Burisma, not the former vice president. This, too, is false, simply false.
House impeachment manager, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia.
You need look no further than the July 25 call and the president's own statements to see that the president wanted the Ukrainians to investigate Vice President Biden. Let's look again at what the president's call said. Quote, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. Whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me." The president was clearly asking President Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden. And what did the president say on the White House lawn on October 3rd? When he was asked about the Ukraine scheme, he said, quote, "Well, I think they should, if they were honest about it, you saw the film yesterday, they would start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer." He said the Bidens, plural. Not one Biden, the Bidens. It's clear that the president wanted what he wanted from Ukraine, an investigation to smear his political rival. But even if the president wanted an investigation of Hunter Biden, there is no basis for that either. Now, how do you know? Well, Ukraine's former prosecutor general admitted that the allegation against Vice President Biden's son was plainly false. You can see it on the slide, his own words, plainly false. Then Ukrainian Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko recanted his earlier allegations and confirmed, quote, "Biden was definitely not involved in any wrongdoing involving Burisma." So, even the Ukrainians believe that Biden's son did nothing wrong. The long and short of it is that there was no basis for the investigation that the president was pursuing and pushing. None. He was doing it only for his own political benefit. But let's look at one more important reason why it's clear that President Trump simply wanted a political benefit from Ukraine's announcement of this investigation and didn't care about the underlying conduct. The allegations against Vice President Biden were based on events that occurred in late 2015 and early 2016. They were all well publicized at the time, but as soon as President Trump took office, he increased military support to Ukraine in 2017 and the next year, 2018. But it wasn't until 2019, over 3 years after Vice President Biden called for Shokin's removal, 3 years after, that President Trump started pushing Ukraine to investigate that conduct. So what changed? What changed? Why did President Trump not care at all about Biden's request on the removal of Shokin the year after it happened in 2017 or the next year in 2018? Senators, you know what changed in 2019 when President Trump suddenly cared. It's that Biden got in the race. On April 25, Vice President Biden announced he would run for president in 2020. If President Trump was so concerned about this alleged corruption, why didn't he push Ukraine to investigate when he entered office in 2017? Or in 2018, after Biden gave public remarks about how he pressured Ukraine to remove Shokin? Why did President Trump instead wait until former Vice President Biden was campaigning for the Democratic nomination? Senators, it's obvious. Because President Trump wanted to hurt Vice President Biden's candidacy and help himself politically. He pushed for an investigation in 2019 because that's when it would be valuable to him, President Trump. He pushed for it when it started to become clear that Vice President Biden could beat him. And he had good reason to be concerned. Let's look at the slide about some polls. Throughout the scheme, polling had consistently shown the former vice president handily beating President Trump by significant margins in head-to-head matchups. The chart on the screen shows a Fox News polls emphasizing this point. The chart shows that from March through December, Vice President Biden had consistently led President Trump in national polls by significant margins. So beginning around March, Vice President Biden is beating the president in polls, even on Fox News. In April, Biden officially announces his candidacy. And then when the president gets worried. In May, the president's personal lawyer tells the press that he's planning to travel to Ukraine to urge newly elected President Zelensky to conduct the two investigations, one into Vice President Biden. You know what else happened in May? A Fox News poll showed Biden beating Trump by 11 points. This clearly did not go unnoticed. On May 9, the president's personal lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, said in an interview, and this is a quote, "I guarantee you Joe Biden will not get to Election Day without this being investigated." And by July, right before President Trump's call with President Zelensky, where he asked for the investigation to Biden, the Fox News poll showed Biden beating Trump by 10 points. And then, on July 25th, after years of not caring what Vice President did, does President Trump ask for an investigation in his formidable political rival in the 2020 election. Senators, looking at this timeline of events, it is not difficult to see why the investigation of the Bidens would be helpful to President Trump. The mere announcement of such an investigation would immediately tarnish the former vice president's reputation by embroiling him and his son in a foreign criminal investigation, even if the charges were never pursued. Just the mere announcement.
House Impeachment Manager, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia.
If a foreign country announced a formal investigation into those allegations, it would give allegations against the Bidens an air of credibility and could carry through the election. The evidence is clear. Everyone knew, even Ukraine, that there was no merit to the allegation that Biden called for the removal of Shokin for any illegitimate reason. Biden asked for it because it was consistent with U.S. policy, because Shokin was corrupt and with the backing of our allies. Even President Trump knew there was no basis for this investigation. That is why for years after Khashoggi's removal, he continued to support Ukraine, never once raised the issue. It wasn't until Biden began beating him in the polls that he called for the investigation. The president asked Ukraine for this investigation for one reason and one reason only, because he knew it would be damaging to an opponent who was consistently beating him in the polls, and therefore it could help him get reelected in 2020. President Trump had the motive, he had the opportunity, and the means to commit this abuse of power. Now let's turn to the second investigation that President Trump wanted.
This is a re-air of C-SPAN radio programming from Thursday.
What he wanted is a widely debunked conspiracy theory that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 U.S. election to benefit President Trump's opponent. As we will explain, the allegation that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 elections, just like the allegation that Biden improperly removed the Ukraine prosecutor, has absolutely no basis in fact. In fact, this theory ignored the unanimous conclusions of the U.S. Intelligence Agency, the Congressional Intelligence Committees, and Special Counsel Mueller, which found that Russia attacked our elections. It also went against the Senate Intelligence Committee report, which found no evidence supporting that Ukraine attacked our elections. Nor did any witness support the theory that Ukraine attacked our elections. Indeed, even President Trump's own advisors told him that claim was false. In fact, the one person who told President Trump his theory is true, who was it? You know it was our adversary, Russia, who had everything to gain by deflecting the blame from their attack on Ukraine. Let's look at what President Trump was actually suggesting Ukraine investigate. The theory is this: instead of listening to our entire intelligence community that concluded that Russia interfered in our 2016 election to assist Donald Trump, the new theory says it was Ukraine that interfered in the election to help Hillary Clinton and hurt Donald Trump. One aspect of this conspiracy theory was that the American cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, which had helped the DNC respond to Russia's cyber attack in 2016, moved a DNC server to Ukraine to prevent the FBI from examining it. Here's what President Trump said about this conspiracy theory during the July 25 call. Quote, I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server. They say Ukraine has it. Once again, if this sounds far-fetched and crazy, it should, because it is. There is simply no factual basis to support this conspiracy theory. Let's walk through the concrete reasons why. First, as I mentioned, our entire U.S. intelligence community, the Senate Select Committees on Intelligence, and Special Counsel Mueller all unanimously found that Russia, not Ukraine, interfered in the 2016 elections. And Russia did it to help Donald Trump and hurt Hillary Clinton. Here's an example of that. This is the conclusion of the Director of National Intelligence report entitled Assessing Russian Activities and Intentions in Recent U.S. Elections. I'll quote a part in it. You can follow along the slide. We assess Russian President Vladimir Putin's ordered and influence campaign in 2016 aimed at U.S. presidential election. Russia's goals were to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, and harm her electability and potential presidency. We further assess Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump. We have high confidence in these judgments, end quote. Clear president for President-elect Trump. And here's the conclusion of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Quote, the committee found that the Russia-based Internet Research Agency sought to influence the 2016 U.S. presidential election by harming Hillary Clinton's chances of success and supporting Donald Trump at the direction of the Kremlin. The committee found that the Russian government tasked and supported the IRA's interference in the 2016 U.S. elections, end quote. Supporting Donald Trump at the direction of the Kremlin. That's what it said. And here's the special counsel's conclusion. The Mueller report in 2019. Quote, as set forth in detail in this report, the special counsel's investigation established that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election principally through two operations. First, a Russia entity carried out a social media campaign that favored presidential candidate Donald J. Trump and disparaged presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Second, a Russian intelligence service conducted computer intrusion operations against entities, employees, and volunteers working on the Clinton campaign and then released stolen documents. On December 9, 2019, even President Trump's own FBI director, Christopher Wray, stated unequivocally that there is no evidence to support the theory that Ukraine interfered in our election in 2016. Here's the video of that interview. Let's watch.
It's House Impeachment Manager Sylvia Garcia, Senate trial of President Trump, live on C-SPAN Radio.
Did the government of Ukraine directly interfere in the 2016 election on the scale that the Russians did?
We have no information that indicates that Ukraine interfered with the 2016 presidential election.
When you see politicians pushing this notion, are you concerned about that in terms of its impact on the American public?
Well, look, there's all kinds of people saying all kinds of things out there. I think it's important for the American people to be thoughtful consumers of information, to think about the sources of it, and to think about the support and predication for what they hear. And I think part of us being well protected against malign foreign influence is to build together an American public that's resilient, that has appropriate media literacy, and that takes its information with a grain of salt.
And Putin has been pushing this theory. And your message to him in terms of the American public?
Stop trying to interfere with our elections.
We recently heard from the president himself that he wanted the CrowdStrike portion of this whole conspiracy in the Ukraine investigated. And I'm hearing you say there's no evidence to support that, as far as you know.
As I said, we at the FBI have no information that would indicate that Ukraine tried to interfere in the 2016 presidential election.
Mr. President.
You heard him. He said no information that would indicate that Ukraine tried to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. So to be really, really clear, there is no real dispute that Russia, not Ukraine, attacked our elections. But it's not just that there is no evidence to support this conspiracy theory. It's more dangerous than that. Because where did this theory come from? You guessed it, the Russians. Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Russian intelligence services perpetuated this false, debunked conspiracy theory. Now remember, there is no dispute among the intelligence community that Russia attacked our 2016 election. The Senate's own Intelligence Committee published a report telling us that as well. So it's no surprise that Russia wants to blame somebody else. In fact, President Trump even said that. President Putin is the one who told him it was Ukraine who interfered in our elections. In short, this theory that the Russians are promoting to interfere yet again in our democratic process and deflect blame from their own attacks against us. But what is so dangerous is that President Trump is helping them perpetuate this. Our own president is helping our adversary attack our processes and to help his own reelection. Dr. Hill, an expert on these matters, explains it in more detail as to why this is very concerning. Let's watch.
This relates to the second thing I want to communicate. Based on questions and statements I've heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves. The unfortunate truth is that Russia was the foreign power that systematically attacked our democratic institutions in 2016. This is the public conclusion of our intelligence agencies, confirmed in bipartisan congressional reports. It is beyond dispute, even if some of the underlying details must remain classified. The impact of the successful 2016 Russian campaign remains evident today. Our nation is being torn apart. Truth is questioned. Our highly professional and expert career foreign service is being undermined. US support for Ukraine, which continues to face armed Russian aggression, has been politicized. The Russian government's goal is to weaken our country, to diminish America's global role, and to neutralize a perceived US threat to Russian interests.
Their goal is to weaken our country, to diminish America's global role, and to neutralize a perceived U.S. threat to Russian interests. That's why it's so dangerous. Because despite the lack of any evidence to support this debunked conspiracy theory, the unanimous conclusion of the intelligence community, Congress, Special Counsel Mueller, and the FBI to the contrary, President Trump continued to promote this fake conspiracy theory just because it would be beneficial and helpful to his own reelection campaign. Even President Trump's own senior advisors told him these allegations were false. Tom Bossert, President Trump's former Homeland Security advisor, stated publicly that the CrowdStrike theory had been debunked. Here's that interview. Let's watch.
It's not only a conspiracy theory, it is completely debunked. You know, I don't want to be glib about this matter, but last year, retired former Senator Judd Gregg wrote a piece in the Hill magazine saying the 3 ways or the 5 ways to impeach oneself. And the third way was to hire Rudy Giuliani. And at this point, I am deeply frustrated with what he and the legal team is doing and repeating that debunked theory to the president. It sticks in his mind when he hears it over and over again. And for clarity here, George, let me just again repeat that it has no validity. The United States government reached its conclusion on attributing to Russia the DNC hack in 2016 before it even communicated it to the FBI and long before the FBI ever knocked on the door at the DNC. So a server inside the DNC was not relevant to our determination to the attribution. It was made up front and beforehand. And so while servers can be important in some of the investigations that followed, it has nothing to do with the U.S. government's attribution of Russia for the DNC hack.
The theory has no validity. That's what he said. Dr. Hill, too, testified that White House officials, including Mr. Bussard and former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, spend a lot of time refuting the CrowdStrike conspiracy theory to President Trump. Let's hear it.
Now, Dr. Hill, is this a reference to this debunked conspiracy theory about Ukraine interference in the 2016 election that you discussed in your opening statement as well as with Chairman Schiff?
The reference to CrowdStrike and the server, yes, that's correct.
And it is your understanding that there is no basis for these allegations, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, isn't it also true that some of President Trump's most senior advisors had informed him that this theory of Ukraine interference in the 2016 election was false?
That's correct.
When she was asked, is it false, she said, that's correct. If Vladimir Putin's goals, as Dr. Hill testified, were to deflect from Russia's systematic interference in our election and to drive a wedge between the United States and Ukraine, he has succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. The alternative narrative of Ukrainian interference on the 2016 election has now been picked up by the president's defenders and the conservative media. It has muddled the waters regarding Russia's own interference in our elections, efforts that remain ongoing, as we have learned this week from reporting that Russia hacked Burisma. If there were any doubt about how President Putin feels about the president's conduct, you need only look to Putin's own words. His statement on November 20 tells it all. Quote, "Thank God nobody is accusing us anymore of interfering in U.S. elections. Now they're accusing Ukraine." That's a short quotation from Putin, but it speaks volumes.
House impeachment manager Sylvia Garcia, live on the Senate floor. The trial live on C-SPAN Radio, WCSP-FM, Washington.
Even though President Trump knew that there was no factual basis for the theory that it was Ukraine that interfered in the 2016 election rather than Russia, and knew that Russia was perpetuating this theory, he still wanted President Zelensky to pursue the investigation. Why? Because while Putin and Russia clearly stood to gain by promoting this conspiracy theory about Ukraine, so did Donald Trump. He knew it would be politically helpful to his 2020 election. An announcement of an investigation by Ukraine would have breathed new life into a debunked conspiracy theory that Ukrainian election interference was there in 2016, and it lended great credibility. It would have cast doubt on the conclusions of the Intelligence Committee and Special Counsel Miller that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump. And it would have helped eliminate a perceived threat to the legitimacy of Donald Trump's presidency that he was only elected because of the help he received from President Putin. I now yield to Mr. Schiff.
That's House impeachment manager Sylvia Garcia, Democratic Congresswoman from Texas, yielding to Congressman Adam Schiff.
That we take a 15-minute break at this point.
Without objection, so ordered.
That was the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and presiding Chief Justice John Roberts. During this break, C-SPAN Radio will simulcast C-SPAN 2 television.
The U.S. Senate wrapping up the first part of the day. This is the House managers making their case on the impeachment of President Donald Trump. When they started the day, there were 16 hours and 45 minutes left in their time, each side getting 24 hours over 3 days, to present their cases. This is the second day for House managers, and we expect a full day tomorrow as well. They're taking a break here, 15 minutes according to the Majority Leader, and we will as well, and wait for them to return. In the meanwhile, we'll open up our phone lines and hear from you. Your thoughts on the impeachment effort so far. 202-748-8920 for Democrats. Republicans, 202-748-8921. And for all others, 202-748-8922. You can send us a text. That's 202-748-8003. Make sure you put your name on there and tell us where you're texting from. We'll get to your calls, your comments momentarily. First, though, off the Senate floor in the reception room of the Senate, Rick Scott of Florida.
How did the Senate get it? We still don't know. Why was the Senate ever picked up to be on bridge?
Rick Scott is a Republican senator.
And watch the House Democrats try to explain that.
Is there anything else that the House Democrats have said that maybe have swayed you one way or the other, or made you think a little bit about at least what they're saying?
Well, I'm always listening to what they're saying, and they want to talk. They want to somehow argue that the fact that the best is to say that Biden, who said publicly that he got a prosecutor fired that he had no authority over, that was good somehow. But President Trump, who's authority to change ambassadors, that's bad somehow. That's what they're trying to say, which it makes no sense.
We're hearing some rumblings that the White House team might be ready on Saturday to start fighting back. Have you heard anything about?
I think that's when they're supposed to start. That's when they're supposed to start. I mean, they've got the House Democrats have today and tomorrow, and then the White House team starts on Saturday.
Awesome.
Thanks.
No, but it mildly, and they also showed how central. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott. We're also hearing from Josh Hawley from Missouri. We'll go there live.
That Hunter Biden not be involved in any kind of corruption with Burisma, and they had this strange effect of arguing in the midst of their statements on the floor. First of all, that Shokin was dismissed because he wasn't investigating Burisma enough, that the Obama administration thought Burisma needed to be investigated, needed to be more vigorously investigated. But of course, then about 20 minutes later, she argues that President Trump was wrong to call for any investigation of Burisma because nobody thought there was corruption. I mean, you can't have it both ways. Either Burisma was a source of corruption and needed to be investigated, or it wasn't. But the House managers have worked themselves in the awkward position of trying to have it both ways, saying that actually there was a problem and Shokin should have been investigating Burisma, but nobody should be investigating it now and later. That, I think, is very problematic for them. I'm interested to see how they're going to try to get out of it. And I think some of the statements that they made about the factual details of what was going on when Shokin was prosecutor are probably going to be challenged. I will say again, though, I was very surprised that they chose to make Hunter Biden so central to this presentation and to insist over and over and over again that they knew for a fact about the details of what was going on with Burisma and Biden. And I will just say that for my part, if we're going to call witnesses, I think it's now clear we absolutely must call Hunter Biden, and we probably need to call Joe Biden. Based on the House manager's presentation today, I think we probably are going to need to hear from the former vice president if indeed we call witnesses.
Senator, philosophically, do you believe that abuse of power is impeachable?
Yeah, this was an interesting point that they were making earlier. I think it's sort of an academic discussion. What's happened in previous presidential impeachments is abuse of power is a label that gets put on particular crimes. What is unique in this case is there are no actual crimes that have been alleged in the impeachment articles. So this is a first in American history, and you can see if you listen to their presentation, it's because they don't have any evidence of crimes. Interestingly, Nadler referenced bribery a couple of times at the top of his presentation, but they don't actually charge bribery, and the reason for that is they don't have any evidence of bribery.
Abuse of power without a crime?
That sounds to me like I don't know what that would look like. I mean, but here we don't have any allegation of any specific behavior that is a crime, or that usually, again, in the past, abuse of power refers to some particular set of crimes or some particular set of factual circumstances that violate the law or appear to violate the law. We just don't have that in this case. They don't allege it.
Senator, what did you think of
Mr. Nadler's use of that video clip of Lindsey Graham from 1999?
I thought Lindsey looked a lot younger. Anybody else? Okay, thanks everybody.
Thanks, Senator. How are you? Good.
Hey, everybody.
That was Senator Josh Hawley in the basement of the U.S. Capitol. Now coming up to speak with reporters is Jay Sekulow, President Trump's personal attorney.
So, first of all, again, we're now on day 2. Hopefully we'll be the end of day 2 before too long. We're hearing the same things over and over. That's the way they're going to do the case. I will assure you this. We will be putting on a vigorous defense of both fact and rebutting what they've said. Our job here is to defend both the president,